555. Positing a united world economy in which national boundaries no longer existed. Secondly, he envisages the continued existence of class divisions which would lead to internecine conflicts over planning within each isolated country. Thirdly, he insists on an economy of scarcity which would give rise to group struggles over the division of the national income. Hayek counts upon his readers to accept these omissions and distortions. Apparently the learned professor believes his audience to be completely unfamiliar with the literature dealing with planned economy. Another means of achieving socialism, the building of a proletarian party, is likewise considered objectionable by our idealistic moralist. The subject naturally holds considerable interest for the bourgeois propagandists, since the proletarian party constitutes the means whereby the working class will eventually dispose of capitalist anarchy. Moreover, it is precisely in relation to the proletarian party that the sick petty bourgeois experiences most acutely his emotions of revulsion and his urge to flee. The building of the proletarian party is the crucial political problem of the day, not only for the working class, but also, from the opposite side, the capitalist class. That is why the capitalists utilize every means to attack, hamper, prevent the building of such a party, and to crush it with force and violence if necessary when it does appear. Hayek too places the question of the revolutionary party high on his agenda. Pursuing his remorseless logic, he again amalgamates polar opposites. In Germany and Italy the Nazis and fascists did, indeed, not have much to invent. The usages of the new political movements which pervaded all aspects of life had in both countries already been introduced by the socialists. The idea of a political party which embraces all activities of the individual from the cradle to the grave, which claims to guide his views on everything, and which delights in making all problems questions of party Weltanschauung, was first put into practice by the socialists. Now it is true that socialism approaches all the problems of society from the viewpoint of the historic interests of the working class. From their opposing side the bourgeois statesmen do the same for the capitalist class. But what Hayek infers, namely, that fascist usages were introduced by the socialists, is not true. The usages of fascism are much older than the socialist movement. If one wishes to know, the real parallel can be found among the practices of any outlived oppressing class or caste in the periods when its rule was threatened by the oppressed. In the tradition of the Inquisition, fascism continues usages that are extremely ancient. To identify Nazism and socialism is not at all different from identifying the victims of the Inquisition with their persecutors. Nevertheless, Hayek coolly declares, the relative ease with which a young communist could be converted into a Nazi or vice versa was generally known in 556-7. Germany. The only distinction Hayek makes between the Nazis and the anti-Nazis of Germany is to call the latter the old socialists and the Nazis their spawn, the new socialists. Their struggle is represented simply as a factional squabble in which the more dynamic won out. Hayek assures his petty bourgeois audience that a socialist party is not likely to be formed by the best but rather by the worst elements of any society. As solemnly as a witch doctor probing for reasons in the entrails of a chicken, the learned economist lists 3 causes for the attraction of the worst elements to socialism. First, if we wish to find a high degree of uniformity and similarity of outlook, we have to descend to the regions of lower moral and intellectual standards where the more primitive and common instincts and tastes prevail. If a numerous group is needed, it will be those who form the mass in the derogatory sense of the term, the least original and independent, who will be able to put the weight of their numbers behind their particular ideals. This will be recognized as the theme song of many a renegade from Marxism who ends up as a slavish supporter of the present order. Nevertheless, like the famed song of the Lorelei, it seems to exercise a fatal attraction on these petty bourgeois mariners. Secondly, such elements, in the lofty Hayek's aristocratic opinion, require a potential dictator. This dictator will be able to obtain the support of all the docile and gullible, who have no strong convictions of their own but are prepared to accept a ready-made system of values if it is only drummed into their ears sufficiently loudly and frequently. It will be those whose vague and imperfectly formed ideas are easily swayed and whose passions and emotions are readily aroused who will thus swell the ranks of the totalitarian party. All this of course places a somewhat somber shadow on Hayek's earlier pronouncements about the high idealism of socialists, his own erstwhile socialism and the good intentions of those of socialist views who influence the development of events. Nevertheless, such propaganda undoubtedly has an emotional effect upon the petty bourgeois in process of rejecting socialism, uneasy over the discrimination between members and non-members of closed groups. Hayek's purpose is to formulate and give expression to the mood of such an individual turning away from the proletarian party with its discipline, its singleness of purpose, its strenuous activity, its great demands on courage and indomitability in the face of world reaction's powerful opposition. Hayek's third cause does not rise above the level of the rest of his remorseless logic. It seems to be almost a law of human nature that it is easier for people to agree on a negative program, on the hatred of an enemy, on the envy of those better off, than on any positive task. Socialism thus being NEG 557. Ative appeals to negative natures in strict accordance with the law of human nature emphasized by Hayek to the exclusion of its correlative, that people under the pressure of events will unite on positive programs that sometimes completely reshape society. Hayek makes out the program of socialism to be simply destructive. It does no more than single out Jews and those better off, such as kulaks and capitalists, for attack. Hayek utters these poisonous slanders with the most impressive authority possible to a bourgeois professor. That he expects his readers to accept such garbage is an interesting indication of the low opinion bourgeois propagandists hold for the petty bourgeoisie and their knowledge of the program of socialism. Personal integrity and the party. Hayek apparently has carefully studied the typical pattern of retreat from socialism followed by such renegades as Eastman, Lyons, Burnham, etc., for he caps his tale of horrors about the proletarian party with a lurid description of what happens to the moral character of its members. The principle that the end justifies the means is in individualist ethics regarded as the denial of all morals. In collectivist ethics it becomes necessarily the supreme rule. There is literally nothing which the consistent collectivist must not be prepared to do, no act which his conscience must prevent him from committing. Hayek seems to have forgotten the party attracted only the worst elements who presumably would lack the conscience that has now suddenly come into prominence. However, this is a mere bagatelle. When you open all the stops, some of the chords are bound to sound discordant. The volume makes up for the lack of harmony. The sensitive soul of the petty bourgeois in retreat must undoubtedly shrink at the thought of how close he came to sinking in the morass of the socialist movement when he reads Hayek's description of the typical German. Yes, by strange coincidence, as the Allied armies neared their goal in Germany, Hayek's description of the typical socialist became, in fact, that of the typical German. Hayek's amalgamation of Nazis and socialists does not permit his reader to distinguish just whom he refers to in any particular asseveration. His intention, however, is clearly to utilize all means available in his remorseless logic, no matter how despicable, in order to draw an evil picture of the socialist movement. Thus he declares: since it is the supreme leader who alone determines the ends, his instruments must have no moral convictions of their own. They must, above all, 558-7, be unreservedly committed to the person of the leader, but next to this the most important thing is that they should be completely unprincipled and literally capable of everything. They must have no ideals of their own which they want to realize, no ideas about right or wrong which might interfere with the intentions of the leader. Hayek emphasizes this point so strongly it would seem that bourgeois propagandists who have made a study of this field of their work believe it to be an unusually effective argument. The general intellectual climate which this produces, the spirit of complete cynicism as regards truth which it engenders, the loss of the sense of even the meaning of truth, the disappearance of the spirit of independent inquiry and of the belief in the power of rational conviction, the way in which differences of opinion in every branch of knowledge become political issues to be decided by authority, are all things which one must personally experience. No short description can convey their extent. Perhaps the most alarming fact is that contempt for intellectual liberty is not a thing which arises only once the totalitarian system is established, but one which can be found everywhere among intellectuals who have embraced a collectivist faith and who are acclaimed as intellectual leaders even in countries still under a liberal regime. Once again, it is to be noted that Hayek does not specify that these evils are peculiar to Nazism and to Stalinism, but on the contrary he incorporates socialism in his amalgam. Apparently he trusts the profound ignorance, or wishful thinking, of his petty bourgeois audience to act as fertile soil for such denigrations. As is well known, in the history of independent thought, of rebellion against the most colossal forces of oppression, the titans stand in the socialist movement. What figures in Hayek's pale sickly world can reach the shoe-tops of men like Marx, Engels, Luxemburg, Liebknecht, Debs, Lenin, Trotsky, or for that matter the shoe-tops of any rank and filer of the socialist movement who stands against the stream? Possibility of plenty. Thus far the rigor of reasoning of our economic witch doctor has proved that planning leads to slavery, that a proletarian party attracts the worst elements, and that socialist morals lead of necessity to those features of totalitarian. 559. Regimes which horrify us. This would seem enough to arm sufficiently the most wavering of the circle to which Hayek appeals. The professor, however, is aware that he must cross another hurdle. In the final analysis, the whole possibility for socialism in our epoch rests on the feasibility of enormously increasing the productivity of world society. Marxism has determined how this can be done through the efficient utilization of present resources, transport, and factories, the elimination of unemployment, the cessation of war, the ending of economic chaos through rational planning, and the early expansion of the productive system through the intensive application of science. Many surveys have been made of the possibilities of plenty, the most conservative revealing grandiose perspectives if no more were done than to run the existing machines at full capacity. The experience of war production has opened the eyes of every worker to the potentialities of the modem factory. He needs only imagine peacetime goods in place of the present destructive products that are being poured out to get an inkling of what could be done under a truly rational system. Our representative of capitalist economy, however, attempts to persuade his petty bourgeois reader to the contrary on this crucial point. In their wishful belief that there is really no longer an economic problem, people have been confirmed by irresponsible talk about potential plenty, which, if it were a fact, would indeed mean that there is no economic problem, which makes the choice inevitable. But although this snare has served socialist propaganda under various names as long as socialism has existed, it is still as palpably untrue as it was when it was first used over 100 years ago. In all this time, not one of the many people who have used it has produced a workable plan of how production could be increased so as to abolish even in Western Europe what we regard as poverty, not to speak of the world as a whole. The reader may take it that whoever talks about potential plenty is either dishonest or does not know what he is talking about. Elsewhere, Hayek speaks about the familiar clichés and baseless generalizations about potential plenty, and the carefully fostered belief in the irrationality of our economic system, the false assertions about potential plenty. We will skip the untruth about no workable plan having been produced for Western Europe or the world to increase production, and confine ourselves to consideration of Hayek's principal point about the myth of potential plenty. In view of the surveys that have been made, the practical experience of the Soviet Union, and the evidence of war production, and Italy. 567. Gent worker would expect at least an attempt by the bourgeois economist to prove his brazen assertions. But Hayek is not writing for the worst elements such as intelligent workers. Proof that humanity can never achieve economic plenty? Hayek offers none. Doubtless he calculates that the petty bourgeois to whom he is appealing will be satisfied by the publisher's declaration on the jacket that Hayek is a world-famous economist, former director of the Austrian Institute for Economic Research and lecturer in economics at the University of Vienna, at present a member of the faculty of the London School of Economics. In the words of the New York Times, this is impressive authority. Only in the regions of lower moral and intellectual standards where the most primitive and common instincts and tastes prevail do you find elements capable of demanding proof from such a distinguished bourgeois professor. Hayek simply evades discussing the basic assumption upon which his entire argumentation rests. It would be hard to find a more contemptuous way of dismissing the intelligence of Hayek's petty bourgeois audience. Having established in his remorseless manner that potential plenty is only a myth, Hayek proceeds to the next link of his logic. It concerns the inevitability of socialism, another breathing point in the flight of petty bourgeois radicals from socialism. If economic plenty is unrealizable, it follows that socialism is not inevitable. Full planning is an inevitable stage of economic development. Only in the event that such abundance is produced, no basis is left for the formation of selfish groups such as castes, classes. So long as scarcity prevails, ruthless struggle for the major share endures. When this drive will comes to a halt, however, then rational planning of world society not only becomes feasible, but inevitable. For the benefit of a petty bourgeois brooding remorsefully over inevitability, Hayek propounds a different view. Man knows of no laws which history must obey, he states flatly in his introduction. No development is inevitable. This view constitutes the utter breakdown of science, the denial of the possibility of determining the course of development of any phenomena. The truth is, Hayek announces triumphantly that planning is not inevitable. The conviction that this trend is inevitable is characteristically based on familiar economic fallacies, the presumed necessity of the general growth of monopolies in consequence of technological developments, the alleged potential plenty, and all the other popular catchwords. Are you sure the growth of monopolies in consequence of technological developments isn't a manifestation of the organic tendencies of capitalist economy? Might ask the petty bourgeois reader, hoping to have his last doubts removed. Absolutely, assures the comforting professor. Competition is being 561. Eliminated not by organic changes inherent in the capitalist economic system, but as the result of deliberate policy. The growth of statism, however, which seems to be what Hayek means by deliberate policy, is not an indication of lawlessness and lack of inevitability in economic and political developments. On the contrary, it is irrefutable proof that the means of production have become so vast, complex, and highly socialized that the irresistible tendency is to bring in the general controls of society, i.e. government. This can occur under the domination of an exploiting class, which simply exacerbates the class struggle, temporarily resolving it in bloody conflict as in Germany, or under the domination of the majority who establish the dictatorship of the proletariat and begin the elimination of class divisions and the development of planning in the interests of the new society as a whole. In Hayek's opinion, all that is required to prevent planning from becoming inevitable is to change government policy. Hayek's petty bourgeois audience should feel comforted over this moth-eaten assumption that the government is not the executive instrument of the ruling class but an independent force above the classes which can be persuaded to restore competition by changing policies without halting technological changes. Besides attacking socialism head-on, Hayek counterposes a utopia in order to leave his petty bourgeois client with a positive program. The utopia he advocates is nothing less than competitive society. Competitive utopia is quite hazy. The classes are never clearly outlined. We don't know whether they even exist in this snug realm. It seems to consist of small merchants, artisans, and farmers all competing with fairly equal resources on the market, all competing according to the rule of law, i.e., fixed rules of the game set down in advance so that only luck and enterprise shall determine who will be the most successful. Hayek labels such a system one of freedom and claims it would be the most moral of possible worlds, one where his certain ultimate values would find greatest expression. Foggy as is this utopia, at least the content of its freedom is clear. This freedom Hayek has been pounding into the ears of his petty bourgeois reader from the beginning of the road to serfdom. It is the freedom to buy, the freedom to sell, the freedom to exploit, the freedom to make a profit, and the freedom to wage an occasional war. It is the kind of freedom Hayek wants instead of the slavery of planned economy. He believes correct government policy can achieve it. Competitive utopia resembles more than anything the free world the Comer grocer daydreams about when the chain store across the street takes away his customers with a special sale. In brief, it is a petty bourgeois utopia. Professor Hayek hopes it will appeal to the petty bourgeois radical who reads The Road. 562-7. To serfdom, and thus furnish him with an ideal to fight for in place of the united world order of socialism. Unfortunately, it is a reactionary utopia, as can easily be proved from Hayek's own proclamations. What our generation has forgotten is that the system of private property is the most important guarantee of freedom, not only for those who own property, but scarcely less for those who do not. Competitive utopia is thus based on private property, i.e., single individuals owning, controlling, and exploiting the national resources and economic system. Private property is the cornerstone of capitalism. This system, as is only too well known, does not stand still but develops glaring inequalities. Hayek justifies inequalities. In a system of free enterprise, chances are not equal, since such a system is necessarily based on private property and, though perhaps not with the same necessity, on inheritance, with the differences in opportunity which these create. Thus the snug little realm of competitive utopia has already grown into a very real murderous capitalist society in which 60 families can and do constitute, with Hayek's permission, a ruling oligarchy. Listen to this panegyric, worthy of the pen of Henry Ford: money is one of the greatest instruments of freedom ever invented by man. It is money which in existing society opens an astounding range of choice to the poor man. Still further, who will deny that a world in which the wealthy are powerful is still a better world than one in which only the already powerful can acquire wealth? Competitive utopia even has its unemployed. Hayek feels considerable sympathy for these unfortunates and thinks something should be done for them. In fact, he even proposes a solution for unemployment which should have a familiar ring to those who have never suffered unemployment in competitive utopia but know its rigors under America's 60 families. Our world-famous economist believes, for instances, that those who can no longer be employed at the relatively high wages they have earned during the war must be allowed to remain unemployed until they are willing to accept work at a relatively lower wage. This solution would undoubtedly satisfy Hayek's ultimate moral values, the freedom of the lucky to offer what wages they wish and the freedom of the unlucky unemployed to starve. Competitive utopia is not quite as rosy as its author pretends. It even has its emergencies when it appears both freedom and competition may be temporarily suspended in order of course to preserve freedom and competition. The only exception to the rule that a free society must not be subjected to a single purpose, declares our humanitarian, is war and other temporary disasters. By disasters we presume he refers to strikes, unemployed demonstrations, and proletarian uprisings. 563. Hayek and imperialist war. Having brought his petty bourgeois convert to embrace the principle of private property, Hayek carries through his transition to support of the present order, no doubt hoping his convert will trustingly follow. In passing he attacks the trusts. How can you appeal to the petty bourgeoisie without a demagogic attack on the trusts? But this does not swerve him from his main purpose, that is, to win support for the Second World War, which is being waged by some very real trusts far removed from petty bourgeois utopias. He does the job boldly, not hesitating to state his purpose in the opening sections of his book. There is an even more pressing reason why at this time we should seriously endeavor to understand the forces which have created National Socialism, that this will enable us to understand our enemy and the issue at stake between us. It cannot be denied that there is yet little recognition of the positive ideals for which we are fighting. Perfidious purpose is apparent in amalgamating Hitler's National Socialism with proletarian revolution. It is ideological preparation for the crushing of the European workers under guise their revolution is in reality simply a new form of Hitler's movement. Hayek even lays the basis for Allied persecution of the Jews. We should never forget that the anti-Semitism of Hitler has driven from his country, or turned into his enemies, many people who in every respect are confirmed totalitarians of the German type. In other words, Don't permit the fact that anti-Nazis have been bitterly persecuted by Hitler lull you into handling them in any other way than Hitler did. In Hayek's logic they are simply another species of collectivism, twins of Nazism. Hayek tries to reinforce this ideology by demagogic assertions about former socialists who have become Nazis. This demagogy is strangely coincident with inspired stories in the Allied press about Nazis going underground and disguising themselves as socialists. As part of his support of the Allied imperialists, Hayek justifies the wartime measures restricting the freedom he moralizes over. In wartime, of course, even free and open criticism is necessarily restricted. This has been the position of petty bourgeois liberalism since the outbreak of the war. It is characteristic of the servility of the petty bourgeois mind before imperialism as soon as the master raises his whip. Hayek, however, carries his servility to extreme ends, leaving the road open for support of a Third World War of imperialism in preference to socialism which would forever eliminate wars. As is true with respect to other great evils, the measures by which war might be made altogether impossible for the future may well be worse than even war itself. This perspective of unending wars is quite in accordance with Hayek's 564-7 rigor of reasoning, since the imperialist rivalries that lead to world war simply carry competition to its logical conclusion. Thus we arrive at the true appreciation of Hayek's work, his economics, his logic, and his science. It is war propaganda especially aimed at the socialist movement. All the arguments about means and ends, morals, independent thinking, the impossibility of planning, the inevitability of economic inequality, the possibility of freedom under capitalism are seen to be a bridge leading to support of the imperialists in their war for profits, markets, and colonies. It is crassly apparent in Hayek's book. Nevertheless, the New York Times and the Chamber of Commerce expect the petty bourgeoisie will swallow it as one of the most important books of our times. How far does Hayek wish to take his readers in support of the dying order of capitalism? He swears again and again and again that he is opposed to fascism. However, in rejecting socialism and in amalgamating it with fascism, Hayek opens the road to reaction. An invariable characteristic of petty bourgeois thought is its oscillation between the poles of socialism and fascism. If it rejects socialism, it seems almost a political law it must advance in the direction of fascism by whatever name it may be called. A critical eye can detect phrases in The Road to Serfdom which could well appear in Social Justice, organ of the fascist demagogue Father Coughlin. Like Coughlin, Hayek attacks both capital and labor. When capital and labor in an industry agree on some policy of restriction and thus exploit the consumers, there is usually no difficulty about the division of the spoils. Another sentence indicates the tendency, by destroying competition in industry after industry, this policy puts the consumer at the mercy of the joint monopolist action of capitalists and workers in the best organized industries. The direction of thought is still more explicit in the following observation: the recent growth of monopoly is largely the result of a deliberate collaboration of organized capital and organized labor, where the privileged groups of labor share in the monopoly profits at the expense of the community and particularly at the expense of the poorest, those employed in the less well-organized industries and the unemployed. The fascist demagogue promises to free the little man from both the trusts and the labor czars. Hayek's liberal principles even envisage an active state that would not permit the use of violence, for example, by strike pickets. He does not mention what this active state would do about the violence of capitalists who precipitate strikes. In scientific politics, such ideas as these are classified as part of the intellectual preparation of the petty bourgeoisie for fascism. Fascist demagogy drums into the ears of its dupes that labor and capital are equally enemies of the little. 565. Men. Although the actual blows of fascism are always directed against the labor movement, the professor himself seems to have been thinking along lines he does not completely reveal in his book. He states enigmatically, "If I had to live under a fascist system, I have no doubt that I would rather live under one run by Englishmen or Americans than under one run by anybody else." Even in his ostensible campaign against totalitarianism as a whole, the worthy professor has his national preferences which he states well in advance of all eventualities. Just in case fascism does come to power in Britain or America, Professor Hayek makes clear he has already run up the white flag and will be able to get along without making trouble. How popular Hayek's propaganda will prove among the petty bourgeoisie of America is not yet clear. His support of the war with all its filth, blood, and unholy profits will not add to the attractiveness of the road to serfdom among those layers of the petty bourgeoisie beginning to feel sick at the stomach over the millions of casualties, the colossal destruction and the astronomical costs. Its arguments against socialism, however, may well influence those who have already shifted away from the socialist camp under the impact of the war propaganda. Their vague emotions and confused thoughts are here formulated in what the New York Times terms a remarkably fine English style. Among class-conscious workers, however, the book will be listed as another of the series that began about the time of Roosevelt's Quarantine the Aggressor's Speech. When the war preparations got seriously underway, munitions orders were placed by the government with the big bourgeoisie, and the petty bourgeois intellectuals began their retreat from the camp of Marxism. 566. 3 Conceptions of Jacksonianism 10, 1947. Harry Frankel, Harry Braverman. 7. Jacksonianism, a period in United States history reaching from the election of Andrew Jackson to the presidency in 1828 into the 1850s, BP represented the continuation of the rule of the Southern slave-holding class in national politics, with modifications traceable to a specific relation of class forces. Among the specific circumstances were, the divisions within the planters, the growth in specific weight of the small farming petty bourgeoisie and the industrial proletariat, and the eruption of these two classes to the political scene in the form of a clamorous mass electorate. These were circumstances which modified the technique of slave-holding rule, but did not overthrow it. This Marxist view is counterposed to the views of bourgeois historians, who see the Jackson period as a time of popular revolution. We shall here consider the theories of two schools of American historians. The first is the famous frontier school, which views Jacksonianism as a democratic effect of the frontier upon national politics. The second and more recent school considers Jacksonianism to be an expression of the rule of farmers and workers in Washington. The best-known exponent of this view is Charles A. Beard, and it is endorsed by most of the modem liberal historians. Sectionalism as an historical method. Let us come first to the frontier theory. In 1893, Frederick Jackson Turner read to a gathering of the American Historical Association a paper entitled, "The Significance of the Frontier in American History." The main ideas of this essay were later expanded by Turner into a series of articles and books dealing with various phases of the frontier and its fancied effects on the national development of the United States. What was his theory? The existence of an area of free land. 10 Frankel 1947. This article has been slightly edited and abridged. 567. He wrote, "Its continuous recession, and the advance of American settlement westward, explain American development." Or as he stated in another article, for 200 years westward expansion was the most important single process in American history. And what was the effect of the frontier? Turner's answer is plain. This at least is clear: American democracy is fundamentally the outcome of the experiences of the American people in dealing with the West. That the Western land areas were decisive in American history, and that their chief result was democracy, this is the heart of Turner's thesis. Turner's writings deal mainly with the Jackson period. It was at that time that the West came into its own, conquered national power, and had its greatest effect in the furtherance of democracy. The Turner school thus starts with a geographical abstraction, the frontier. History is presumed to be based primarily upon a conflict, not of class but of sectional interests. This conception has sunk deep roots in American academic thought. It is a commonplace to refer to the Civil War as a conflict between the North and the South, instead of more precisely designating it as a clash of slaveholding and bourgeois economy. Even bias and prejudice are often given sectional labels. Historians boast that their work is free, not only of class prejudice, but of sectional bias. This terminology has become a substitute for thinking for writers of American history. Partly, this has been the result of the inadequate theoretical equipment of the historians, and partly too it has stemmed from a reluctance to adopt Marxist terminology. Thus section has become a cowardly confused pseudonym for class in the language of American historical writing. There is a certain plausibility in this sectional approach. It resides in the fact that, in early United States history, economic classes were largely concentrated in geographical regions. The South thus meant the planters, the North the bourgeoisie, and the West the small farmers. In this manner many historians were able to give class analyses in sectional terminology. But to substitute an imperfect concept for a more precise one cannot fail to bring eventual theoretical disaster. This is the fate of the Turner School, which carried out the sectional approach to its furthest limits by elevating one section to omnipotence. The frontier is a geographical abstraction based upon a shifting region. Its significance can only be appreciated when analyzed in class terms. A specific frontier at a specific time has a class structure differing from that of the same frontier at another time, or another section of the frontier at the same time. The Illinois farmer had more in common with the Massachusetts or Vermont farmer than with his fellow frontiersman, the planter further south. If he didn't know this, the Civil War taught it to him, and should have taught it to the historian as well. 568-7. By understanding this outstanding flaw in the sectional method, its non-class approach, we come to grips with the inherent weakness of the frontier school. A study of the frontier and of the chief class which inhabited it, the small farmers, is sufficient to convince a Marxist that this section could never take independent control of the state power. The agrarian petty bourgeoisie, geographically and economically diffused, holding no key position in the national economy, plays an impotent role when it attempts to take an independent course. F.L. Paxson, the chief disciple of the Turner method, in a series of lectures entitled When the West Is Gone unintentionally makes this plain. He points out that every frontier revolt up to Bryan and the populists was a success. Why then was the last wave a failure? Something had happened, he says, to break the course of normal American thought and action. What Paxson fails to grasp is that in every previous movement, the farmer had served as an auxiliary to a predominant social class. The farmer fought in 1776 for the planters and for capitalists against England, in Jefferson's and Jackson's time for the planter against the capitalist, and in the Civil War for the capitalist against the planter. In Bryan's day he was allied with no predominant social class, and alone the farmer could not, nor can he ever, take the state power. Let us consider Turner's thesis from still another aspect. The existence of the vast western lands fathered, in his view, democratic institutions in the United States. There is no denying a certain element of truth in this. To a degree, which has been greatly exaggerated, the eastern masses drew independence from the western farming opportunities. To a degree, the large class of western farmers helped break down open aristocratic rule. Yet there is another side to the coin which American Section A-list historians have sedulously avoided revealing. And this is, the far greater significance of the western lands for the plantation oligarchy. For that class the existence of a western reserve was economically decisive, because without room to expand the cotton kingdom was doomed. The vast land reserves facilitated more than any other single factor the growth of the plantation system after 1800. Considered in this light, the open West made possible the barbaric atavism of an expanding chattel slave system in the 19th century. Shall we disregard the armies of slaves thus created, as the Jacksonian Democrats of that day did? Those who talk of the exemplary democracy of the Jackson period do just that. So much for the special aspects of the Turner Frontier School. To its more general conceptions which it shares with other liberal historical theories, we shall return later. Let us consider now the more recent trend of thought concerning the Jackson period among modem historians. 569. Jacksonianism, Fannerlabor or planter rule. The impact of Marxism has visibly affected historical thought in every country of the globe. In the United States, where class struggles have been conducted in such open and undisguised forms, this impact could not fail to produce important results. Thus for over 40 years there has flourished a school of historians whose chief occupation has been to borrow for their own use some of the tenets of Marxism, while always denying their debt to Marxism, reserving as a matter of fact, envenomed shafts for the consistent and avowed Marxists. Charles A. Beard is the most prominent representative of this group. Vernon L. Parrington, Arthur M. Schlesinger Sr. and Jr., and Louis Hacker are other prominent figures. The approach of the Beard-type historians to the Jackson period begins with a modification of the Turner school. The frontier, they realize, is not so omnipotent as its proponents believe. Rather they come to a class analysis. Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr., in a recently, 1945, published survey, The Age of Jackson, makes this clear in his comment: "It seems clear now that more can be understood about Jacksonian democracy if it is regarded as a problem not of sections, but of classes." This is a promising beginning, but in the end he completes the circle and returns to the traditional conceptions. For Jacksonianism is viewed by these historians as well, as a popular revolution crowned by the rule of the masses. We need hardly go further than the chapter heading in Beard's The Rise of American Civilization, which characterizes Jacksonianism as a triumphant farmer-labor party. Subsequent references in his book speak of the labor and agrarian democracy, the farmer-labor democracy, and so forth. Arthur M. Schlesinger Jr. constructed his entire above-mentioned book around this idea, that the Jackson government was a worker-farmer conquest. Thus common to both the Beard and Turner theories, is the illusory notion of the revolutionary transfer of state power in the Jackson period to the popular masses. To these misconceptions must be counterposed the Marxist understanding of the first 60 years of the 19th century as a period of uninterrupted, if at times modified, hegemony of the slave oligarchy in national affairs. If the conception that under Jackson the popular masses seized power were true, it would represent an important social revolution in the United States. If revolutions were as simple in reality as they are in the minds of these people, the task of revolutionists would be light indeed. We must ask, why did the slaveholder South yield so readily to being dispossessed from political power for which it was to fight tooth and claw 30 years later? Were these impetuous historians to stop and ponder this question before venturing to speak so? 577. Rashly of revolution they could find but one reply in accord with historical fact. It is this, that the Jacksonian Democratic Party in power did not lay its hands on a single prerogative or institution of the planting class. On the contrary, it protected, strengthened and aided that class, while conducting an offensive to weaken the bourgeois enemy of the planters in the North. But the historian may protest that the workers and farmers got a hearing in Washington from the Jackson administrations. What of the protection of the land interests of the farmers? The 10-hour laws? The mechanics' lien laws? The progress made, especially by the workers, is beyond dispute. First of all, however, it must be understood that such concessions did not directly endanger the planting class, and, for that reason, they could countenance reforms which gained for them national electoral support. Let us recall how John Randolph, planter spokesman in Congress, challenged the bourgeoisie: "Northern gentlemen think to govern us by our black slaves, but let me tell them, we intend to govern them by their white slaves." Workingmen's parties. Not one of our enlightened historians thinks to suggest that the gains off labor in this period might have resulted primarily from the increasing power and the independent activity and pressure of the workers' organizations. The period just preceding Jackson and during his administration saw a huge growth of the trade unions and political movement of the workers. Unions were organized in many trades of the growing industrial system. Workingmen's parties were organized in a number of states, and workingmen's newspapers mushroomed. A spreading strike movement in the industrial areas, despite the vicious court rulings on conspiracy charges, testified to the militancy of the movement. Could not such a movement be expected to wring gains from the bourgeoisie independently of Jackson? A very instructive case is related by the socialist historian Gustavus Myers in his History of Tammany Hall. Tammany was the Jackson arm in New York City. In 1829 a workingmen's party was organized, inspired chiefly by Robert Dale Owen, son of the famous utopian socialist. It propagated the typical workingmen's program of that day, opposition to the feudal land monopoly and to capitalist banks, in favor of a system of free education, and so forth. In the first election in which the new party put a ticket in the field, it polled 6,000 votes as against 11,000 by the established Tammany machine, and elected Ebenezer Ford to the assembly. Tammany fought the workingmen's party bitterly, with every weapon in its well-stocked arsenal. As part of its campaign, it sponsored a 571 piece of reform legislation designed to win the workers back to Tammany. This was the origin of the mechanics' lien law in New York State, which has come down to us as a gift of the Jacksonians. The early workingmen's parties were eventually assimilated into the Democratic Party, and their independent struggle was subordinated to national Jacksonian politics. Arthur M. Schlesinger describes this process with a gleeful air. To those for whom sycophancy is the ideal policy for the labor movement, it was a step forward. After all, what can the workers accomplish as an independent force? They should be happy to attach themselves to any Jackson, or Roosevelt, who might throw them an occasional favor. Marxists have an altogether different conception of the role of the labor movement. We are bound to criticize an alliance which was a severe setback to the labor movement. For the workers to abandon the construction of independent organizations in order to submerge themselves in the Democratic Party was to break the line of organizational continuity so indispensable for the eventual construction of a national labor movement of power and independence. To those who point to the reforms achieved in this period, we reply that at bottom they were the result of the show of power of the workers. An independent policy, designed to take advantage of the division between the planters and the capitalists, would have secured far bigger and more lasting gains. Of course, our criticism here is not of the weak and inexperienced labor movement of that day, but of those liberal historians and modem sycophants who would erect this policy of subservience into an ideal standard for the working class. The miseducation of the workers by their leaders in the Jackson period left a deep scar on the labor movement. The workers, instead of being in the forefront of the abolitionist movement, their rightful place, were in the planter-controlled Democratic Party. Whoever touched the foul slavocracy was defiled with its filth. The anti-abolitionist and chauvinist poison among the workers stems from this period of miseducation. Nor them Jacksonian democracy must bear the blame for this. Jacksonian reforms. Our enlightened historians bring forward another proof of the democracy of Jacksonianism. All the democratic reformers, they tell us, all the radical opponents of privilege and monopoly were in the Democratic Party. The radical ferment of the period was expressed through Jacksonianism. That is their argument. And it is true that much of the agrarian radicalism, petty bourgeois, 572-7, reformism and proletarian discontent found its expression in the Jacksonian Party. But here again we must proceed with care, and sift out the kernel of truth from the husk of phrases. The planting class since Jefferson's day had worked out an elaborate ideology with which to justify their rule and their struggle against the capitalist class. Men like Jefferson, John Taylor, John C. Calhoun and certain Jacksonian leaders demonstrate this. Their conception of an ideal society was a basically agricultural economy which they could dominate with ease. An extensive polemical literature was developed against bourgeois ideology, placing the producing classes on one side of a struggle against the non-producing classes. It would of course be a mistake to suppose that the planters saw themselves for what they really were, the most parasitic class of the nation. By an ideological sleight of hand whose chief attainment was an absolute disregard of the slaves who were the actual producers, the planters converted themselves into the primary producing class of the South and the nation. Violent declamations against the capitalist thief who steals from the producer the fruit of his toil conjured up visions of the planter and his family in their immaculate white clothes, picking cotton all day in the hot sun, month in and month out, only to be robbed of the fruit of their toil by northern parasites. So spoke the worst thief of all, the slaveholder. And he saw nothing false in his fantastic ideology, so accustomed was he to think of the labor of his slaves as unquestionably his own as though he had performed it himself. The democratic agitation of the northern Jacksonians followed these same lines. It pointed out many valuable truths about the capitalist class, and had certain indubitable progressive results. But it suffered from an unpardonable defect, that of defending the slave economy. This defect gave it a generally reactionary cast in the national sphere. The apologist historians protest that slavery was concentrated in the South, and the democratic agitation in the North had to fight the main enemy. They point to a certain type of abolitionist whose misleading role it was to make the sins of slavery an excuse for the sins of capitalism. Here too there is a certain grain of truth. Yet what of the Southern Jacksonians? Did they expose and combat slavery? On the contrary, they helped to tighten the noose around the black man's neck. The question should not be posed sectionally to begin with, for Jacksonianism was a national movement. Had it been truly democratic, it would have condemned both slave and capitalist exploitation, and fought first of all against the slave system. 573. Jacksonianism and abolitionism. The abolition question, as a matter of fact, is the touchstone of Jacksonianism. It seems difficult to understand how a national movement committed to forthright democratic agitation could have avoided the issue of slavery, or even stood altogether on the reactionary side. Difficult to comprehend, that is, if one does not grasp the fact of slaveholder hegemony in the Democratic Party. It is amazing how many different types of reformers made up the N or them wing of the Democratic Party. It was a reform association with one law: you must leave the issue of human slavery strictly alone. Abolitionism was, as A.M. Schlesinger Jr. mentions in passing, the untouchable of the Democratic Party. In The Age of Jackson he writes, "The Jacksonians in the 30s were bitterly critical of abolitionists. The outcry against slavery, they felt, distracted attention from the vital economic question of bank and currency, while at the same time it menaced the Southern alliance so necessary for the success of the reform program. A good deal of Jacksonian energy, indeed, was expended in showing how the abolition movement was a conservative plot." Ely Moore, a Union leader who became a Democratic congressman, spoke for much of labor in his charge that the Whigs planned to destroy the power of the Northern working classes by freeing the Negro to compete with the Northern white man in the labor market. From reformers like Fanny Wright and Albert Brisbane to party leaders like Jackson and Van Buren, the liberal movement united in denouncing the abolitionists. Here, from the mouth of a modem apologist, we have a fair sample of the Alice in Wonderland reasoning of the Jacksonian radicals. An alliance with slaveholders is made to reform society, and it must not be endangered by chatter against human slavery. A Democrat who took his democracy seriously, and extended it to the Negro slaves, had no place in this Democratic Party. There is an instructive case. William Leggett, one of the ablest journalists of the New York Tammany Organization in 1835, attacked an order issued by Amos Kendall, Jackson's postmaster general, and incidentally radical-in-chief of the Democratic Party, which barred abolitionist literature from free national circulation through the mails. In return, Leggett was promptly excommunicated from the party and ruthlessly cast aside. He was pursued to the grave for his heresy, and afterwards Tammany Hall had the iron Eichel temerity to honor his memory with a bust in the same room in which he had been read out of the party. 574-7. The issue of slavery was the key to the real nature of Jacksonianism, as it was to become the key to all parties, issues, and men. The uncompromising defense of slavery by Jacksonian Democrats marks the movement as a planter-dominated upsurge. The custom of historians to ignore this, or to give it only passing reference without halting or modifying their paeans to Jacksonian democracy, brings them close to dishonesty. They cannot sidestep the issue by pointing to numerous Jacksonians of the North who later became free soil advocates. That belongs to a later period, when the workers and farmer pawns of the slavocracy were torn away by the developments preceding Civil War. Pro-slavery stamps Jacksonianism with an indelible mark. As a last defense against the conception of Jacksonianism as a planter power, the historians of the Turner and Beard schools point to the fact that the majority of large planters were for a time supporters of Whig policies against Jackson. Here too there is a germ of an idea, but again it must be separated from the false interpretation placed upon it. Division among the planters. Large planters, particularly of the eastern region, had grown accustomed to ruling through an alliance with and concessions to the northern capitalists. When conditions make it difficult or impossible for a class to continue in its previous path, a conservative section of that class tends always to stand in the way of the necessary tum. The Whig planters wanted to continue to rule in the old way. A sharp-eyed historian of the South has perceived the nature of this split in the planting class. William E. Dodd writes in his book, The Cotton Kingdom. Still there were differences. The larger planters and justices of the older counties everywhere tended to follow Clay, while the smaller planters, the rising businessmen, liked the rougher Jackson way. Besides, Jackson could carry the West, and the votes of the West were necessary to any aggressive national policy. But these differences were the differences of older and younger groups, not the differences of social irreconcilables. Consequently, though each party twit the other on occasion with being disloyal to slavery, in any great crisis they were almost certain to unite, for whatever happened, the planters felt that they must control the Cotton Kingdom. Our emphasis. 575. Marxists see the Jackson period as a period of continued planter rule, modified in its external aspects by changing class alignments, and attaching to itself a pseudo-democratic movement of petty bourgeois reformers who drew behind them large urban and agrarian masses. There can be no return to Jackson. Although Jackson fought the capitalists, he fought them as a representative of the slave-owning class. There cannot be a return to Jackson any more than there can be a return to slavery. What of the modem significance of Jacksonian democracy of which the liberals speak so glibly? Jackson and his party did represent a new departure, a new tradition in American politics. They represented the adaptation of the ruling class to the mass movements of workers and farmers. Every essential element of modem party usage stems from Jackson's time. Extended suffrage, party nominating conventions, publication of the popular vote, choice of presidential electors by popular vote, elective judiciary, and so forth, first began to predominate in his period. Likewise the spoils system in national politics, corrupt political machines, and ward-heeling politicians, candidates without principles, and demagogic campaigns. The Jackson managers in the campaign of 1828 cleverly concealed Jackson's stand on every important issue in national affairs, stressing only his rough Western virtues. Little did they realize that they were making a stick to break their own backs. 12 years later the Whigs had the same brilliant idea, and put into the field a candidate who could outdrink, outfight and outlog Cabin Jackson's party, and he carried the country. Thus was developed the modem mode of class rule concealed behind the appeal to the common man. In a way it was a political revolution, in methods. Utterly false is the attempt to find a modem significance for Jacksonianism in the phrases and slogans of that movement without regard to its class foundation. Such an attempt leaves the modem liberal with nothing to build on but phrases. But phrases are powerless against capitalism now as they were powerless against slavery then. Only the movements of social classes have the power to change society. If Jacksonianism has any modem significance it is this: only by allying themselves with an economically predominant class on the road to power can the urban and agrarian petty bourgeois masses break the capitalist chains that bind them. That modem class, which is the gravedigger of capitalism, is the proletariat. Marxists will work to build the power of this class and to gain for it allies from other classes. We leave empty-headed liberals to celebrate the reactionary subservience of the popular movement to the slave-holding class a century ago, as they celebrated the subservience of the popular movement to the capitalist Roosevelt demagoguery more recently. 576-7. For a suppressed chapter in the history of American capitalism, the destruction of Indian communal democracy 11, 1949. William F. Ward, George Novak. The capitalist rulers of the United States mounted the power through a series of violent struggles against pre-capitalist social forces. The first of these upheavals took place at the dawn of modern American history with the invasion of the Western Hemisphere by the nations of Western Europe and the conquest of the aboriginal inhabitants. The uprooting of the Indians played a significant part in clearing the way for bourgeois supremacy on this continent. However, the pages of the most learned historians contain little recognition and less understanding of this connection between the overthrow of Indian tribalism and the development of bourgeois society in America. As a rule, they regard the ousting and obliteration of the natives simply as an incident in the spread of the white man over the continent. They may condemn the treatment of the Indians as a lamentable blot on the historical record, but they do not see that it has any important bearing upon the formation of the United States. This conventional view of Indian-white relations is shared by conservative and liberal writers alike. In their classic liberal interpretation of the rise of American civilization, Charles and Mary Beard, for example, utterly fail to grasp the social significance of the wars against the Indians, making only scanty disconnected references to them. President Conant of Harvard has just supplied an instructive illustration of how far the Indian conquest has faded from the consciousness of bourgeois thinkers. During a speech at the NY Herald Tribune Forum in October 1948, Conant stated, "In the first place, this nation, unlike most others, has not evolved from a state founded on a military conquest. As a consequence, we have nowhere in our tradition the idea of an aristocracy descended from the 11 Ward 1949a and Ward 194 GB. This article has been slightly edited and abridged. 577. Conquerors and entitled to rule by right of birth. On the contrary, we have developed our greatness in a period in which a fluid society overran a rich and empty continent." Conant's speech summoned American educators to demonstrate in theoretical questions what American capitalism must prove in practice: the superiority of bourgeois ideas and methods over the alien importations of the philosophy based on the writings of Marx, Engels, and Lenin. The Harvard president insisted that not words, but facts must be the weapons to convince the youth and defeat Marxism. The passage we have cited will hardly promote that purpose, for it contains two serious misstatements of fact about early American history. In the first place, contrary to Conant's assertion, the bourgeois structure of this nation did evolve from a state founded on a military conquest. It was the conquest of the Indian tribes, not to speak of wars against the Spanish, Dutch, and French, which gave England and her colonists mastery of North America. Secondly, although North America in colonial times was far more thinly populated than Europe or Asia, it was scarcely empty of inhabitants. In order to occupy and overrun the continent, the pioneers first had to empty the land of its original possessors. The founders of Harvard could tell its present head many tales of the difficulties involved in this task. What are the reasons for this extraordinary blind spot of the bourgeois historians and those who, like Conant, push to the extreme their preconceptions of our national origins? There is, first of all, the weight of tradition. Historians continue to treat the Indians with the same disdain and lack of comprehension that their forefathers manifested in real life. The pioneers looked upon the Indians as little more than obnoxious obstacles in the path of their advancement who had to be cleared away by any means and at all costs. The English colonists rid their settlements of Indians as ruthlessly as they cleared the lands of trees and wild animals. They placed the Indian varmints and serpents on the same level as wild beasts. In early New England, bounties were paid for Indian scalps as today they are awarded for the tails of predatory animals. What their attitude is. The contemporary professors do not know how to fit the Indians, and the facts of their dispossession and disappearance, into their schemes of interpretation any more than the pioneers were able to absorb them into bourgeois society. The government's final solution of the Indian problem has been to segregate. 578-7. The survivors in reservations, an American equivalent of the European concentration camps and the African compounds. The historians dispose of the Indians by also setting them off to one side, in a special category completely detached from the main course of American historical development. Indeed, because of their unconscious and narrow class outlook, the bourgeois historians, on the whole, are hardly aware that the fate of the Indians presents any problem. They assume that private property must be the normal foundation of any good society. And so, the annihilation of Indian collectivism by the white conquerors for the sake of private property seems so much in the nature of things as to require no explanation. But there is more involved than inertia or indifference. Freud has explained individual lapses of memory by an unconscious wish to hide from what is shameful, fearful, socially unacceptable. Where a social lapse of memory occurs, a similar mechanism and similar motives for suppression are often at work, especially where representatives of ruling classes engage in systematic forgetfulness. That is the case here. The abominable treatment of the Indians is extremely unpleasant to contemplate, and equally unpleasant to explain. At the bottom of their censorship lies the bourgeois attitude toward the communal character of Indian life. The bourgeois mind finds communism in any form so contrary to its values, so abhorrent and abnormal, that it recoils from its manifestations and instinctively strives to bury recollections of their existence. In any event, the run-of-the-mill historian feels little impulse to examine and explain primitive communism, although it was the cradle of humanity and, in particular, formed a starting point of modern American history. Even contemporary writers sympathetic to the Indians, such as Oliver Lafarge, go out of their way to deny that the basic institutions of the Indians can be termed communistic even while offering evidence to the contrary. The source of life, the land, and its products, they, the Indians, owned in common, writes Lafarge in As Long as the Grass Shall Grow, loose talkers have called this communism. It is not. Here is a striking example of how deep anti-communist prejudice runs. Class calculation reinforces this tendency toward suppression. An understanding of the customs of the Indians and the reasons for their extinction may raise doubts about the eternity of private property and the standards of bourgeois life. Such knowledge spread among an enlightened people may be dangerous to the ruling ideas of the ruling class. Does it not indicate that, at least so far as the past is concerned, communism is not quite so alien to American soil as it is pictured by the witch hunters? Thus the expunging of the real facts about the Indians from historical memory today is no more accidental than was their physical elimination yesterday. 579. Both have their ultimate source in the promotion of the material interests of the owners of private property and the champions of free enterprise. Economic causes behind clash of Indian tribalism and European civilization. Modern American society did not originate on unencumbered soil in the pure and painless way pictured by Harvard's President Conant. It arose from the disintegration and ruin of two ancient societies, European feudalism and primitive American communism. Its birth was attended by two violent social conflicts. One was the struggle between the feudal order and the rising forces of capitalism in the Old World. The other was the collision between Indian tribalism and European civilization, which resulted in the breakup of the Indian way of life as a prelude to the establishment of the bourgeois regime in North America. The historians center their attention on the first process, and it is easy to understand why. Modern American society is the offspring of European civilization. Its foundations rest upon a whole series of alien importations from across the Atlantic. The contributions of the Indians in the making of modern America were not on the same scale and belonged to a different order. But this is no warrant for discounting them as a negligible factor in the peculiar evolution of the American nation. Cast in the minor role of a villainous opposition, the Indian has nevertheless played an important part in the first acts of our national development. For several centuries American events were conditioned by the struggle against the Indian tribes. The European civilization transplanted to the New World grew at the direct expense of Indian life. Let us see why this was so. In the Indian and the European, ancient society and modern civilization confronted each other and engaged in an unequal test of strength. Over thousands of years the Indians had worked out ways and means of living admirably suited to the North American wilderness. The Indian community. The North American Indians were organized in hundreds of thinly dispersed tribes, numbering from a few score to a few thousand people, bound together by ties of blood kinship. Each of these tiny tribes constituted a self-sufficing economic unit. They were far more directly and firmly attached to their nat. 587. Ural habitats than to one another. The split-up bands had little unity of action or power of resistance against enemies like the white man. They were easily pitted against one another, since, despite an identity of social structure and institutions, they had no strong bonds of mutual interest. The sparseness and separation of the Indian population resulted from their method of producing the necessities of life. Although there was considerable diversity of conditions from tribe to tribe and from region to region, their basic economic features were remarkably uniform. Except along the seashores, most of the North American tribes lived mainly by hunting wild animals such as the deer and buffalo. Fishing, fowling, berry picking and farming were important but accessory sources of subsistence. Every type of social organization has laws of population and population growth corresponding to its mode of production. It has been estimated that 3 square miles of hunting ground were required to sustain each Indian. This imposed narrow limits on the size of the Indian population. Each tribe had to occupy sizable areas to support its members. The Iroquois sometimes traveled hundreds of miles on their hunting expeditions. The segmentation of the Indians into hundreds of petty tribal units and their slow but persistent expansion over the entire Western world had arisen from the inability of foraging and hunting economy to sustain many people on a given area. This was likewise the main cause for the warfare between neighboring tribes and for the Indians' unyielding defense of their hunting and fishing grounds against invaders. The only ways to overcome the restrictions inherent in hunting economy were through the development of stock raising or agriculture, a shift from food collecting to food producing. But unlike the Asiatics and Europeans, the Indians of North America domesticated no animals except the dog and the turkey. They had no horses, cattle, swine, or sheep. The Indians, that is, the Indian women who did the work, proved to be outstanding agriculturists. They had domesticated over 40 useful plants, among them maize, tobacco, potatoes, tomatoes, peanuts, beans, and others that then and later had considerable economic importance. Agriculture based on maize production gave birth to the various grades of village Indians and made possible the more concentrated populations and brilliant achievements of Maya and Aztec cultures. But Indian progress in agriculture became stymied by insurmountable technological barriers. The Indians derived their meat and clothing from wild game, not from tamed and tended animals. They did not invent the wheel or the axle, they did not know iron or how to smelt it. Their implements were mostly made of stone, wood, bone, and fiber. Without draft animals and iron, it was impossible to develop the plow or even an efficient and durable hoe. 581. The whites, however, bore with them all the means for advanced agriculture accumulated since the invention of the animal-drawn plow. These improved implements and methods of cultivation were the stepping stones by which Europe had approached capitalism. But along with superior tools and techniques of production, the Europeans brought their correspondingly different property forms and relations. Although the Indians possessed personal property, they were unfamiliar with private property in the means of production, or even in the distribution of the means of subsistence. They carried on their principal activities, hunting, fishing, cultivating, homemaking and warfare, in a collective manner. The product of their labors was more or less equally shared among all members of the tribe. The Indians and the land. Above all, the North American Indians knew no such thing as private property in land, which is the basis of all other kinds of private ownership in the means of production. The very idea that ancestral lands from which they drew their sustenance could be taken from the people, become mere article of commerce, and be bought and sold was inconceivable, fantastic, and abhorrent to the Indian. Even when Indians were given money or goods for a title to their lands, They could not believe that this transaction involved the right to deprive them of their use forever. "The earth is like fire and water, that cannot be sold," said the Omahas. The Shawnee chief Tecumseh, who sought to combine all the Indians from Canada to Florida against the encroachment of the whites upon their hunting grounds, exclaimed, "Sell land. As well sell air and water." The Great Spirit gave them in common to all. The intruders looked upon the newfound lands and their occupants through the eyes of a civilization founded on opposite premises. To them it was natural to convert everything into private property and thereby exclude the rest of humanity from its use and enjoyment. The conquerors maintained that whatever existed in the New World, or came out of it, was to be vested either in an individual or a power separate and distinct from the community or towering above it, like the monarchy, the state or the church. 582-7. The outlook of the Europeans. They did not exempt human beings from this process. The invaders seized not only the land but its inhabitants and sought, wherever they could, to convert the Indians into their private possessions as chattel slaves. Those who were driven across the Atlantic by religious and political persecution were a minority. For the majority, the lust for aggrandizement and the greed for personal gain were among the prime passions actuating the Europeans. It was these material motives, more powerful than wind or wave, that propelled the first Europeans overseas and then inevitably brought them into collision with the aboriginal inhabitants. The conquerors came as robbers and enslavers, they stayed as colonizers and traders. America had belonged to the Indian tribes both by hereditary right and by life and death need to maintain themselves and perpetuate their kind upon the tribal territories. But the tribes wanted to hold the land for different purposes and on different terms than the whites. The Europeans aimed to acquire the land for themselves or for some sovereign or noble who held title for their country. The newcomers needed land, not simply for hunting, trapping and fishing, but for extensive agriculture, for lumbering, for settlements and trading centers, for commerce and manufacture, in a phrase, for private exploitation on an expanding scale. Thus, regardless of their wishes, the Indians and Europeans were sharply counterposed to each other by virtue of their contradictory economic needs and aims. The Indian could maintain his economy with its primitive communistic institutions and customs, its crude division of labor between the sexes and its tribal ties of blood kinship only by keeping the white men at bay. The newcomers could plant their settlements and expand their economic activities only by pressing upon the Indian tribes and snatching their territories. This antagonism, flowing from their diametrically opposing systems of production, governed the dealings between red men and white from their first contacts. The ways and means by which the natives were enslaved, dispossessed, and exterminated cannot be set forth here in detail. The pattern of robbery, violence, debauchery, and trickery was fixed by the Spaniards as early as the landings of Columbus. In their lust for gold, Columbus and his men depopulated Hispaniola. Through overwork, abuse, starvation, despair and disease, the original population of the island dwindled from 301,000 in 1492 to an actual count of 60,000 in 1508. Only a remnant of 500 survived by 1548. 583. The overthrow of the Indians. The same story was repeated on the mainland of North America time and again during the next 200 years by the Dutch, English, French and Americans. The Indian Wars in New England demonstrated how ruthless and irreconcilable was the conflict between the opposing social forces. While the first colonists in Massachusetts were busy securing a foothold, Indian neighbors established friendly and helpful ties with them. They gave the Pilgrims food in time of distress, taught them how to raise maize and tobacco and how to cope with the forest and its wildlife. But the divines who enjoined the Puritans not to covet their neighbors' wives taught otherwise about the Indian hunting grounds. These religious and political leaders insisted that all land not actually occupied and cultivated belonged, not to the Indians, but to the Massachusetts Bay Colony which they controlled. Roger Williams was tried and banished from Massachusetts in 1635 because he declared that the natives are the true owners of the land. his heretical views on the land question were condemned as no less dangerous than his unorthodox religious opinions. The New England colonists annexed the tribal lands by waging wars of extermination against the natives over the next 80 years, beginning with the Pequot War in the Connecticut Valley in 1643 and concluding with the expulsion of the Abenakis from the Maine and New Hampshire coasts in 1722. The fiercest of these conflicts, King Philip's War, 1675 to 1678, was directly provoked by the struggle over the land. The increase in white population in the Connecticut Valley from 22,500 in 1640 to 52,000 in 1675 whetted the land hunger of the settlers at the same time that it threatened to engulf the Indian hunting grounds. This combat to the death continued until the last frontier was settled and the choicest lands seized. The roster of massacres of Indian men, women, and children extends from the Great Swamp Massacre of 1696 in Rhode Island through the killing of the friendly Christian Indians at Wyoming, Pennsylvania, when the Republic was young, on through the friendly Arapapas of Arizona, the winter camp of the Colorado Cheyennes, to the final dreadful spectacle of Wounded Knee in the year 1890, writes Oliver Lafarge. That is how America was taken from the Indians. The transformation of Indian life. Before the white conquerors eradicated Indian society, the Indians passed through an intermediate stage in which their customary relations were 584-7 considerably altered. The acquisition of horses and firearms from the Europeans opened up the prairies to the Indians in the interior by enabling them to range far more widely and effectively in hunting buffalo and deer. But the ensuing changes in the lives of the Plains tribes were accomplished by their independent efforts without direct intervention by the whites and within the framework of their ancient institutions. The fur trade with the whites had quite different and damaging effects upon Indian life. The fur trade early became one of the most profitable and far-flung branches of commerce between North America and Europe. The fur factors, hunters, and trappers served as agents of the rich merchants and big chartered monopolies, and acted as advance scouts of capitalist civilization. The Indians were first drawn into the orbit of capitalist commerce largely through extension of the fur trade. In the course of time the fur trading tribes embraced all the North American Indians except those in the extreme south and southwest. The growing interchange of products between the tribes and traders upset the relatively stable Indian existence. At first this exchange of goods lifted the living standards and increased the wealth and population of the Indians. An iron axe was better than a stone hatchet, a rifle better than a bow and arrow. But, as the fur trade expanded, its evil consequences more and more asserted themselves. The call for ever larger quantities of furs and skins by the wealthy classes here and abroad led to the rapid destruction of fur-bearing animals who reproduced too slowly to meet this demand. Indians without contact with white civilization were careful not to slaughter more animals than were needed for personal consumption. But once they trapped and hunted for the market, other incentives came into play. These drove the tribes whose hunting and fishing grounds approached exhaustion into bitter competition with adjoining tribes for control of the available supply. The new conditions produced bloody clashes between competing tribes as well as with the white men who sought possession of the hunting grounds for their own reasons. In trade and war, occupations which are not always easily distinguishable, the role of firearms proved decisive. The Indians could not manufacture or repair firearms, or make powder. They had to bargain with the white men for these and the other indispensable means of production and destruction upon which their lives and livelihoods came to depend. Various Indian tribes sought to defend themselves and their hunting grounds from relentless encroachment of the colonists by confederation or by allying themselves with one great power against another. They leagued with the French against the British against the French, the Spanish against 585. The British and the King against the Patriots. Later some southern tribes were to attach themselves to the Confederacy against the Union. A hopeless struggle. Although the Indians fought with unexampled courage and tenacity, neither heroic sacrifices nor unequal and unstable alliances could save them. They lacked the numbers, the organization, and above all the productive capacity for carrying on sustained warfare. Neither singly nor in combination could the natives do more than delay the onward march of their white adversaries. Their history is essentially a record of one long retreat across the continent under the onslaught of the conquerors. The French had more harmonious relations with the Indians than the English, primarily because of differences in their economic aims and activities. Except for the Quebec habitants, the French were mainly engaged in hunting and trading. They did not covet the Indian lands but sought to maintain favorable trade relations with the tribes. Behind the English hunters and traders swarmed the solid ranks of colonizers, farmers, planters, speculators, and landlords who wanted the Indian hunting grounds for their own property. This contrast was emphasized by Duquesne when he tried to win the Iroquois from their friendship with Britain. The Frenchman told them, "Are you ignorant of the difference between the King of England and the King of France? Go see the forts our king has established and you will see that you can still hunt under their very walls. They have been placed for your advantage in places which you frequent. The English, on the contrary, are no sooner in possession of a place than the game is driven away. The forest falls before them as they advance and the soil is laid bare, so that you can scarce find the wherewithal to erect shelter for the night." The incompatibility of the hunting economy with advancing agriculture also became a major source of division between the American colonists and the English government. King George's proclamation of 1763 forbade loyal governors to grant land or titles beyond the Alleghenies or private persons to buy land from the Indians. This Quebec Act, designed to monopolize the fur trade for the English and contain colonial settlement on the coastal side of the Allegheny Mountains, imparted a powerful stimulant to colonial revolt. The height of the onslaught against the Indians was attained when the capitalists took complete command of the government. The 3 decades following the Civil War have been correctly called by the historian Bancroft the history 586-7 of aboriginal extermination. The Civil War generals turned from battle against the slaveholders to consummate the conquest of the Indians in the West. General Halleck urged that the Apaches be hunted and exterminated, and General Sheridan uttered his notorious remark, "There are no good Indians but dead Indians." The attitude toward the Indians was bluntly expressed by the Commissioner of Indian Affairs in his report to Congress in 1870, when treating with savage men as with savage beasts, no question of national honor can arise. Whether to fight, to run away, or to employ a ruse, is only a question of expediency. Capitalist civilization could not stop halfway at reconstructing Indian life and subordinating it to its needs. With the expansion of settlement, the colonists kept pushing the red men westward, hemming in their living space, violating agreements with them, taking over more and more of their territories. The late 19th century witnessed the final mopping up operations by which the Indians were deprived of their lives, their lands, and their independence. The few 100,000 survivors were then imprisoned in reservations under government guard. Defrauding the vanquished. Victimization of the Indians did not cease even after they had been reduced to an impotent remnant on the reservations. Lands which had not been seized by force were thereafter stolen by fraud. Through the land allotment system, the Bureau of Indian Affairs generously gave a small piece of the tribal lands to each Indian, declared the remainder surplus, and sold or allotted it to the whites. Thus the last of the communal lands, with some exceptions, were broken up and absorbed into the system of private property and free enterprise. The insuperable opposition between the two social systems was equally evident on the side of the Indians in their determination to preserve their established ways. There were no lack of attempts, for example, to enslave the natives. But they defended their freedom as fiercely as their lands. The Indians could not suffer servitude. Such a condition was repugnant to their habits, feelings, and productive activities. The Indian warriors resisted to the death any reversal in their status and occupations, sickened in captivity, refused to reproduce and died off. They could not be broken on the will of slave agriculture. It has always been a difficult and protracted job to reshape human material molded by one social system into the labor conditions of another, especially when this involves a degradation in status. Moreover, as the experience of the 587 Spaniards with the Indians below the Rio Grande testifies, it is easier to transform cultivators of the soil into slaves than to subjugate hunting peoples. The same attachment to their roving hunting life which induced the Indians to oppose enslavement led them to reject and withstand assimilation while so many other races were being mixed in the great American melting pot. The Indian tribe was indissolubly united with its home territory. The areas which provided food, clothing, and shelter formed the center and circumference of their actions, emotions and thoughts. Their religious ideas and ceremonies were bound up with the places associated with their ancestors. To sever the Indians from these lands was to shatter the foundation of their lives. The Indians either had to remain aloof from white civilization or else remake themselves from top to bottom in the image of their enemy. The latter course involved forfeiting their cherished traditions and traits and converting themselves and their children into human beings of a strange and different type. This leap across the ages could be taken by scattered individuals but not by whole, tribal communities. The fate of the Cherokees. Even where they attempted to absorb civilization bit by bit, the white men did not permit the Indians to avoid corruption or extinction. The Indians found that they could not borrow part of the alien culture without swallowing the rest, the evil with the good. They could not modify their communal culture with the attributes of civilization and preserve its foundations intact. The most conclusive proof was given by the fate of the Cherokees, one of the 5 civilized tribes. The Cherokees, who inhabited the southern Alleghenies and were one of the largest tribes in the United States, went the furthest in acquiring the ways of the white man. In the early decades of the 19th century, the Cherokees transformed themselves into flourishing and skillful stock raisers, farmers, traders, and even slave owners. They amassed considerable wealth, created an alphabet and formed a government modeled upon that of the United States. However, they took these steps without discarding communal ownership of the lands which had been guaranteed to them forever in 1798 by the federal government. Thus the Cherokee Nation stood out like an irritating foreign body within Southern society. The Southern whites were resolved to bring the Cherokees under the sway of private property in land and the centralized state power. Under their pressure, federal troops forced the Cherokees from their homes and deported them en masse. Their lands were distributed by lottery to the whites. 588-7. Even after the Cherokees resettled on the Indian Territory in Oklahoma, they could not keep undisturbed possession of their lands and customs. The Bureau of Indian Affairs inflicted the vicious land allotment system upon them, whereby the tribal territories were cut into individual lots and placed upon the free market. The government changed the mode of inheritance along with the system of land holding by decreeing that property should henceforth descend through the father's offspring instead of the mother's. This capped the process of despoiling the tribe of its lands and its rights and overthrowing the basic ancestral institutions of the community. Private property, patrilineal inheritance, and the centralized oppressive state displaced communal property, the matriarchal family and tribal democracy. The American Ethnology Bureau reported in 1883 that the Cherokees felt that they were, as a nation, being slowly but surely compressed within the contracting coils of the giant anaconda of civilization, yet they held to the vain hope that a spirit of justice and mercy would be born of their helpless condition which would finally prevail in their favor. Their hope was vain. The giant anaconda of civilization crushed its prey and swallowed it. By such food has American capitalism grown to its present strength and stature. The bearers of capitalism introduced on North American soil the cleavages and conflicts between master and slave, exploiters and exploited, idlers and toilers, rich and poor, which have flourished ever since. Alongside the degradation and suppression of the Indians by the whites, there developed profound antagonisms between diverse sections of the new society. Since the planting of the first colonies, white America has never been without privileged possessing classes at its head. In colonial days the masses were dominated by aristocrats of birth and money, after the War of Independence, by northern capitalists and southern slaveholders, since the Civil War, by millionaires and billionaires. These ruling minorities have all elevated themselves above the common people, not to speak of outcasts like foreign immigrants, Negroes, Latin Americans, and Orientals, and subordinated to their narrow class interests whatever democratic institutions the people have acquired. This darker side, of the social transformation wrought by the impact of European civilization upon ancient America is usually passed by in silence, or at least slurred over without explanation, by bourgeois historians. Yet the emergence of class stratifications formed one of the essential lines of demarcation between Indian collectivism and white society. 589. Fountain spring of white supremacy. The disdain of the Anglo-Saxon conqueror can be discerned in the dismissal of the existence and struggles of the Indians. What is this but an unconscious, and thereby all the more meaningful, evidence of that racial arrogance and antipathy which induces white scholars to disparage the real role of the colored races in American history? This comes from that white supremacy prejudice which American palefaces have for centuries aimed not only against the red races but against the black and yellow. Bourgeois scholars distort and deny the distinguishing traits of tribal equalitarian, the truly democratic nature of Indian institutions and of the whole net of social relations stemming from primitive communism, just as they suppress the motives for the destruction of the system. Both cast discredit on the bourgeois past. Despite their backwardness in other respects, far more genuine democracy prevailed among the Indians than among their successors. Village and camp were administered by elected councils of elders. The tribes discussed and decided all important issues in common. Military leaders and sachems were chosen for outstanding talents and deeds, not for their wealth and birth. Even where chieftainship was hereditary, the chiefs could not exercise arbitrary authority or command obedience without consent of the community. Military service was voluntary. The Indians knew no such coercive institutions of modern civilization as police, jails, courts, taxes, conscript or standing armies. The equalitarian and primitive humanism of Indian relations surpassed the proudest claims of bourgeois society. Mutual assistance was the watchword of the community. The tribe cared for all the aged, infirm, sick and young. Hospitality was a sacred obligation, and the Indian was considerably more generous toward the needy and the stranger than the bourgeois who scorned him as inferior. So paramount was this law of hospitality that even an enemy who came without threats had to be given food and shelter. William Bartram, the naturalist, noted in 1791 that the Creeks had a common granary made up of voluntary contributions, to which every citizen has the right of free and equal access when his own private stores are consumed, to serve as a surplus to fly to for succor, to assist neighboring towns whose crops may have failed, accommodate strangers and travelers, afford provisions or supplies when they go forth on hostile expeditions, etc. In his description of the Indians of the United States, Clark Whistler, Dean of the Scientific Staff of the American Museum of Natural History and an outstanding authority on Indian life, writes that the Indian was not really a communist, but he was liberal with food. So long as he had food, he was expec. 597. Ted to share it. This is a typical effort to obscure the communist character of Indian customs. The bourgeois scientist cannot refrain from trying to convert the Indian into a philanthropic liberal, whereas the habit of sharing possessions with others was an integral aspect of their primitive communist mode of life. Anyone in the tribe, for example, could borrow without permission the belongings of another, and return them without thanks. There were no debtors or creditors where private property and money were absent. William Penn wrote, "Give them a fine gun, coat, or any other thing, it may pass 20 hands before it sticks. Wealth circulateth like the blood, all parts partake, and none shall want what another hath." How this tribal solidarity was broken up by civilization can be seen from the following petition by the Mohegan Indians to the Connecticut State Assembly in 1789. Yes, the times have turned everything upside down. In times past our forefathers lived in peace, love, and great harmony, and had everything in great plenty. They had no contention about their lands, it lay in common to them all, and they had but one large dish and they could all eat together in peace and love, but alas, it is not so now. All our fishing, hunting, and fowling is entirely gone, and we have now begun to work on our land, keep cattle, horses, and hogs, and we build houses and fence in lots, and now we plainly see that one dish and one fire will not do any longer for us, some few that are stronger than others, and they will keep off the poor, weak, the halt and the blind, and will take the dish to themselves. Poor widows and orphans must be pushed to one side, and there they must sit a-crying, starving and die. This pathetic petition concludes with a plea that our dish of succotish may be equally divided amongst us, if it had to be divided. To this day the traditions of communal equality are so ingrained among Indians uncontaminated by civilization that they put capitalist society to shame. Recently, when oil was found on lands allotted to Jicarilla Indians in northern New Mexico, the individual owners could have legally insisted upon taking the entire income for themselves. This would have meant riches for a few and nothing for the others. However, after deliberation in council, all the Indians made over their mineral rights to the tribe so that whatever was gained should be applied to the good of the whole people. How remote are these backward Apaches from the standards of bourgeois moralists? 591. Perplexing Christian double standards. The Indians found incomprehensible many traits of the whites: their disregard of pledges considered inviolate by the native, their fondness for indoor life, their intolerance of other people's ways, their lust for material possessions and money, etc. As primitive hunters and warriors, the Indians were accustomed to slay not only wild game but rivals who interfered with their essential activities. These customs were justified and sanctified by their religious beliefs. But they could not understand the duplicity of Christians who preached peace and goodwill and yet waged relentless war upon them. The Indian was repelled by the inhumanity displayed by members of the same white community toward each other, the heartless egotism which flowed from class society and bourgeois anarchy. There was greater equality in work and play, in distribution and enjoyment of goods, in social intercourse and status among the Indians than among the whites. Every member of the tribe shared alike in good times or in bad, in feast or in famine, in war as in peace. No one went hungry while a few had more than enough to eat. This spirit of equality extended to women, children, and even to those war captives adopted into the clan and tribe. Women not only stood on an equal footing, but sometimes exercised superior authority. The Indian elders rarely abused or whipped their children. There was no servant class, and therefore no masters. The forms of society which displaced Indian tribalism surpassed it in a great many respects, but, we repeat, they were never more equalitarian. The American natives lacked many things known to the white man, but they did not suffer from a ruling aristocracy of birth or wealth. The institution of aristocracy in general is bound up with the growth of property and the concentration of wealth in private hands, and, these were indeed alien importations of white civilization. Property's price. The contrast between the contending cultures was most sharply expressed in their attitudes toward the acquisition of private wealth. The passion for property had hardly awakened among the Indians. On the other hand, the quest for riches was the most powerful driving force of the new society, the principal source of its evils and the most conspicuous trait of its outstanding representatives. The precious metals were the quintessence of wealth, prestige, and power in 592-7. Europe and the Holy Grail of the pioneer explorers in the age of geographical discovery. In a letter written to Ferdinand and Isabella from Jamaica in 1503, Columbus rhapsodized, "Gold is a wonderful thing. Whoever owns it is lord of all he wants. With gold it is even possible to open for souls a way to paradise." Imagine his astonishment when the Haitians, who used the metal for ornament but not for money, freely handed over gold to the Spaniards in exchange for trinkets. This served only to inflame their greed. After stripping the natives of the gold they possessed, Columbus and his men drove them to forced labor for more. But the Caribbeans did not yield their liberty as readily as their gold. These chattel slaves were worked to death. So terrible was their life that they were driven to mass suicide, to mass infanticide, to mass abstinence from sexual life in order that children should not be born into horror. Lethal epidemics followed upon the will to die. The murders and desolations exceeded those of the most pitiless tyrants of earlier history, nor have they been surpassed since. Indians of the Americas, by John Collier, p. 57. The Aztec chief Coyotil thought that the Spaniards were troubled with a disease of the heart, for which gold was the specific remedy. What this naive Aztec diagnosed as a disease was really the normal mode of behavior of the white invaders. As the subsequent conquests of Mexico and Peru demonstrated, nothing sufficed to quench their thirst for the precious metals. Although Sir Walter Raleigh and other English colonizers hoped to emulate Cortés and the Pizarros, they found no ancient civilizations on the North Atlantic coasts to plunder. Their conquest of the Indians, although inspired by similar sordid motives, was conducted along somewhat different lines. The traders cheated and debauched the natives, the settlers seized their hunting grounds and massacred the tribes, the governments incited one band of Indians against another while destroying the rights and freedom of all. This despoiling of the Indians by the whites dominates the entire historical record, from the first settlements in Virginia to the recent attempt by the Montana Power and Light Company to deprive the Flathead Indians of their territorial rights. Belonging as they did to incompatible levels of social existence, both the Indians and whites found it impossible to reach any mutual understanding for any length of time. The Indians, baffled by the behavior of these strange creatures from another world, could not fathom their motives. Not only the Aztecs but the North American tribes had to pass through many cruel experiences before they realized how implacable were the aggressions of the whites, and then it was too late. They may be excused for their lack of comprehension. 593. But the same cannot be said of bourgeois historians of our own day who still fail to understand them after the fact. The founders of the capitalist regime in North America had a double mission to perform. One was to subdue or eliminate whatever pre-capitalist social forms and forces existed or sprang up on the continent. The other was to construct the material requirements for bourgeois civilization. The destructive and creative aspects of this process went hand in hand. The extirpation of the Indian tribes was needed to clear the ground for the foundations of the projected new society. The overthrow of the Indians had contradictory effects upon the subsequent development of American life. The installation of private property in land and the widening exchange of agricultural products at home and in the world market provided the economic basis and incentives for the rapid growth of colonization, agriculture, commerce, craftsmanship, cities, and the accumulation of wealth. These conditions fashioned and fostered the virile native forces which prepared LLD carried through the second great upheaval in American history, the colonists' revolt against England. The rise of the English colonies in North America and their successful strivings for unhampered development form one of the most celebrated chapters in modern history. But an all-sided review of the process must note that a price was paid for these achievements, especially in the sphere of social relations. 594. 5 W.E.B. Du Bois and his work 12. 1950. William Gonnan. 7. As he approaches 82, no higher tribute can be paid William Edward Burghard Du Bois than that it is impossible to seriously consider the Negro in America without being confronted by his name at every turn. Journalist, research scholar, sociologist, historian, novelist, pamphleteer, educator, his evolution intertwines so completely with that of the Negro people since the Civil War that his individual portrait is the collective portrait of the Negro intelligentsia in 20th century America. Du Bois is not unaware of this. His autobiography, Dusk of Dawn, is appropriately subtitled An Autobiography of a Race Concept. We propose to relate the successive stages of Du Bois' conceptions not only to the clash of American capital and labor in general, but also to Du Bois' more direct relationship to petty bourgeois liberalism on the one hand, and the struggles of the Negro masses on the other. Du Bois was educated at Harvard and at Berlin. In Berlin, as he himself relates, he was influenced by the professorial socialism of the German universities, a part of that emasculation of Marxism associated with the name of Edward Bernstein. This had a permanent effect on his thought. When he returned to the United States, strikes, unemployment marches, and the meteoric rise of the Populist Party were sweeping the country. The radical American intelligentsia expressed a growing disbelief in that mythology which declared free enterprise, chosen by fate to remake and rule America, as the crowning triumph of American history. The presumed natural basis of the plutocrat's rule, individualistic adaptation of Darwinism, Herbert Spencer's survival of the fittest, proved vulnerable to the class conflicts produced by the very growth of capital. After the defeat of the Populists in the election of 1896, the scene shifted to the hard-pressed middle classes of the cities. Social work and an ameliorative sociology made their appearance hand in hand. With the 12 Gorman 1950. 595. Controlled experiment as method and moral welfare of society as principle, this early 20th century critical intelligence appropriated the method of the natural sciences to bolster evolutionary reformism. Du Bois as sociologist. In An American Dilemma, Myrdal declares it is merely a historical accident that Du Bois' sociological writings of the early 1900s sound so much more modern than white writings. The reason for this, says Myrdal, is that the Negro writers constantly have proceeded on the assumption, later formulated by Du Bois, that the Negro in America and in general is an average and ordinary human being. This assumption is now, but was not a couple of decades ago, the assumption of white writers. It is mainly this historical accident why, for example, Du Bois' study of the Philadelphia Negro community published in the 90s stands out even today as a valuable contribution, while white authors have been compelled to retreat from the writings of earlier decades. Myrdal misstates the whole case. Not only is Du Bois' sociology of the Negro superior to similar works by white authors of that period, there is no single body of American sociology on any subject during that period which, for seriousness, thoroughness and extensiveness, can compare with Du Bois' Philadelphia Negro and his annual Atlanta studies on the Negro as farmer, artisan, businessman, etc. It was because of the objective conditions of the Negro that Du Bois, intellectually a product of this period, seized upon sociology with such inherent belief and urgency. If the new theme of the social sciences, indeed their very creation, was premised upon the recognition of individuals as being constituent parts of a social entity, such compact communities as the Negro ghetto and Black Belt were crying for study. Despite its affinity for reform, the prevailing theory of social Darwinism did not refute the ideology of racism. The Negro was outside its vision. Du Bois therefore extended the whole range of social inquiry in America. Another work of this period was Du Bois' suppression of the African slave trade. Written fully 15 years before Charles Beard's An Economic Interpretation of the Constitution of the United States, this is one of the pioneer applications in the United States of economic analysis to historic phenomena. The development of Southern slavery has heretofore been viewed so exclusively. 596-7. From the social and ethical standpoint that we are apt to forget its close and indissoluble connection with the cotton market. The Du Bois-Washington dispute. Frederick Douglass preceded Booker T. Washington in pressing forward the need for industrial training for Negroes. Du Bois himself applauded Washington's famous Atlanta speech in 1895 for segregated equality. In the subsequent decade, developments within the Negro and non-Negro world began to play havoc with this program. The Negro migrations northward speeded the growth of the ghetto. These highly urban concentrations of misery marked both the beginning of the Negro's migration into industry and the birth of a professional class far removed from the southern hinterland. Outside the ghetto, the radicalization of the middle classes and of labor was evidenced by hundreds of thousands of socialist votes in the 1904 elections. The heretofore excluded unskilled workers were finding expression in the new industrial workers of the world. The futility of Washington's philosophy was becoming evident even in the rural South. According to him, the education of the Negro sharecropper and tenant farmer in scientific agriculture would be the means of creating an independent Negro peasantry equal to the white rural middle classes in America. But precisely the scientific revolution in agriculture, The rationalized exploitation of the soil, the growth of capital investment in farming, increases the pauperization of the small agricultural producer. The expansion of capitalism, therefore, strengthened the remnants of feudalism on the southern countryside. Du Bois, both as acute sociologist and sensitive observer of the Negro's fate, recorded some of his impressions in Souls of Black Folk. Moreover, he engaged in a thorough study of an Alabama Negro farm area in 1906 at the behest of the United States Commissioner of Labor. It was paid for, but never published, on the grounds that it touched on political matters. No wonder, for by 1910 official statistics reported 75.3% of the Southern Negro farmers were tenants and sharecroppers. Not Du Bois, but Monroe Trotter and his Boston Guardian began the attack on Booker T. Washington. Du Bois was at this time preoccupied with sociology, with placing the facts at the disposal of the powers that be. But Washington's setting up of a Negro ghost government at Tuskegee to control the Negroes on behalf of capital provoked increasing opposition from the new Negro intelligentsia, Du Bois included. The Atlanta riot in 1906 and the Tuskegee dictatorship ripped apart Du Bois' belief that the Negro was a concrete group. 597. Of living beings artificially set off by themselves and capable of almost laboratory experiments. The Talented Tenth and its program. Du Bois conceived that the intense political activity in the United States between 1892 and 1912 placed the Negro electorate in a decisive position. To parliamentary democracy he attributed a miraculous power: with the right to vote goes everything, freedom, manhood, the honor of your wives, the chastity of your daughters, the right to work, and the chance to rise. Hand in hand with these miraculous powers of the ballot went his conception of a talented tenth which would uplift the illiterate and poverty-stricken Negro mass to the level of an advanced world. In Du Bois' Philadelphia Negro, 1899, this conception is already established. He writes that the Negro upper class forms the realized idea of the group. And Du Bois finds his precedent: after a series of riots and repressions culminating in 1840, the Philadelphia Negroes were in a desperate situation. New European immigrants were pressing them against the wall economically. It was at this time that there arose to prominence and power as remarkable a trade guild as ever ruled a medieval city. It took complete leadership of the bewildered group of Negroes and led them steadily on to a degree of affluence, culture, and respect such as has probably never been surpassed in the history of the Negro in America. This leadership, according to Du Bois, consisted of Southern house servants who evolved into a caterers' guild in Philadelphia. Such a narrow craft conception of leadership was possible in the 19th century, but was out of step with reality at the beginning of the industrial 20th. The fetishism of education, which has always been strong in the US, experienced a very particular revival at the turn of the century. Around this time John Dewey's notion of applied scientific intelligence was brought forward to revolutionize formal schooling. The classroom was to be a model society, and worse, society was considered a model classroom. According to Dewey, Veblen, Parrington, Beard, leadership of the offensive against monopoly capitalism was now to emanate from the academy. Du Bois' talented tenth was no mere imitation of this doctrine of progressivism, but a natural exaggeration rooted in the extreme conditions of Negro life. In order to ensure the most painless integration of the Negro into industry, Booker T. Washington had emphasized manual labor training. The Negro intelligentsia's attack on Washington, and implicitly on Andrew came. 598-7. GIE and other industrialists supporting the Tuskegee idea, was the self-defense of their very being. The most obvious characteristic of the Negro upper class, then even more than now, is that it parallels the white middle class rather than the capitalist rulers who control production. As a result, the educational level of the Negro professional is far higher than his occupational or income level. One result of this excruciating disparity is self-consciousness, self-idealization, an ideological yearning and reaching out to a future of higher status and social achievement. The Negro intelligentsia in northern cities was excluded from serving bourgeois society. It was isolated from the Negro majority living on the southern countryside. It was also isolated from the Negroes in the urban ghetto. Thus the notion of a talented tenth with a historical mission and exalted function was felt necessary to fill this painful vacuum in Negro and Negro-American class relations. Du Bois' Souls of Black Folk, a product of this period, is widely celebrated to this day. The isolation of the Negro intelligentsia lent a stylistic power and passion, tempered and lyrical to these essays. North and South, the post-Civil War counter-revolution was the supreme fact in American Negro life. Lynching was an open wound. Between 1885 and 1894 the murder of 1,700 Negroes was a tragically accurate index to the degree of Southern barbarism. Du Bois on the fate of the Southern Negro peasantry reads like the writings of the great Russian intellectuals isolated in a backward, peasant subcontinent and jailed in the vast darkness of Tsarism, prior to the rise of the Russian proletariat. However deep its historical roots, the talented tenth remains a conception of limiting, restraining, and subordinating the Negro masses. Pleading for higher education of the Negro, Du Bois warned that only in this way could demagogic leadership of the Negro masses be avoided. No sooner did there arise a Negro proletariat, integrated into American labor by the mechanism of capitalist production, than the Du Bois-Washington dispute was altogether transcended. The talented tenth did not serve to release and guide these new energies, it fettered them, it substituted solidarity with liberal reformism for the specifically new forces and independent activities of the Negro masses. From sociology to history. In the German ideology Marx explains that the German bourgeoisie, having arrived late on the world scene, failed to destroy feudal vestiges, to achieve national unification or foreign conquest, and succeeded in triumphing only in 599. The shadow world of ideas. With due respect for all differences, a similar generalization might be made of the post-Civil War Negro. Nowhere in America was the gap between actuality and need so great. The very existence of the Negro ghetto and landless peasantry necessitated a vision of their negation through the destruction of that society which nurtured serfdom and a ghetto existence. If Du Bois programmatically was confined more or less to the limits set by white petty bourgeois liberalism, he could far transcend these limits in his historical works. His speech on Reconstruction before the American Historical Association in 1909, John Brown, and finally Black Reconstruction, each provided a greater sensation for an ever-growing audience. Myrdal and others today can appropriate Du Bois' sociology but not his history. His transition from sociology to history was not a mere transition in modes of thought or personal interest, it formed part of the blood and anguish of Du Bois' contemporaneity. The conflict with Booker T. Washington had deepened against Du Bois' own will. The 1906 Atlanta riot cast doubt upon the purposes and effects of his sociological investigations. The insurgency of the Negro intelligentsia required not only a symbolic visit to John Brown's grave, but an ideological pilgrimage to the Negro and the nation on the eve of civil war. Here were no controlled experiments conducted by a talented tenth. Most Americans had heard of Douglass, they knew of fugitive slaves, but of the living organized struggling group that made both these phenomena possible they had no conception. My italics. But John Brown knew better than anyone else that he embodied the insurrectionary spirit of the slave mass and was thereby essentially a Negro creation. Because of that same insight Du Bois could declare with such clarity that the Second American Revolution was inevitable. Slavery had to die by revolution and not by milder means. And these men knew, and they had known it for 100 years. Yet they shrank and trembled. From round about this white and blinding path, flew equivocations, lies, thievings and red murders. Some pages later, Du Bois appropriately asks, was John Brown an episode or an eternal truth? Du Bois' version of John Brown was heavily hit by Oswald Garrison Villard, editor of The Nation and heir apparent to abolition, who was soon to head the newborn NAACP. In Villard's volume on Brown, Harper's Ferry is reduced to an episode. Villard reappropriated Brown for the glory of American morality in general and the Northern conscience in particular, and, with magnificent inconsistency, even to Villard's own pacifism. Petty bourgeois liberalism, panic-stricken by the Depression of 1907, but safely confined to Teddy Roosevelt and Woodrow Wilson, wildly applauded Villard's volume. In reaching the heights of his historical conceptions on the Civil War, Du Bois did not abandon either his directed Darwinism or talented tenth. Against 607. The clamor about racial intermarriage, Du Bois in the final chapter of John Brown can only answer, the thoughtful selection of the schools and laboratory is the ideal of future marriage, we can substitute a civilized human selection of husbands and wives which shall ensure the survival of the fittest. If John Brown demonstrates, through history, the inevitability of social revolution, then a sociology subordinated to biological evolution demonstrates for Du Bois that revolution is not a test of capacity, it is always a loss and lowering of ideals. The Nation's reviewer slammed the book, but complimented the last chapter. Du Bois will carry the sphere of mass upheaval, this fixed conception of a specialized function for a specialized talented tenth, over into black reconstruction, but there it will take a different form, more befitting the time and theme of its writing. Early years of the NAACP. The white liberals and quasi-socialists who sponsored the NAACP fancied themselves of direct abolitionist lineage. This was a delusion, the abolitionists were revolutionary, their descendants were reformists. Du Bois, the only Negro in the NAACP leadership, suffered as a consequence. Although the abolitionists had attempted to dominate the Negroes within their ranks, this was possible in individual cases, not with the mass. The white abolitionists, consciously or otherwise, were forced to base themselves upon the rebellious and fugitive slaves. Nat Turner made Garrison famous in the 183Os, Frederick Douglass and the Underground Railroad kept the movement from disintegrating in the 184Os, the battles over the return of fugitive slaves together with John Brown's attempted slave insurrection made abolition a burning issue during the 185Os. The talented tenth of Du Bois Day, however, was in a different position. It could be dominated, and was, because it was isolated from the Negro masses. Garrison avoided political activity entirely out of exaggerated fear of being contaminated by the slave power. Oswald Garrison Villard and others immediately plunged the newborn NAACP into the misadventure of supporting the pro-Southern Democrat, Woodrow Wilson. Thus 20th-century liberalism was incorporating the Negro in its futile protests against the encroachment of the monopolies. Yet even in this unpropitious environment Du Bois found a means of expression. The sponsors of the NAACP had limited their plans mainly to legal action and enlisting the big names of liberalism. Du Bois, almost completely on his 601 own, emphasized the need for a Negro magazine. The crisis proved to be a great success, reaching over 100,000 circulation in less than 10 years. Monroe Trotter's Boston Guardian had by its militant policy prepared the Negro public ears in advance for their protests against Booker T. Washington's Boston speech in 1905. J. Max Barber's Militant Voice of the Negro, published in the South, had reached a phenomenal 17,000 circulation when the Atlanta riot drove the editor out of town. The Negro migrations north provided a ready-made audience, while the revolutionary implications of the Negro struggle were an immediate stimulus to bold and effective propaganda. At the height of the crisis' success, the government tried to ban it from the mails. World War I, which destroyed the world of Booker T. Washington, made precarious the world of W.E.B. Du Bois. Du Bois recognized this wistfully. The Races Congress, held in July 1911 in London, would have marked an epoch in the cultural history of the world, if it had not been followed so quickly by the World War. Dusk of Dawn. The Tuskegee machine expired even before Booker T. Washington's death in 1915. The Negro petty bourgeoisie was solidifying the alliance with its white counterpart. The Negro working class was yet to be reinforced by the hundreds of thousands soon to enter war industries. Meanwhile the strains in the economy were not acute. The Socialist Party, like its sister parties in Europe, had mellowed. Membership in the IWW was declared incompatible with membership in the Socialist Party. More than ever Debs radicalism seemed an individual phenomenon. Samuel Gompers was happily wedded to capital in the National Civic Federation. The Omenia Conference in 1915, which gathered together former supporters as well as opponents of Booker T. Washington, prided itself in a resolution that its members had arrived at a virtual unanimity of opinion in regard to certain principles and that a more or less definite result may be expected from its deliberations. What definite result? In 1916 we found ourselves politically helpless. We had no choice. Moreover, when America entered the war, it was the pressure of a typical petty bourgeois Joel Spingham that overrode Dubois' doubts about supporting the war. Spingham was only one of that layer of quasi-socialist intellectuals: Charles Edward Russell, W.E. Walling, Mary White Ovington, John Dewey, all founders of the NAACP who enlisted progressivism, socialism, the Negro, and the proletariat behind the war-making of Woodrow Wilson. It remains impossible for Dubois, even retrospectively, to correctly evaluate what happened. In tribute to Spingham he writes, "It was mainly due to his advice and influence, that I became during the World War nearer to feeling myself a real and full American than ever before or since." 602-7. Yet at the same time he can say, "I am less sure now than 10 of the soundness of this war attitude. I do not know. I am puzzled. In my effort to reconstruct in memory the fight of the NAACP during the World War, one have difficulty in thinking clearly." Dusk of Dawn. The failure of Dubois' scientific rationality in the face of imperialist war was only a more extreme form of the bankruptcy of American liberalism before the same phenomenon. Dubois and Garveyism. Paternalistic liberalism was exploded by the Negro masses through two fundamental social developments: the proletarianization during wartime and the colonial revolts throughout the world of color. The craft-corrupted AFL locked out the Negro and all unskilled workers from organization and class expression. The response of the Negro masses to industrial society was projected onto the scale of open colonial revolt outside America. As a consequence, the British and French rulers of Africa considered Garveyism as the black variant of international Bolshevism. Out of this racial solidarity of the Negro masses was born a hatred for that minority, mainly mulatto, who were most distant from them and closest to reigning bourgeois society. For its attempted integration into, and imitativeness of, its counterpart in bourgeois society, the talented tenth was placed under a sustained assault by the aroused Negro masses. An incidental irony of this whole conflict was that Dubois reached Africa, few Garveyites did. The Garvey movement, attempting to reconstruct a new free Africa through the American Negro, actually reconstructed a new, freer American Negro through Africa as a symbol and conception. Dubois, intent on practicality, proceeded to the task of internationalizing a talented tenth. President Coolidge appointed him envoy extraordinary to Liberia in 1924. Through his own energies Dubois had organized the Pan-African Congress earlier. The Third Pan-African Congress made connections with Harold Lasky, Ramsay MacDonald, and Beatrice Webb. But Dubois was only internationalizing the dilemmas of his own position in America. His project died because the imperialists saw in Dubois merely the lighter shadow of Garveyism, while the Garveyists saw in Dubois merely subservience to imperialism. At home Dubois found the board of directors of the NAACP not particularly interested. The older liberalism among the white people did not envisage Africa and the colored peoples of the world. The negative side of Back to Africa was developing in the United States. It 603 was the Jazz Age and the Negro was in vogue. The white intellectuals came to admire the Negro as a primitive, this was their image of the Negro's contribution. William Lloyd Garrison admonished the Negroes not to smoke, drink or swear, and thus make themselves worthy of the approval of white society. A century later Carl Van Vechten told the Negro to sing, dance and play to be worth the attention of a middle-class bohemia. Dubois saw a new function of the talented tenth in the encouragement and guidance of Negro cultural expression as a bridge to the sympathy and support of enlightened white liberalism. The task was to resist the growing conception of the Negro as a child of nature. It was precisely over this problem that Du Bois clashed with Langston Hughes and others who considered him old guard and upper crust. Langston Hughes, the Big C. Dark Water, Du Bois' own work of that period, is no longer tempered and lyrical, it is harsh and shrill. The unreasonable capitalists and imperialists on one side, and the unreasonable Garveyites on the other, make for alternate pages of pleading and threatening which tend to cancel each other out. In one essay, Work and Wealth, Du Bois effectively delineates the role of the craft union leadership faced with the mass influx of unskilled Negro workers, a situation which brought on the St. Louis riot of 1919. This and one or two other essays are minor triumphs of Du Bois as social analyst and historian during the years which marked the emergence of the Negro mass movement. Black Reconstruction and the New Deal. The main theme of Black Reconstruction, published in 1935, is not that the Negro is an average, an ordinary human being. Indeed, the critics of Du Bois' volume attacked him for not limiting himself to proving that alone. Du Bois had dealt with Reconstruction a number of times previously, but this was a new stage. The emancipation of man is the emancipation of labor, and the emancipation of labor is the freeing of that basic majority of workers who are yellow, brown, and black. Du Bois was now seeking an historical anticipation of the modem proletariat in the Civil War Negro. His very errors and exaggerations tend to underscore the extent of his effort to incorporate the Negro into modem proletarian history. In the totality of style, passion, historical sweep, prodigious research, and boldness of interpretation, Du Bois here far outdistances his contemporaries, the Beards and the Schlesingers. A great work of this kind is always a climax of historical accumulation. Everything was poured into its writing: the slave system, the slave insurrections, the murder of abolitionists, fugitive slave res. 604-7. Q's, the last letters of John Brown, the Civil War, the intervention of Marx's International Workingmen's Association, the Year of Jubilee, the Black Codes, Ku Klux Klan terrorism, post-Reconstruction peonage, the monstrous crimes of world imperialism, Southern lynching, Northern labor chauvinism, World War, the crash of 1929, the pauperization of the Negro masses and intelligentsia both, Italy's assault on Ethiopia, the rise of industrial unionism, new waves of Southern terror, the threat of another world war. In the chapter entitled The General Strike, Du Bois presents the Negro's physical movement from the Underground Railroad to the mass enlistment in the Union Army, not as the flight of a broken people, but as a purposeful weakening and paralysis of Southern economy, as the necessary prelude to its fundamental reconstruction. This was part of a larger conception that the Negro in the South was not simply a long-suffering but essentially a revolutionary laboring class which attempted prematurely to remake Southern society in its own image through land seizures and government based upon mass political participation. And if the prosperity of European imperialism was built on the massacre of the Paris Communards, America's rise as a participant and leader in world plunder was built on the unbridled deceit and terror which broke Black Reconstruction in the South. This bold, new conception startled the bourgeois historical writers, petty bourgeois radicals, and Negro intellectuals. Characteristically the liberals of the Nation and New Republic with the Stalinists of the new masses, just then plunging up to their necks into liberal capitalist popular frontism, conducted a united assault upon Du Bois history. The Stalinists launched James Allen's Reconstruction, the battle for democracy, as a substitute. Their attack on Black Reconstruction in a more concealed fashion has continued up to this day. Having gone so far to the left, even ultra-left, in assaying the radical state governments of the post-Civil War period as a dictatorship of the proletariat, Du Bois asserts that they were sponsored through self-interest by the northern dictatorship of industrial and finance capital. The critics latched onto this obvious incongruity and tried to shake the whole book apart with it. But in this incongruity Du Bois is maintaining his principle of the guardianship of the masses by the professorial chair, the test tube laboratory, private or government philanthropy, or an entrenched intellectual caste. The history of the revolutionary Negro elicits from him an accurate, forceful expression. But immediately there comes to the surface at the same time the classical fears of the highly trained intellectual. It is precisely in revolutionary times that the masses seem most untutored, undisciplined, capable of creating only incessant violence and dislocation of human civilization, dusk of dawn, rather than a new social order, a new way of living, a new stage of thought. 605. If Du Bois reached a more advanced position than Dewey, Beard, Parrington, and the other intellectuals produced by the progressive era, it is because the Negro as a whole was not and could not have been incorporated into that era. But in his fundamental inability to comprehend the role of the modem proletariat, Negro and white, and embrace all of its capacities and potential, Du Bois demonstrates that, despite the highly radical coloration of his later beliefs, he remains fixed in the prejudices of the protest movement of small farmer populism and urban middle-class progressivism between 1885 and 1915. Program for the 30s. The violence of this contradiction in Du Bois has propelled him to strange places programmatically. Characteristically, in 1918, a year after the Russian Revolution, Du Bois organized the Negro Cooperative Guild. During the worldwide economic crisis of the 1930s, Du Bois developed a full-blown program for a planned Negro economy. Of course this was, in a way, an expression of his justified suspicions that New Deal planning would effect little change in the Negro's economic status. But Du Bois' solution is again adaptation to new conditions for the functioning and fulfillment of the talented 10th. In explaining his program, Du Bois reveals the real lack in his theoretical equipment. Writing in The Crisis on the Negro's relation to Marxism, Du Bois frankly identifies his planned Negro economy with pre-Marxian utopianism. Strong on sociology and history, there is a general lack of economics in Du Bois' writings. Thus, when the Negro was being proletarianized on the largest scale, Du Bois could write, "The American Negro is primarily a consumer in the sense that his place and power in the industrial process is low and small. I see this chance for planning in the role which the Negro plays as consumer. In the future reorganization of industry, the consumer as against the producer is going to become the key man." Here is revealed the vast gap between Du Bois and Marxism, which sees the consumer and consumption as functions of production. When Du Bois broke with the NAACP in 1935, he spoke very critically of the fate that had overtaken the talented 10th, which had sought to integrate itself individually into bourgeois society rather than lead the Negro masses. But without their self-identification with the perspective of mass social revolution, no other fate was possible. Indicative of this was the replacement by a first-rate lobbyist, Walter White, for the first-rate theoretician and propagandist who had left the leadership of the NAACP. 606-7. And when Du Bois called a conference on economic planning and the Negro in 1940 in Atlanta, the attendant Negro intelligentsia contained a large sprinkling of economic planners, not of a separate Negro economy, but for the New Deal, for the dominant, capitalist economy. In the same year as this conference of planners, 100,000 Negroes pledged themselves to a march on Washington, which could have delivered a deadly blow to the pretensions of New Dealism. Never was Du Bois so isolated from the actual living mass movement as he was after detailing the heroic efforts of the lowliest slave masses during Black Reconstruction, to create a new society. This paradox has run the full course of Du Bois' life. Present sympathy with Stalinism. The current affiliation of Du Bois adds a great deal to Stalinism. It adds nothing to Du Bois. For the time being, his hostility to American imperialism for its long betrayal of the Negroes finds a congenial refuge in Stalinism. There he can find embodied in a single movement the two ideals which have dominated his life work in regard to the Negroes, the conception of the talented 10th and the urge toward international revolt. Stalinism operates on a world scale. And it approaches and manipulates the masses like an elite convinced of their backwardness and incapacity, hence the necessity to dictate, plan and administer for them from the heights of superior knowledge and wisdom. This pitiable political decline has been accompanied by a total loss of theoretical moorings. Reviewing Myrdal's American Dilemma in 1944, Du Bois gave it unqualified approval. A year later, Dubois wrote that the problem of a harsh or soft peace with Germany was the same as the problem of reconstructing the South after the Civil War. Writing in the Negro Digest of February 1950 in defense of Paul Robeson, he says, "The American Civil War was not fought to free the slaves, and if it accomplished this partially, a wiser nation could have done more by peace than by murder and destruction." Dubois thus lands smack in the middle of that conservative American historiography which has been trying to prove for nearly 100 years that the Civil War was not an irrepressible conflict, but could have been avoided, if only there had been less fanaticism on the part of both slavery and anti-slavery. What then becomes of Dubois' John Braun and at least 75% of all Negro historical works? Dubois continues, "Our New Deal was socialism pure and simple, and it must be restored. Are there any serious thinkers today, from Republicans to Stalinists, who believe both in the first and the second halves of this pre-post-607 terrorist proposition?" Amidst the greatest successes of the New Deal, Dubois could write that the rebuilding of America in the modern world, whether it comes now or a century later, will and must go back to Reconstruction in the United States, for slaves black, brown, yellow, and white under a dictatorship of the proletariat. 4 years later Dubois, facing the united hostility of the pseudo-radical intellectuals on this question, insisted on repeating his exaggerated formulations that the flight of the slaves, the general strike, was followed by a dictatorship of black labor during Reconstruction, Black Folk, Then and Now, 1939. Today, in the face of atomic war, imperialist counter-revolution, and universal chaos and crisis, Dubois has nothing to counterpose but New Deal socialism pure and simple. Contribution to revolutionary perspective. The present generation of Negro intellectuals has one immense advantage over Dubois. The last generation of social experience has been more permeated with the dynamics of the class struggle out of which the future will be created than all of Dubois' 82 years. Yet his earlier sociological writings, his Black Reconstruction, and even Souls of Black Folk are imperishable. Such successes are dependent upon self-identification with the movement and sentiments of the broad masses, and recognition, even though limited, of the insurgence of those generally considered the most powerless and retarded, the Negro millions in America. Dubois wrote early in the century, "The Negro is a sword, of seventh son, born with a veil and gifted with second sight in this American world." Convulsive decades in human history have filled this intuitive observation with pressing reality. Speaking to the Association of Negro History in 1939, W.T. Fontaine pointed out that the Negro intelligentsia is not at all a socially unattached intelligentsia. His emphasis. Consequently, Black Reconstruction by Dubois is in its very inception an indictment of the democratic liberal way of life. The mind of the Negro scholar today presents a configuration generally antithetical to democratic liberal concepts, thought patterns, and techniques. The subtle casts of an old worldview shall be broken, and time transformed by might of mind and hand, shall yet yield the black man's contribution. Whenever he was inspired by the Negro masses, Dubois has made notable contributions to the breaking of the traditional molds of American thought. His work is restricted to the Negro question only in origin and theme, its full implications belong to the search for a new way of life for the whole American people by the best representatives of American thought in our time. 608. 6. Tom Paine, Revolutionist 13, 1952. Jean Simon, Jean Tussey. 7. Thomas Paine was born on January 29, 1737. On January 10, 1776, his historic call for the American Revolution, Common Sense, was published. Both of these events nowadays receive passing notice. But for those who seek to understand the dynamics of the revolutionary process in America and the role outstanding individuals played in that process, Tom Paine deserves a much larger place than the official hero makers give him. Most history books, if they mention Paine at all, merely note the undeniable fact that Common Sense was an important contribution to the preparation of the public mind for the open revolt against England. Few attempt to explain what went into the making of the man and why he was able to leave his indelible mark on American history. Early background. Tom Paine was born in Thetford, England, the son of a Quaker staymaker, corset maker, a handicraft of the same category as shoemaking or tailoring in that day. His mother was a conservative Church of England member. So from his earliest childhood Paine's critical approach to religion was stimulated by differences in his own home. An only child, he was sent for 6 or 7 years to a local grammar school which differed from most in that it provided some education in history and science. He left school at the age of 13 to be taught staymaking. He ran away to sea after 5 years, was brought back home by his father before he could actually leave the country, but ran away again, this time to spend a brief period on a privateer. 13 Simon 1952. 609. During the rest of his early life in England he supported himself by working from time to time as an exciseman, as a staymaker and as a teacher. Philosophical influence. In London in 1757 he attended philosophical lectures at night. The lecturer was A. Ferguson, author of The History of Civil Society, 1750, which is quoted favorably by Marx in Capital. Marx refers to Ferguson as Adam Smith's predecessor and an economist who had a keen appreciation of the harmful effects of the development of capitalist manufacture on the worker. Ferguson undoubtedly influenced Paine's philosophical and political economic thinking, as expressed in his later writings. Paine also participated in philosophical debates in a club that met at the White Hart Tavern in Lewes, where he was stationed as an exciseman, or government tax inspector, in 1768. In 1772 he acted as spokesman for the excisemen seeking an increase in pay. He wrote a tract called The Case of the Officers of the Excise which cited the discrepancy between their nominal salary and their real wages, described the scope and effects of poverty, and urged the government in its own self-interest to raise wages in order to guarantee the honesty and loyalty of its employees by removing temptations. Spokesman in a wage struggle. Subsidized by the contributions of the excisemen, Paine published the report and spent some time in London lobbying at Parliament. The net result of his negotiations was no raise for the men, and the spotting of Paine as a troublemaker to be removed at the first opportunity. While in London, Paine met Benjamin Franklin, who was there on behalf of the colonies, made a favorable impression and later received a letter of recommendation from him to friends in Philadelphia. When Paine was finally removed from his government job, for being absent without leave, he settled his financial accounts by selling the property of a small shop he and his wife maintained, separated from his wife, and left for Philadelphia, where he arrived November 30, 1774, with Franklin's letter of introduction. 610-7. In Revolutionary America. By January 1775 he was editor of the Pennsylvania Magazine, and actively interested in the colonial cause. The issue of independence had not yet been set forth positively by the revolutionary leaders, who still functioned on the basis of demands for reforms. The first clear-cut call to the masses to break with England and monarchy, to give up the patchwork of reform and embark on the revolutionary course of independence, was issued in Paine's Common Sense, published in January 1776. With this Paine took his place as the chief propagandist of the American Revolution. The pamphlet was written in simple, direct language, devoid of all obscure historical, biblical, and other learned references and allusions so common in the literary style of the day. It was a powerful appeal to every segment of the population to join in a broad united front to win complete freedom from England and embark on a career as an independent nation. A biographer of Thomas Paine has called Common Sense this pamphlet, whose effect has never been paralleled in literary history. The passage of 60 years since this comment was written has seen great mass socialist movements and a response to Marxist pamphlets far overshadowing Paine. Nevertheless, the effect of Paine's great tract has still never been paralleled by anything in the literary history of the United States. Program of the Revolution. We must recall that when Paine penned Common Sense, the full program of the revolution had not as yet been given to the people. The Revolutionary War was underway, and the people were in effect fighting for independence, but without as yet realizing it. No one, not even Samuel Adams himself, had as yet put forward the full revolutionary program, not openly at any rate. All minds were weighed down by the incubus of past centuries, monarchy, empire, feudal servitude, all the untouchables of bygone days clouded the minds of the living. Into this atmosphere, Thomas Paine flung his remarkable pamphlet, which advocated, at one stroke, independence, republicanism, equalitarian democracy, and intercolonial unity. The revolution was thenceforward armed with a program, or, to put the matter precisely, the program that was in the minds and private conversation of most radicals became the public property of the revolution. 611. Paine's great literary gift sparkles from every page of Common Sense. He stirred the workers and farmers of colonial times with his blunt and unceremonious comments, such as this: in England a king hath little more to do than to make war and give away places, jobs, which, in plain terms, is to impoverish the nation and set it together by the ears. A pretty business indeed for a man to be allowed 800,000 sterling a year for, and worshipped into the bargain. Of more worth is one honest man to society, and in the sight of God, than all the crowned ruffians that ever lived. In similar blunt terms, he made out the case for completing the revolution by independence. Everything that is right or reasonable pleads for separation. The blood of the slain, the weeping voice of nature cries, "'Tis time to part." These words sank into the consciousness of the new nation, and prepared the way for the Declaration of Independence, which followed in 6 months. Indicative of how popular Paine's arguments were, Common Sense immediately became a bestseller. About 100,000 copies were sold within the first 6 months after its publication. Since there was no copyright law, several pirated editions were also widely sold, so that the total distribution of the pamphlet is estimated at least 300,000, and this at a time when the population was less than 3 million. Paine and the Crisis. Paine's other major literary contributions to the American Revolution were the Crisis Papers, issued periodically throughout the war. Aimed at maintaining the morale of the soldiers and the colonial forces, they reported on the events in the war, polemicized against the British and American Tories, appealed to the British people, and exuded revolutionary optimism despite defeats. It is difficult to measure the effect of any particular document, but the circumstances surrounding the issuance of the first Crisis pamphlet give some indication of the basis for the comment of Joel Barlow, a contemporary American poet who served as minister to France under Madison. The great American cause owed as much to the pen of Paine as to the sword of Washington, Barlow wrote. Morale was at a low ebb when Paine started the Crisis series. From August to December 1776, the Americans had suffered defeats, retreats, and desertions. Congress had fled to Baltimore. Washington's freezing soldiers were retreating across New Jersey. Paine, who was accompanying them, gauged the mood and the need correctly, when, without false optimism, he wrote the now famous lines. 612-7. These are the times that try men's souls. The summer soldier and the sunshine patriot will, in this crisis, shrink from the service of his country, but he that stands it now, deserves the love and thanks of man and woman. Tyranny, like Bel, is not easily conquered, yet we have this consolation with us, that the harder the conflict, the more glorious the triumph. Washington had the pamphlet read aloud to every army detachment. A few nights later the army made the icy crossing of the Delaware that has been immortalized in painting and story, and won the victory at Trenton that began to turn the tide. Paine as man of action. Acknowledgments of the tremendous role played by Paine in mobilizing sentiment for the revolution have been plentiful from his enemies as well as his friends, and from all the leaders of the colonial struggle as well as historians since. But few give a rounded picture of his activity in the revolution. In July 1776 Paine joined the army as volunteer secretary to General Roberto, commander of the flying camp, an outfit that moved quickly to trouble spots where it was needed. From there Paine went to the army of General Nathanael Greene as volunteer aide-de-camp. In January 1777 Paine was appointed secretary of a commission to treat with the Indians in eastern Pennsylvania. His activities in Pennsylvania and around the Continental Congress continued throughout the war, and were by no means limited to legal and official bodies. He served, for example, on the Committee of Inspection, a price control committee formed at a mass meeting in Philadelphia on May 27, 1779, to deal with merchants, innkeepers, and others engaging in war profiteering at the expense of the public. As W.E. Woodward puts it in his biography of Paine, the committee had no legal standing, but it proposed to accomplish its ends by popular pressure, or by force, if necessary. In April 1776 he was elected secretary of the Committee on Foreign Affairs, formerly the Committee on Secret Correspondence, but was induced to resign on January 9, 1779, after he had exposed what he considered shady dealings in some of the secret diplomacy of individuals involved in securing French aid for the Revolution. When Philadelphia was about to be attacked by the British in September 1777, Paine was convinced the city could be saved if the citizens were called out, fully informed on the military situation, and mobilized to build barricades and prepare for street fighting. 613. Paine went to General Mifflin, who was then in the city, with his proposal, asking Mifflin, in his own words, if 2,000 or 3,000 men could be mustered up whether we might depend on him to command them, for without someone to lead, nothing could be done. He declined that part, not being then very well, but promised what assistance he could. A few hours after this the alarm happened. I went directly to General Mifflin, but he had set off, and nothing was done. I cannot help being of the opinion that the city might have been saved. His selflessness. In 1779 Paine's chronic poverty was in a particularly acute stage, but within 6 months of his election as clerk of the Pennsylvania Assembly in November, he contributed $500 of his annual salary to head a subscription list for the relief of the army. The funds raised were used to establish the Bank of Pennsylvania to provide for the army's needs. Paine resigned his post in November 1780 and went on a mission to France, seeking aid for the colonies. He returned in August with 2,500,000 livres, but Paine was so broke that he had to borrow ferry passage across the Delaware on his way home. Upon the conclusion of the war Paine spent most of his time at his home in Bordentown, N.J., working on his inventions. A typical product of the spirit of scientific inquiry of his age, he was preoccupied after the Revolution with the development of his idea for an iron bridge planned for the Schuylkill River at Philadelphia. He also worked on a planing machine, a new type of crane, an improved carriage wheel, and smokeless candles. He corresponded with Franklin, who encouraged him to continue. A permanent radical. Paine left for France with his model bridge on April 26, 1787. When he returned to America 15 years later, revolutionary sentiment had so far abated that he was much too radical for his former colleagues, and he was now a pariah where he had been a hero. He still had some friends, but persons were publicly discriminated against for holding to his views. Jefferson, however, invited him to stay for a while at the Executive Mansion, and he did. An attempt to murder Paine was made at his New Rochelle home on Christmas Eve 1804. Though he suspected Christopher Derrick, a local laborer, this 614-7 revolutionist who exalted objectivity and abhorred personal vindictiveness refused to press charges. In January 1805 Paine went to New York City to live. He and his admirers continued to be victimized for his views. When he went to vote in New Rochelle on Election Day, 1806, the witch hunters of his time got in their final blow. They charged that the man who had lived for nothing but the American cause and the spreading of its principles to Europe was an alien, and denied him the ballot. When Paine died on June 8, 1809, after prolonged illness, at 59 Grove Street, New York City, he had been reduced to almost complete friendlessness, so that the only attendants at his funeral in New Rochelle were a Quaker watchmaker, friends from France, Mrs. Bonevine and her 2 sons, and 2 Negro pallbearers. Revolutionary concept of world scope. The significance of the man and his ideas remain, but they cannot be fully appreciated on the basis of his role in the American Revolution alone. Paine was not a narrow patriot in the modern sense. He was a principled revolutionist first, and when he went to France, and then England, after American independence was established, he continued to champion the struggles against the ancient order in those countries as wholeheartedly as he had the American cause. Where liberty is not, there is my country, he is said to have declaimed at his departure from America. During his stay in England he was the guest of Edmund Burke and other Whig leaders for a period, while they were trying to court favorable trade relations with America. But their friendship cooled when they found him unsympathetic to their proposals. Paine arrived in Paris in 1789 when the French Revolution was underway. Lafayette gave Paine the key to the Bastille as a token of esteem for George Washington, symbol of the American Revolution. When the French Revolution was viciously attacked and the divine right of kings upheld by Burke in his Reflections, published in 1790, Paine took up his pen again in defense of revolution, and wrote an answer, Part I of the Rights of Man. It was approved by the English Society for Promoting Constitutional Knowledge, and other democratic groups, but created a considerable controversy not only in England, but in America as well. Jefferson, Madison, and Randolph commended it, and Jefferson sent it to an American printer. 615. Activity in French Revolution. In July 1791 Paine was a prime mover in the organization of the Republican Society, which aimed at the overthrow of monarchy and establishment of a French republic. At the time, many who were later to become Jacobins were still hesitant about advocating the abolition of monarchy, but the Republican Society placarized Paris with a manifesto written by Paine demanding the abdication of the king and elimination of the office. In November of the same year, back in London, Paine was guest of honor at the annual dinner of the Revolution Society formed to commemorate the English Revolution of 1688. There he made a speech toasting the revolution of the world, the first man to raise that slogan, according to some historians. His remarks were noted and added to the dossier of the British government's preparations to arrest him for sedition. Part 2 of the Rights of Man was a continuation of the attack on monarchy and aristocracy, and was dedicated to Lafayette. Its publication early in 1792 evoked a veritable lynch campaign against Paine in England. Burke's supporters instigated public protest meetings, book burnings of the Rights of Man, and the distribution of medallions bearing slogans like "The End of Paine," "The Wrongs of Man," and "We Dance, Paine Swings." Paine's publisher was arrested for printing seditious literature, and the legal sale of the book was stopped by royal proclamation. Black market sales continued. Paine fought the attack on his writings, distributing free copies of The Rights of Man and encouraging his supporters to stand up for his ideas at meetings called to incite feeling against them. Meanwhile, the book was translated into French and acclaimed in that country. In August 1792 the French Assembly conferred the honorary title of citizen on him, and 4 departments elected him to represent them in the National Convention. Consequently, when the English issued a warrant for his arrest, he left for France. He was found guilty of high treason in England in his absence. In France, Paine participated in the convention with the Girondists. He was selected October to help draft the Constitution, but he incurred popular disfavor when he attempted to save the life of the king by urging banishment instead of death, and was eventually expelled from the convention in December 1793. While awaiting the next turn of events in the Revolution, he completed his Age of Reason, an attack on the Bible and organized religion and an exposition of his deist views. Paine was arrested by order of a Committee of Public Safety in January 1794. Through the machinations of the American representative in France at the time, his old enemy, the arch-conservative Gouverneur Morris, Paine was 616-7. Disclaimed as an American citizen and kept in prison. Only when Morris was finally recalled at the request of the French, and replaced with James Monroe, was Paine released. He remained in France, living with Monroe while completing Part 2 of the Age of Reason. Later, when he was living with the editor and publisher, Nicolas Bonneville, Paine was approached by Bonaparte on the prospect of leading a liberating army in an invasion of England. The project did not materialize, but 7 years later, in 1804, Paine wrote a letter to the people of England on the invasion of England in which he still fancied the idea, which was again being discussed, as the intention of the expedition was to give the people of England an opportunity of forming a government for themselves, and thereby bring about peace. The world revolutionist had considerable difficulty in getting back to America, since Britain ruled the seas and he was a marked man. In March 1801, Jefferson, then president, wrote Paine that a frigate would pick him up. Jefferson was attacked for this in America, and Paine declined the offer to save his friend further difficulties on this score. When the war between England and France ended, so that French ships were no longer liable to attack, Paine sailed for the United States, arriving October 30, 1802. His active personal participation in the British and French revolutionary movements was at an end, but he continued to write pamphlets and letters, such as the letter to the English people mentioned above, and a series of letters to the citizens of the United States, attacking the Federalists. Paine was reviled by his contemporary opponents, misrepresented by writers who repeated their slanders later, and has been inadequately or falsely depicted also by the modem liberals who have claimed to rehabilitate him. Of his contemporaries, the British opponents of American independence would, under ordinary circumstances, be the least important since their bias is clear. But many of Paine's anti-democratic attackers on this side of the Atlantic could find nothing better to base their slanders on than the interested political hack jobs written by professional propagandists of the British Crown, and therefore it is necessary to trace such slanders to their source. Two of the earliest hatchet jobs done on Paine were biographies written by Francis Oldies, A.M., who was actually George Chalmers, a London government clerk, and James Cheetham, an Englishman who came to America to edit an anti-democratic newspaper. Chalmers' book was published in the heat of the controversy between Burke and Paine over the French Revolution. But Paine's revolutionary ideas made him the butt of equally vicious attack in America. John Adams, for example, labeled him the filthy Tom Paine, an epithet that has been continued through modern times. 617. The New England Palladium called Paine a lying, drunken, brutal infidel, who rejoiced in the opportunity of basking and wallowing in the confusion, bloodshed, rapine, and murder in which his soul delights. More recent examples of how the early slanders affected his reputation are the fact that Paine's name was voted down for the Hall of Fame, where other revolutionary leaders are honored. Theodore Roosevelt referred to him as a filthy little atheist, and as late as 1942 the Fairmount Park Commission of Philadelphia refused to permit the erection of a statue of Paine because of his reputed religious views. Paine has not fared so well at the hands of the school of objective historians or the liberals who have attempted to rehabilitate him, either. Curtis P. Nettles of Cornell University, in The Roots of American Civilization, 1946, stigmatizes Paine as a restless English adventurer in radicalism and idealism, and credits Common Sense, the most important single piece of literature for independence in the arsenal of the radicals of 1776, as having been written in a rough, vigorous, flamboyant style that drove home with fierce blows the necessity of independence. W.E. Woodward, in Tom Paine, America's Godfather, 1945, finds it necessary to deprive him of lasting significance by stating that Paine was not a radical within the meaning of that term as it is used today. He was an individualist. John C. Miller, in Triumph of Freedom, 1775–1783, 1948, says that Paine reversed his line of criticism of the French government before the revolution in that country, accepting a bribe in the form of an offer to serve as paid propagandist for France in America. Paine answered that old slander himself. Miller adds that Paine's irreligion was so bad that Sam Adams had to rebuke him for contributing to the depravity of the younger generation. James Truslow Adams, in The History of New England, 1691–1776, 1941, repeats the condescending characterization of common sense, crude and coarse as it was written in words of power. Probably the best of the liberal treatments of Paine is that of Charles Beard in The Rise of American Civilization, which, though sketchily, gives some indication of Paine's principled consistency as an outstanding product of his times, as one who played an important part in helping shape revolutionary thinking, and as a courageous fighter whose plebeian insight gave his writing a force that none of the superficial or apologetic defenders of the propertied classes could equal. Paine was in the vanguard of the progressive bourgeois revolution of his day, influenced by the classical political economists such as Ferguson and Adam Smith, and the natural rights philosophy. He was well equipped to attack and refute the apologists for the status quo like Burke. 618-7. In The Rights of Man and Other Works, Paine expressed the same logic and concreteness in his approach to labor as on other questions. Several laws are in existence for regulating and limiting workmen's wages, he wrote. Why not leave them as free to make their own bargains, as lawmakers are to let their farms and houses? Paine opposed monarchy, slavery, poverty, organized religion and the Bible, and the unequal status of women. He was an advocate of universal education, reform of criminal law, pensions for the aged and other social security measures, reduction of armaments and universal peace. But Paine was no meek pacifist. In writing on his proposal for reduction of armaments, he said that if others should refuse to disarm, he would take up his musket and thank God for giving him the strength to do so. Moreover, his enlistment in the colonial army and his whole life of revolutionary activity belie the picture some historians paint of him as a Quaker pacifist. The explanation for the popularity of his writings, their broad mass appeal, is undoubtedly to be found in the fact that of all the American revolutionary leaders and writers, he was one who by his origin, background, and way of life represented the plebeian masses and consequently could consistently give more content to the democratic slogans and ideas of the time. His popularity with the masses was based on his democratic convictions. Sam Adams, the chief organizer of the first American Revolution, also drew his chief strength from reliance on the masses. That Paine was in contact with and worked closely with Adams is indicated in the following quotation from a letter to Adams dated January 1, 1803. I am obliged to you for your affectionate remembrance of what you style my services in awakening the public mind to a declaration of independence, and supporting it after it was declared. I also, like you, have often looked back on those times, and have thought that if independence had not been declared at the time it was, the public mind could not have been brought up to it afterwards. It will immediately occur to you, who were so intimately acquainted with the situation of things at that time, that I allude to the black times of '76, for though I know, and you my friend also know, they were no other than the natural consequences of the military blunders of that campaign, the country might have viewed there as proceeding from a natural inability to support its cause against the enemy, and have sunk under the despondency of that misconceived idea. This was the impression against which it was necessary that the country should be strongly animated. 619. Paine's view of himself and the revolution was clearly stated in another article. I had no thought of independence or of arms, upon arriving in America, he wrote. The world could not then have persuaded me that I should be either a soldier or an author. If I had any talents for either, they were buried in me, and might ever have continued so, had not the necessity of the times dragged and driven them into action. But Paine's talents as a soldier and author were based on still another quality. He was a revolutionary thinker, honest, courageous, and prepared to go to the root of things. As he put it, when precedents fail to assist us, we must return to the first principles of things for information, and think as if we were the first men that thought. That was Tom Paine, revolutionist. 620. 7. How Stalinism Will Be Ended. 14, 1953. George Brightman. 7. In his funeral speech over Stalin, Premier Malenkov pledged that he would continue Stalin's policies. But Isaac Deutscher, in his new book, Russia, What Next?, does not believe this is likely, except with regard to economic social policy, planning, nationalization, etc. As evidence that the new regime has struck out on a non-Stalinist path, Deutscher points to steps it took in its first weeks: reorganization of the party and government machinery, the amnesty, the promise to reform the penal code, reversal of the doctors' frame-up, price cuts, criticism of one-man autocracy, appeals for collective leadership, etc. Now these acts do represent departures from some of the rigid bureaucratic practices associated with Stalin, and they are so viewed by the Soviet people. But do they mean that the Malenkov regime has instituted a decisive break with Stalinism? Deutscher seems to think so, although he states this view cautiously. He recognizes that the government was more or less forced, after Stalin's death, to conciliate the Soviet people with measures to satisfy some of their aspirations and to keep them hoping for more concessions. He even writes, as one analyzes Malenkov's first moves, one can almost hear him pleading in the inner circle of the Kremlin, better to abolish the worst features of Stalinism from above than to wait until they are abolished from below. In other words, one of the basic motivations for the new measures is a fear that the Soviet people may move to overthrow the dictatorship, and a desire to head it off. But when these measures are viewed in this light, doesn't it become clear that they are designed not to weaken the dictatorship but to strengthen it? A dictatorship cleansed of some of its more repressive and irrational features might secure a broader base of support or tolerance than it did under 14 Brightman 1953. 621. Stalin, especially during the first stages, when the people are hopeful of change and the regime has a desperate need to consolidate its position. But it would remain a dictatorship just the same, wouldn't it? Sees tug of war. Deutscher, however, tends to stress only one side of the reasons for the new measures. That is because it is convenient for his theory, which amounts roughly to something like this: a tug of war has been going on inside the bureaucracy for some years. One section wants to liberalize and rationalize Stalinism. At home, it wants to offer some concessions to the people to keep them from getting out of hand. Abroad, it wants to offer some limited concessions to the imperialists in order to avert war, which it thinks can be postponed for a relatively long time. Their opponents, Deutscher continues, are the die-hard Stalinists, who draw their strength from the political police, bitterly against any changes in the status quo at home, and from the army, whose leaders think war is inevitable and refuse to yield any concessions that might be of strategic value to the imperialists in the coming war. He views the doctors' frame-up as a plot by the police, perhaps in collusion with the army, to weaken the reform forces. Deutscher thinks the liberalizers, in the form of the Malenkov regime, now have the upper hand. He admits that Malenkov, because of his Stalinist training, may not want to go too far, that he does not want to destroy the police, but only to tame and control them, that he may reverse his path, or be overthrown by the diehards, if the masses get out of hand or if there is a war, etc. But on the whole he suggests that the Malenkov regime represents the beginning of the reform of the Soviet bureaucracy. 3 variants. In his view, there are 3 variants. 1. A relapse into Stalinism, with the police back in the saddle. If this happens, he doesn't think it would last long because the same factors that have been working to undermine Stalinism in recent years would operate to end its revival. Even if the police should unite with the generals to take over power, he believes this would mean a military dictatorship rather than the traditional form of Stalinism. 622-7. 2. Military dictatorship. Deutscher thinks this is possible because of the generals' demand for a tough policy in foreign affairs. He does not consider it probable unless the Malenkov regime proves unable to keep the people in line, and does not believe it would mean the restoration of capitalism. 3. Democratic regeneration. He sees this, on balance, as the most likely variant. He assumes that Malenkov wants to go at least part of the way in this direction, and that the masses would support his moves and give his regime the necessary stability within which it could initiate a return to proletarian democracy. How will it end? Some of Deutscher's arguments in support of this view are based on speculation pure and simple. which we can neither accept nor reject at this time. But we must reject his major conclusion, which flows from fatal defects in his analysis of Stalinism. We agree that even while Stalin was alive, the base of Stalinism was being undermined by Soviet economic and cultural progress and the spread of revolution throughout the world. We agree that the new regime, whatever its wishes, cannot rule in the same way that Stalin did. We agree that the end of Stalinism has begun, but not, as Deutscher implies in some places, that Stalinism is now a thing of the past. We also agree that the only real alternative to Stalinism in the Soviet Union is workers' democracy. But we emphatically disagree with the contention that the end of Stalinism is going to come about as a result of a self-reform of the Soviet bureaucracy. Nature of bureaucracy. What Deutscher doesn't understand and slurs over is the nature of the Soviet bureaucracy as a special social stratum, a caste, whose interests clash with those of the workers and peasants. The bureaucracy did not usurp its privileges merely to enhance its prestige, it has material interests at stake which it will fight to the death to preserve against the workers and peasants who want a reduction of inequality in the sphere of consumption. Consequently, a harmonious reconciliation between the bureaucracy and the masses is not the easy possibility, even probability, that Deutscher airily assumes it to be. The bureaucrats are not going to relinquish their caste privileges until they have been defeated decisively by the working class. 623. This is not to deny that the downfall of the Soviet bureaucracy may be preceded by a split in its ranks, with one section perhaps going over to the people. But that is not the same thing as expecting a reform of the bureaucracy to lead to an orderly winding up of Stalinism and a gradual democratic evolution. Another thing Deutscher doesn't understand or accept is the Marxist analysis of the present state form in the Soviet Union as a Bonapartist dictatorship. Although Deutscher is acquainted with this analysis, first worked out by Trotsky, he acts as if he isn't, and he doesn't counterpose any other analysis. But he shows that he rejects it by defining Bonapartism almost exclusively as a purely military dictatorship, and talks about it only as a future danger. This makes it easier for him to spin his theory about the approaching metamorphosis of the dictatorship into its opposite. But the Malenkov regime's concessions to the people don't change its character as a Bonapartist dictatorship, they only indicate that the dictatorship has been weakened. A weakened Bonapartist dictatorship, even when it waves the banner of liberalization, is still a Bonapartist dictatorship. And Bonapartist dictatorships generally have to be overthrown. What Trotsky sought. Deutscher's illusions and runaway speculations even lead him to write. In the 19 Goes Trotsky advocated a limited political revolution against Stalinism. He saw it not as a full-fledged social upheaval but as an administrative operation directed against the chiefs of the political police and a small clique terrorizing the nation. As so often, Trotsky was tragically ahead of his time and prophetic in his vision of the future, although he could not imagine that Stalin's closest associates would act in accordance with his scheme. What Malenkov's government is carrying out now is precisely the limited revolution envisaged by Trotsky. This is a flagrant distortion of Trotsky's views on the regeneration of the Soviet Union. We don't know which article of Trotsky Deutscher is citing, or when it was written. The Stalin regime had not yet reached its fully totalitarian form in the early goes, when Trotsky thought it was still possible to reform the Comintern. It was not until the mid-goes that Trotsky rounded out his analysis of Soviet political Bonapartism and the measures required to get rid of it. 624-7. A political revolution. But Deutscher knows that toward the end of Trotsky's life, and especially after the Moscow trial purges, he never tired of advocating an unlimited political revolution against Stalinism. The revolution Trotsky advocated was of course not directed against the social system in the Soviet Union, which he defended to the end. What he worked for was a political revolution, against social inequality and political repression, for the regeneration of Soviet democracy and the legalization of Soviet parties. In fact, Trotsky went so far, in the 1938 transitional program, as to call on the workers to drive the bureaucracy and the new aristocracy out of the Soviets in the same sense that capitalist representatives were excluded from the original Soviets. Anybody who equates such a revolution, which the bureaucracy would fight tooth and nail, with the liberalization measures taken by Malenkov and co., is losing touch with reality or adapting himself to Soviet Bonapartism. In neither case can he render any service to the fight for Soviet democracy. Socialist regeneration. The reality is this: the Soviet dictatorship is in the throes of a deep crisis. As a result, the bureaucracy has offered certain concessions to the workers to keep them from moving on their own. Instead of satisfying the workers for long, these concessions will encourage them to press for new demands. The East German political strike was a preview of what is going to happen in the Soviet bloc as a whole. The crisis will produce further divisions and conflicts among the bureaucracy which the workers will be able to use for their own purposes. War may delay the process, but cannot abolish it. The Soviet Bonapartist dictatorship is doomed, as Trotsky predicted it would be doomed, by the spread of world revolution, and it will be replaced by the democratic power of the Soviet working class. The change will take place through a political revolution against the Kremlin regime, not through its reform. There is no other way to the socialist regeneration of the Soviet Union. History and Theory. 8 Sternberg vs. Karl Marx 15, 1954. Myra Tanner Weiss. 625. Revision of the basic program and theories of Marxism invariably begins with a softening attitude toward its enemies. Such was the case with the Pabloid faction in the Fourth International. This faction is marked by theoretical and political conciliation to Stalinism. It has revised the basic Trotskyist concepts in favor of a species of neo-Stalinism, which bears remarkable resemblance to the theories of Isaac Deutscher, a petty bourgeois advocate of the theory of the self-reform of the Stalinist bureaucracy. The anti-Marxist Social Democrat, Fritz Sternberg, also received a friendly reception from the Pabloites. But Sternberg, whose position can be seen in the title of one of his recent books, How to Stop the Russians Without War, is now a State Department socialist, a petty bourgeois theorist for the American and British labor bureaucracy, of the enlightened Stalinophobe variety. The conciliatory attitude of the Pabloites toward Deutscher, a Stalinophile, and Sternberg, a Stalinophobe, is not so strong a paradox as it might seem at first appearance. To unk the old Trotskyism means to junk the whole body of Marxist theory. In this enterprise, Sternberg, the Stalinophobe, as well as Deutscher the Stalinophile, are natural allies. Petty bourgeois revisionism in the ranks of the revolutionary movement cannot begin with a crass anti-Marxist program. It develops its revisionist doctrines piecemeal. It begins by displaying receptivity to new alien ideologies. Step by step it empties the old program of its content. The first problem of revisionism is to overcome Marxist orthodoxy. It tackles this problem by a combination of growing hostility to the representatives of orthodoxy, matched by increasing friendliness to the theoretical and political opponents of Marxism. In a letter to the editorial board of Fourth International in September 1952, I criticized the treatment accorded Sternberg by Harry Frankel, one of the lead. 15 Tanner 1954. This article has been slightly edited and abridged. 626-7. ERS of the American Pabloites. I was fully aware that I was also taking issue with Pablo, who concluded his review of Sternberg's book, Capitalism and Socialism on Trial, with, such as it is, and read critically by revolutionary Marxists, this work constitutes, thanks to its abundant and serious documentation and to its methodical presentation of facts, a precious working tool which facilitates a better understanding of the future of our epoch. Quatrième Internationale, February-March, 1952. My emphasis. George Clark, the leading American disciple of the Pablo cult, summarized our differences at a meeting of the Political Committee of the Socialist Workers' Party September 9, 1952, as follows: there are two different conceptions involved here as to how to handle this book. The conception we have used, and I think the committee should maintain that, is to view this book as an aid to the study of Marxism and the understanding of American imperialism with a necessary critique of those ideas clearly stated, to be in opposition to Marxism. Or, on the contrary, to warn against this book as being a renegade's book and belonging in the arsenal of anti-Marxist literature. Thus it is clear, the Pabloites wanted to give Sternberg a critical but friendly reception. Sternberg, to them, is not a renegade or an enemy to be warned against. Pablo begins his review with the following paragraph: in a thick volume of about 600 pages, Fritz Sternberg, former Social Democrat and former German communist, living in the United States since before the war, has summarized the conclusions of 30 years of work. His book is a grand mural of the evolution of capitalism from its beginnings until today. Let us take a look at this grand mural to see if Sternberg is aiding Marxists or if Pablo is merely providing Sternberg with a left face. 1. Slows down tempo of capitalist development. To make the history of capitalist development fit the social democratic program of critical support to capitalism, to justify its continued existence, Sternberg slows down the tempo of capitalist accumulation. By identifying capitalism with industrialization or the urbanization of the population, he puts the capitalist conquest of the world into the future. In the opening section of the first chapter, in contradiction to its title, Capitalism Becomes the Dominant Form of Production, Sternberg says, at the beginning of this big period of development, 1850 to 1914, capitalism was an island in a pre-capitalist world, but at its end it had become the dominant form of production for almost one-third of the world's populace. 627. However, even at the end of this big period of capitalist expansion, the majority of the world's population still did not produce under capitalist conditions. Capitalism embraced the vast majority of the population of Great Britain, the United States and the western parts of the continent of Europe. But even at this peak point of its development, pre-capitalist, chiefly feudalist, forms of production still dominated in Eastern Europe, Asia, and Africa. In this period of capitalist expansion, in which capitalism demonstrated its economic superiority over pre-capitalist methods of production, it was generally assumed that the advance of capitalism would continue, until in the end the majority of the world's population would be living and producing under capitalist conditions. This did not come about. Capitalism and Socialism on Trial, p. 20. At the very point, 1914, where Lenin placed the culmination of the growth of capitalism and the beginning of its decline, Sternberg has 2/3 of the world's population yet to be absorbed in capitalist production. How is this great divergence of views possible? If capitalism is synonymous with industrialization, then obviously the colonial world is not capitalist. However, long before imperialism had developed in the industrialized capitalist nations, commercial capitalism had destroyed the pre-capitalist economic life of the colonial peoples. The penetration of capitalist England into India, for example, transformed the colonial Indian labor product into commodities. The old self-sufficient way of life was destroyed. Production for exchange supplanted production for consumption with exchange of only the surplus labor product. Industrialization did not immediately follow this capitalist transformation. Capitalism does not automatically spell industries. On the contrary, as Sternberg points out elsewhere in his book, British penetration into India brought with it a diminution of the urban population. The trade of artisans, the highly developed handicraft industries of India were destroyed and a landless peasantry was created. This made it all the easier for industrialized power to develop a world division of labor which has been so profitable to the imperialists that several wars and more to come have been fought for its maintenance. However, if the colonies were non-capitalist then, by the same criterion they are non-capitalist today. Capitalism can still expand to these areas if the imperialists would only be reasonable, thinks Sternberg. In part 3 of his book he blames the capitalist stagnation between the two world wars on the errors of the capitalists. 628-7. Quite clearly tremendous possibilities were present here, in China, and if, despite the halt in industrial development in the colonial empires, China was not legally a colony. A process of industrialization had gone on in China, say at more or less Russian tempo. What a big word that if, MT, world capitalism would have found a gigantic market to help it out of its difficulties. The tremendous possibilities were not taken advantage of. Ibid. p. 223. Sternberg scolds the capitalists for missing a chance to make more profit. But the capitalist knows better than Sternberg where, when, and how to invest his capital for the biggest grab. The capitalists are not interested in helping the colonies meet their own need for industrial products. Not only markets would be lost, a demand for means of production would be only temporary, but more competitors would arise. And most important, a source of cheap raw materials would be gone. In the inter-imperialist competition, possession of cheap sources of raw material constitutes a big advantage. The rate of profit, which serves as an absolute limit to the rate of accumulation, varies inversely with the price of raw materials. Furthermore, with the growth of capitalism comes an ever-increasing demand for raw materials. The role played by this part of the means of production in the determination of the rate of profit constantly increases. Thus Sternberg's grand mural depicts capitalism as a youthful system, with new frontiers to conquer if only the capitalists would realize it. He can try to convince the workers that it is realistic to confine their struggle to pressure on the imperialists to follow a non-imperialist foreign policy. 2. Rejects Lenin's theory of imperialism. We can see the same end served of class conciliation in Sternberg's attack on Lenin's theory of imperialism. He attacks Lenin's conceptions by separating monopoly capitalism from imperialism. In a section titled Imperialism Not the Same as Monopoly Capitalism, Sternberg says, the imperialist drive of Great Britain and France began decades before there was any considerable monopolist concentration. On the other hand, of course, monopolist concentration was already predominant in the United States before the question of imperialist expansion began to play any noteworthy role there. Ibid. p. 146. We can assume that Sternberg read Lenin's book, Imperialism. It is listed in the bibliography. Then why this shabby argument? Lenin never claimed that. 629. Colonial conquest began with monopoly capitalism. Lenin's point of departure was the appearance of a new stage in the internal structure of industrial capital. The laws of capitalist accumulation, disclosed by Marx, had resulted in the domination of finance capital over industrial capital and the growth of monopoly. With this internal transformation, world capitalism assumed a new character, imperialism. Lenin showed how the export of capital, monopolization, and international cartelization supplanted commercial relations of the pre-monopoly period with imperialist domination of the colonial world. Sternberg's fraudulent representation of Lenin's theory of imperialism serves to obscure the specific monopoly capitalist, exploitive relation between imperialism and the colonial people. Sternberg says, to a very considerable extent colonial empires had already been carved out before the opening of the 19th century, that is to say, at a time before the development of modern industrial capitalism, but it was not until the second half of the 19th century that they began to assume their main function as exporters of foodstuffs and raw materials to the metropolitan centers and as markets for the industrial products of the latter. Ibid. p. 45. The colonies from the beginning, insofar as trade instead of plunder was developed, assumed this function that Sternberg wants to place in the second half of the last century. The first American Revolution of 1776 was fought primarily in order to stop assuming this function. By the end of the 19th century this function was developed into a fixed division of labor as a result of the direct domination of colonial production by foreign capital. If one confines his treatment of imperialist colonial relations to the commercial level, the exploitation of the colonies is obscured, and this is what Sternberg, as an apologist for imperialism, does. On the market all men and countries appear as free and equal. Sternberg tells us that the colonies exported foodstuffs and raw material to pay for the imports of industrial products from the metropolitan centers. This is typical of Sternberg's formulations. They had to pay for their purchases like all honest men. Only, behind this lovely world of equal exchange is the hot and sweating world of production where inequality and subjugation exist. It is here that the imperialists squeeze an extra lush rate of profit out of the blood and bones of the colonial people. In the pre-imperialist stage of relations between industrialized and Colorado. 637. Nile countries, the colonial people produced raw materials for the industrial nations. The latter manufactured the raw materials into finished goods. The colonial countries may have sold the raw materials at value, but they also had to pay for the production cost and profit of the manufactured goods as well as transportation of the goods both ways. But this was not bad enough for the colonies, nor good enough for the industrialized nations. When the latter began to export their capital, the colonial people were subjected to capital labor exploitation in the production of raw materials as well as the earlier commercial disadvantages. Sternberg wants to dissociate monopoly and imperialism in order to transform imperialist colonial relations from necessary and inevitable relations under capitalism into a question of state policy to which alternatives can be posed. However, Lenin's answer to Trotsky on the concept of imperialism as a state policy is still sufficient to answer Sternberg. Trotsky detaches the policy of imperialism from its economics, speaks of annexations as being a policy preferred by finance capital, and opposes to it another bourgeois policy which he alleges to be possible on the same basis of finance capital. It would follow that monopolies in economics are compatible with methods which are neither monopolistic, nor violent, nor annexationist, in politics. It would follow that the territorial division of the world, which was completed precisely during the period of finance capital and which represents the main feature of the present peculiar forms of rivalry between the greatest capitalist states, is compatible with a non-imperialist policy. The result is a slurring over and a blunting of the most profound contradictions of the newest stage of capitalism, instead of an exposure of their depth. The result is bourgeois reformism instead of Marxism. Imperialism, p. 84. 3. Theory of the crisis. Pablo says of Sternberg, influenced by his social democratic past, it frequently occurs to him to criticize Marx, Lenin, Bolshevism with arguments, which damage the scientific solidity and the objectivity of several portions of his work. My emphasis. I agree that if it only frequently occurs to Sternberg to attack Marxism, the scientific solidity of the work might be only damaged. But in addition to identifying with capitalism only its more progressive features of industrialization, and rejecting Lenin's theory of imperialism, Sternberg rejects 631. The Marxist conception of the crisis, an ever-present feature of the capitalist system and today, a dominating one. If the other matters only damaged the scientific solidity of the work, surely this would destroy it. Sternberg's theory of the crisis is the well-worn vulgar theory of underconsumption. This is made clear in his contrast of capitalist crises with pre-capitalist crises. According to Sternberg, before capitalism we had crises of underproduction. Now we have crises of underconsumption. This profound contribution is even presented to us in a diagram on page 48 and 49. It is based on the entirely superficial observation that the hunger that stalked the land from time to time in pre-capitalist society was evidence of natural or social disasters that interfered with production. Thus, crises of underproduction. Under capitalism, underconsumption follows peak production. Hence, crises of underconsumption. This doesn't bring us one jot closer to understanding the obscure reasons for interruption of production. We are left with the tautology that underconsumption causes underconsumption. Furthermore, he attributes this nonsense to Marx. In periods of prosperity, commodities are consumed. The fact that workers underconsume is beside the point. The capitalists, whether in productive consumption or in individual consumption, are glad to compensate for this deficiency. As Marx put the problem. But if one were to attempt to clothe this tautology, i.e., the idea that crises are caused by a lack of paying consumers, with a semblance of a profounder justification by saying that the working class receive too small a portion of their own product, and the evil would be remedied by giving them a larger share of it, or raising their wages, we should reply that crises are precisely always preceded by a period in which wages rise generally and the working class actually get a larger share of the annual product intended for consumption. From the point of view of the advocates of simple, common sense, such a period should rather remove a crisis. It seems, then, that capitalist production comprises certain conditions which are independent of good or bad will and permit the working class to enjoy that relative prosperity only momentarily, and at that always as a harbinger of a coming crisis. Capital, Volume 2, p. 476. The certain conditions referred to by Marx are analyzed by him in Volume 3 of Capital. The continuously changing organic composition of capital results in the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. Sternberg once tried to explain economic phenomena with the use of this theory. His earlier German economic 632-7 work, while not fully Marxist, still represented an attempt at serious Marxist analysis. But in his contemporary work you will not find a single analysis based on Marx's theory of the crisis. Along with the American labor bureaucracy, Sternberg belongs to the left Keynesian school of economic theory. The trade union officialdom, wishing to see a prolonged future for itself, thinks that all that is necessary to save capitalism is to raise wages. And they can't see why the capitalists, for their own sake, can't agree. If this theory were correct, the workers could never hope to escape from the exploitation of the capitalists. As production increased, living standards could also increase and everyone would get richer. While it might not be right for the capitalists to remain idle while everyone else worked, still things wouldn't be too bad. But the history of capitalism, as well as Marxist theory, has proved that this is not the case, nor can it be. A wage increase is a precipitating factor in the development of the crisis. Increases in wages will always act to decrease the rate of surplus value, which in turn accelerates the tendency of the rate of profit to fall. When other factors that could compensate are closed off, the crisis cannot be allayed. The underconsumption theory of Sternberg and the labor bureaucrats suits their wishful thinking, but it doesn't change the reality. 4. Polarization of wealth. The polarization of wealth, the result of the accumulation of capital, is of cardinal importance. It is the cause of the intensification of the class struggle, the guarantee of the proletarian struggle for power, and the premise for Marx's theory of the inevitability of socialism. Marx's formulation of this tendency as a law of capitalist society is one of the main targets of all his opponents. They don't want to admit that hand in hand with the accumulation of capital at one pole goes the impoverishment of the masses at the other. Sternberg tries to refute this with figures that show an increase in the real wages of the working class in the period of the expansion of capitalism, roughly 1850 to 1914. To make it appear that he is battling Marx, Sternberg misrepresents Marx's position. He shows that the average income increased during this period. Then he triumphantly says, now of course the average income could also increase if the rich got richer and the poor grew poorer and poorer, if the accumulation of capital on the one hand was matched by an accumulation of misery on the other. In other words, the average income could increase, whilst at the 633 same time the broad masses of the people, and the working class in particular, grew more and more impoverished. But, in fact, this did not happen. OPCIT, p. 27. Then comes the statistical proof. Real wages increased. If we take the level of real wages in 1913 as 100, then wages in Great Britain stood at 57 in 1850, but by 1855 they had risen to 63, and further increases, with setbacks, followed until the end of the century, 1860, 64, 1865, 67, 1870, 70, 1875, 89, 1880, Go, 1895, 88 and 1900, 100. Ibid, p. 27. Very neatly done. You see, the rich can get richer and the poor can get richer, too. Both profits and wages can increase, as Sternberg likes to point out several times in his book. This is true, but other things being equal, wages and profits can increase or decrease only at the expense of each other. But wait a minute. Marx never said accumulation excluded an increase in real wages. What he did say was that exploitation increased with accumulation. The result is, Marx said, that, in proportion as capital accumulates, the condition of the worker, be his wages high or low, necessarily grows worse. Thanks to the working of this law, poverty grows as the accumulation of capital grows. The accumulation of wealth at one pole of society involves a simultaneous accumulation of poverty, labor torment, slavery, ignorance, brutalization, and moral degradation, at the opposite pole, where dwells the class that produces its own product in the form of capital. Capital, Everyman edition, p. 714. My emphasis. Relative to the wealth produced, wages did fall. Elsewhere in the book, Sternberg supplies the statistics that prove Marx was right even in this period of greatest expansion of capitalism. Wages in Great Britain increased from an index of 64 to 100. In that same period, industrial production, according to Sternberg, increased from 34 to 100. In other words, industrial production increased 194% while wages increased only 56%. It would seem that the workers were getting a smaller and smaller part of the wealth they produced. Later on, Sternberg will explain to us that the increase in real wages in the period of imperialist expansion was made possible by the superexploitation of the colonies. But Sternberg does not, then, correct his refutation of Marx's law of polarization of wealth, which like all economic laws applies most concretely in the most general phenomenon, i.e., world economy. On a world scale, the law of polarization of wealth was confirmed even in this period of capitalist expansion. Since 1914, the law of polarization has been confirmed absolutely even in the industrialized countries. The working class must include in the calculation of its standard of living the periods of unemployment as well as the years of 634/7 labor. For Europe that means 9 years of soldiers' pay plus years of unemployment between the wars. American labor too must calculate its pay with war and depressions included. Since Marx's time, the law of polarization of wealth has been tragically demonstrated: 1. Between the classes within the nations. 2. Between the colonial and industrialized nations. 3. Between debtor and creditor imperialist nations. Marx's description of future reality almost a century ago was more accurate than Sternberg's description of past and present reality. Mass degradation is not a matter of a few industrial cities during the period of the rise of capitalism. Today it is the degradation, pauperization, and mass extermination of the people on whole continents. Fascism, with its tens of millions of victims, imperialist wars, with the decimation of whole populations, have written Marx's theory of polarization into the living history of our own epoch. Bernstein's revisionist attack on Marx's theory of polarization of wealth and poverty had some semblance of superficial reality during the period of uninterrupted capitalist growth. But Sternberg's rationalizations are merely crude social democratic apologies for a diseased and senile capitalism. 5. The revision of history. The rewriting of economic history requires the rewriting of political history. With the softening of the crisis, comes the slowing down and softening of the class struggle. In a section, Socialism Underestimated Capitalist Strength, Sternberg tells us that increased living standards of the working class had so softened the class struggle that the capitalist system revealed itself to be much stronger than socialists had thought, and although it was badly shaken, it was still strong enough to survive the period between two world wars. OPCIT, p.153. Capitalism did not survive the interim between the two world wars because of inner strength. Sternberg's grand mural of capitalism paints the mortal crisis of the post-World War I period in rosy colors. Actually, it was a period of revolutionary storm in which capitalism survived only because of the treachery of the Social Democratic and Stalinist leaders of the workers' organizations. Out of the war grew the revolutionary crisis that brought the Russian workers to power under the leadership of the Bolshevik Party. Sternberg says, the spark of the Russian November Revolution did not cause any sympathetic conflagration elsewhere. p. 171. And on page 191 he says, there was no German Revolution. 635. This is a lie. In 1918 the revolution swept the Kaiser from power and brought German capitalism to the brink of the grave. The workers of Germany rallied to their socialist organizations and trade unions in the hope of a revolutionary victory. They were betrayed by social democratic leaders of the Nazi, Scheidem and Stripe. And now they are betrayed by the social democratic historian, Sternberg, who would efface the German Revolution with a stroke of his pen. Thus the war was ended, as it had been begun, from above and not from below. p. 189. The German Revolution involved the strongest proletarian force in the entire history of the working class up to that time. As the victory in Russia was the positive confirmation of Lenin's theory of the need for a revolutionary party, so Germany's defeat furnished irrefutable negative proof of the correctness of his views. By saying there was no revolution in Germany, Sternberg is relieved of the odious task of explaining its defeat under social democratic leadership. It is much easier just to deny it ever took place. He is then able to tum against Lenin, who led the only successful revolution, and denounce him as a splitter. The Bolshevists deliberately perpetuated the disruption of the German working class. p. 302. What infamy! On the trail of the Social Democrats lay tragic defeat, incalculable suffering, and eventually Hitler's concentration camps. If the workers were to win their freedom, they had to follow an entirely different road. Lenin was a splitter. But in order to break with the capitalists, one had to break with their lackeys as well. 6. Capitalist decline. In Pablo's haste to embrace the anti-Marxist, Fritz Sternberg, he misrepresents Sternberg's views so as to make them a little more palatable to Trotskyists. Pablo says, among the most interesting aspects, and also the most positive, of his work, one must consider the last chapters, which treat of the changes produced by the Second World War, the present situation, and its perspectives. He sees in a united socialist Europe the best way of preventing the war and of facilitating the socialist evolution of all mankind. But he is afraid that Washington and Moscow would try to prevent such an eventuality even by war. 636-7. Now what can be wrong with that? Put in this abstract form, Sternberg indeed appears to be an ally. But if Sternberg's views are presented more concretely, and therefore, accurately, we have an entirely different picture. Sternberg is for a united capitalist Europe, with capitalist state planning along the lines of England, which will evolve towards socialism, under the initial protection of US militarism. Sternberg says, as far as the situation in Europe is concerned, the danger of war will decline, only if Europe finds a progressive solution, and today that means a democratic socialist solution, to its crisis. p. 564. And further, if such a federation came about, and were protected from Russian military attack, after a while it would be secure and in a position to compete successfully with Russia for the allegiance of the working class. The pattern is set by England, after the Second World War, for the first time in Great Britain and for the first time in the history of any big power. The political party of the working people obtained an absolute majority of the seats in Parliament and proceeded to carry out a program which aimed at a socialist transformation of the British economic and social system on the basis of political democracy. Sternberg confuses capitalist planning with socialist planning in order to justify to the working class a non-revolutionary perspective. Pablo helps him in this by passing on Steinberg's socialist demagogy as good coin. By 1914, world economy had reached the peak of the primary curve of the development of capitalism. Further accumulation and expansion would take place, but, except for a brief decade in the United States, it would occur only with the direct subsidizing of large sectors of industry by the state. Free enterprise, even in its monopolized form, was dead. The process of accumulation was no longer self-propelling. The historic need for socialism asserted itself, even when the proletariat failed to take power, by the fact that planning became a necessity even for the capitalist state. This planning, however, has nothing in common with socialist planning. In the essence of the matter, the capitalist state plan is dictated by the laws of capitalist economy, not by the needs of society. This is a greater difference than may be apparent at first. All plans are the work of man's brain. But the laws of capitalist economy operate beyond man's control and dominate him as long as capitalism exists. The need which the plan must serve therefore is a blind unconscious force. For this reason there can be no real planning. In socialist economy the plan is freed from capitalist economic laws. The socialist plan is based solely on society's needs. 637. 7 Conclusions. In my letter criticizing the treatment accorded Sternberg's work by the Pabloites, I said, the early part of the book is devoted to refuting Marx's law of accumulation. To this Harry Frankel replied. Comrade Tanner apparently refers to part I of the book, which does contain such an effort. But the inaccuracy here is the word devoted. I fear that comrades who read the book may now skip this part on the strength of Comrade Tanner's remark if it remains uncorrected. Part 1, covering the period up to the First World War, is about 120 pages long. Of this section, only a few scattered pages are devoted to the attacks on Marx, Engels, and Lenin, while over 100 pages give a very good statistical review of the rise of capitalism from 1848 to 1914. Let me remove from the discussion the question of statistics and whether the book should be read or not. Statistics are always valuable to Marxists whether compiled by Sternberg or the US Department of Commerce. But the selection of statistics always serves the theoretical views of the economist. Sternberg's statistics are on the whole drawn from the surface phenomena of the market, and deal with results rather than causes. Lenin in his book Imperialism presents statistically the internal changes in industrial capital that operated as a cause for the phenomena that Sternberg only describes. By divorcing the result from its cause, Sternberg draws a false picture of the result. Thus, describing capitalist expansion up to World War I, we get an avoidable crisis instead of an inevitable one, a stable capitalism just on the eve of its world collapse, etc. The Pabloites, by painting up Sternberg's book, assist him in this attack on Marxism. Frankel, for example, tells us that only a few scattered pages are devoted to the attacks on Marx, Engels, and Lenin. Clark calls it an aid to the study of Marxism. And Pablo, the head of the cult, calls it a precious working tool. It is not true that Sternberg explicitly polemicizes with Marxists in only a few scattered pages. The underlying method and the whole edifice is built on reformist anti-Marxist theories. Sternberg doesn't consciously refute Marx's law of polarization in a few pages and then write 100 pages unconsciously showing how this law is demonstrated as the essential trend of capitalism in its 100-year history. Sternberg doesn't consciously refute Lenin's theory of imperialism, which explain the first major result of the laws of accumulation and then unconsciously demonstrate that imperialism is a necessary outgrowth of capitalist accumulation. Sternberg doesn't even bother to refute explicitly. 638-7. Marx's theory of the crisis, but every chapter of his book flows from the anti-Marxist, reformist theory of production-consumption relations. Moreover, I haven't taken up his attacks on the errors of Marx and Engels on such questions as revolutionary optimism, colonial development, capitalist agriculture, the theory of the inevitability of socialism, nor his anti-Marxist view on the class nature of the Soviet Union, his Menshevik attack on the Bolshevik dictatorship of the party, and his characterization of Lenin as a modest dictator. I haven't answered his jingoistic support of democratic imperialism in the Second World War and his Rooseveltian New Dealism, nor his miserable cover-up of the Moscow trials, and a host of other questions. I have dealt only with theoretical and political fallacies in Sternberg's work that are sufficiently fundamental to establish that the book has no real claim to scientific solidity and objectivity. For Pablo, the break with Trotskyism meant that a new atmosphere had to be created. Defenders of Marx against Sternberg, Deutscher, and all other revisionists had to be denounced in advance as sectarian, doctrinaire, or as Cochrane called it, Talmudic. Marx, Engels, Lenin and Trotsky are old-fashioned, outmoded by the new reality. Pablo's haste to dump the orthodox doctrines of Marxism is so great that he refers contemptuously in quotes to the Marxist classics. We orthodox Trotskyists see in the new reality the confirmation of Marxist theory. For us the validity of the theoretical system of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Trotsky is demonstrated in the essential line of historic development. Revisionist Pabloism, disoriented by the new reality, becomes receptive to alien anti-Marxist currents flowing from the circles of reformist petty bourgeois radicalism of both Stalinophobe and Stalinophile varieties. History and Theory. 9 Women Who Won the Right to Vote 16, 1955. Joyce Cowley. 639. Women got the vote in the United States in 1920. The amendment to the Constitution granting women that right was the climax of a struggle it had began almost 100 years earlier. Suffrage leaders were ridiculed and persecuted while they were alive. Today they are either forgotten or contemptuously referred to as disappointed old maids who hated men. This concept of the women's rights movement as a war against men by sexually frustrated women is even accepted by some modem psychiatrists. But it is historically inaccurate and a great injustice to a number of truly remarkable women. The status of women in society began to change with the breakdown of feudalism and the rise of capitalism. In the 16th and 17th centuries in England, women first entered trades. They were frequently partners in the husband's business, widows and daughters carried on the family business. There are records of women pawnbrokers, stationers, booksellers, contractors, and even ship owners. In the 17th century there were 3 women to every man in the woolen industry, and many women were employed in the silk industry. They also worked in the fields, and the agricultural labor of women was an important factor in the new American colonies. The woman question was discussed as early as the Elizabethan period, but this talk did not develop into an organized movement. It was in 1792 that Mary Wollstonecraft wrote The Vindication of the Rights of Woman, which, historically, marks the conscious beginning of the struggle for women's rights. This book was a direct reflection of Mary Wollstonecraft's sympathies with the French and American revolutions, a demand that women's rights be included in the rights of man for which the revolutionists were fighting. It was in America, not England, that the woman question first developed into an organized movement rather than a subject of discussion in literary circles. This reflects the more advanced position of women in the American colon. 16 Cowley 1955. 647. IES, which was strikingly different from that of women in Europe. The laws of the colonies, modeled on those of England, gave women few legal rights. But the realities of pioneer life, particularly the scarcity of women and the appreciation of their skills, meant that they actually had a great deal of responsibility, engaged in numerous occupations that were supposedly masculine and consequently enjoyed rights and privileges, and a degree of freedom, unknown to women in England. The Puritan concept of work further influenced the general attitude towards women's activities. In their moral code, work was something you could never get too much of, and they did not disapprove of women working, on the contrary they encouraged it. It made no difference whether the woman was married or not, the more she worked the better, and the less likely she was to succumb to the temptations of the devil. In the colonial period women could vote, and sometimes did vote, as the right to vote was based on ownership of property and not on sex. They were gradually disfranchised by laws prohibiting women from voting in Virginia in 1699, New York 1777, Massachusetts 1780, New Hampshire 1784 and New Jersey 1807. At that time men engaged in agriculture and women in home manufacture. Women made most of the products used by the colonists that were not imported. The preponderance of women in the earliest factories in the United States is due largely to the fact that their work was transferred from the home to the factory. This was particularly true of the first major industry, the spinning and weaving of cotton, and accounts for the prominent role of women in early labor struggles, especially the fight of cotton mill workers for the 10-hour day. The women's rights movement, however, did not grow out of the trade union struggles of women. It was never closely associated with trade union activities nor particularly interested in the problems of working women. This may seem contradictory unless you keep in mind that the women's movement was primarily a fight for legal, not economic rights. The legal battle of the suffragists has been won, but in the 20th century women still face severe discrimination in wages and job opportunities. The women's rights movement did spring directly from the abolitionist movement. Every prominent fighter for women's rights was first an abolitionist, and the two movements were closely allied for 50 years, although the woman question frequently caused division in the abolitionist ranks, as the Negro cause became more respectable and more popular than that of women. Just how did the anti-slavery movement give birth to the struggle for women's rights? There is a simple explanation for what may seem at first a surprising evolution. Women who started out to plead for the slave found a 641 were not allowed to plead. They were ridiculed when they appeared on a speaker's platform, they were not accepted as delegates when they attended anti-slavery conventions. Within a short time, most of the women prominent in abolitionist circles spoke up for their own rights, too, although a formal organization advocating complete legal equality and suffrage was not formed for another 20 years. The early leaders. A number of misconceptions about the pioneers for women's rights are prevalent. In the first place, it is assumed that they were all women, women united in a war against men. The truth is men were in the forefront of the struggle for women's rights, notably such spokesmen as William Lloyd Garrison, Frederick Douglass, and Wendell Phillips. They were attacked even more viciously than the women and labeled hermaphrodites and Aunt Nancy men. Furthermore, none of the women in this movement were exclusively preoccupied with sex equality and women's problems. They were, as I said, invariably abolitionists and frequently advocated a great many other reforms, the utopian variety of socialism, trade unions, atheism, temperance, free love, birth control and easier divorce. Many of these causes were not too popular in the early part of the last century, and this accounts to some extent for the common opinion that these women were freaks and probably immoral. It is not true that most of the feminist leaders were either libertines or embittered virgins. With the exception of Susan B. Anthony, the best known, Lucretia Mott, Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Lucy Stone, Carrie Chapman Catt, were happily married. Mrs. Mott and Mrs. Stanton, founders of the movement, were mothers of large families. They did not marry weak husbands who were dominated by their crusading wives. The husbands were generally men of outstanding ability and achievement, enthusiastic supporters of the woman's cause. The only reason they were to some extent overshadowed by their wives was that the unusual activities of the wives attracted a good deal of attention. Frances Wright was probably the first woman to speak publicly in this country and to advocate women's rights. She was Scotch, coming to America in 1818. Brilliant and courageous, she was also one of the extremists, exactly the type who were slandered and laughed at but never ignored. Among numerous other activities, she founded a colony primarily intended to set an example of how to free slaves and give them economic independence. But she was an opponent of marriage, and her colony became more famous for its open repudiation of this institution than for any service to the Negro cause. 642-7. Opposition to marriage was common among the early advocates of freedom for women. They saw in it, quite correctly, in my opinion, an institution designed for the subjugation of their sex. In those days a married woman had no right to own property, her wages belonged to her husband and so did her children. The simplest way to avoid these evils was to stay single. In spite of their audacity, these women frequently surrendered to local pressure. Mary Wollstonecraft gave birth to one illegitimate child, but when she became pregnant a second time by another lover, she found the struggle too difficult and married him. Frances Wright and her sister both married for the same reason: they were pregnant. The sex question explains a lot about the notoriety associated with the first feminist leaders. As the movement grew and became more respectable, it attempted to dissociate itself from advocacy of free love, but was never completely successful. About the same time that Frances Wright founded her well-publicized colony, Lucretia Mott became a Quaker minister. She is one of the most striking personalities in the women's rights movement. Of unusual intellect and breadth of vision, she studied intensively and was an active lecturer and organizer for 50 years. She supported trade unions when they were almost unknown and generally illegal, which was rare among abolitionist leaders, who seemed to think there was some kind of conflict between the two movements. She also raised 6 children and apparently enjoyed domestic activities like cooking and sewing, although you wonder as you read her biography how she found time for them. She was at the meeting held in Philadelphia in 1833 where the first anti-slavery group was organized and from which the American Anti-Slavery Society developed. Although she spoke several times during the convention and played an influential role, it did not occur to her to sign the declaration that was adopted. Samuel May, in his reminiscences, wrote, "Men were so blind, so obtuse, they did not recognize the women guests as members of the convention." Lucretia's next step was to form a women's anti-slavery society, but the women were so ignorant of parliamentary procedure that they found it necessary to get a man to chair the meeting, James McCrummell, an educated Negro. The brazen conduct of women in forming this society was attacked by clergymen as an act of flagrant sedition against God. While women were clothing and feeding the Negro on his way to Canada, clergymen huddled in churches and wrung their hands, forecasting the doom of the American home and the good old traditions. 5 years after the Women's Anti-Slavery Society was organized, it held a convention in Pennsylvania Hall, a public building recently dedicated to liberty. 643. And the rights of man. While the delegates conducted their business, a mob surrounded the hall. Stones were thrown at the windows, breaking pane after pane, and vitriol was hurled through the gaping holes, while a cry rose, "Bum the hall!" 2 or 3 hours after the women vacated the hall, it went up in flames. That night Philadelphia was in an uproar. The mayor wanted to stop abolitionist activities and police protection was non-existent. The mob headed for the home of James and Lucretia Mott. There was a period of tense waiting inside the house while the yells and turmoil in the street grew closer. But as the minutes passed, the noise seemed to recede and gradually fade into the distance. The next day they learned that a friend had joined the mob, and when they were within a block of the house, he flourished a stick and cried, "On to the Motts," then led them up a succession of wrong streets. This was one of many similar incidents for Lucretia Mott, and her calm composure in a riot became legendary. Sarah and Angelina Grimke, aristocratic women from the South, were among the earliest speakers and organizers of the abolitionist movement. I came across an interesting quotation from a speech by Angelina Grimke delivered before a Massachusetts legislative committee in 1832, "As a moral being I feel I owe it to the slave and the master, to my countrymen and to the world, to do all that I can to overturn a system of complicated crimes built upon the broken hearts and prostrate bodies of my countrymen in chains and cemented by the blood, sweat, and tears of my sisters in bond." Evidently Churchill knew a good phrase when he saw it. Begin organizing. Factional struggles inside the abolitionist movement led Lucretia Mott and Elizabeth Cady Stanton to call a convention for women's rights in 1848. 8 years earlier, a fight had taken place over the election of a woman to a business committee of the American Anti-Slavery Society. The vote was favorable to the candidate, Abby Kelly, and the anti-woman group seceded from the organization and formed their own anti-slavery society. A worldwide anti-slavery convention had been called in London. Purged of its reactionary elements, the American Anti-Slavery Society elected Lucretia and 2 other women to their executive committee and chose her and Charles Remond, a Negro, as delegates to the London Convention. Lucretia also headed the delegation from the Women's Anti-Slavery Society. Another delegation, 100% male, of course, was sent by the newly formed organization. In London every effort was made to keep peace. 644-7. By persuading the women delegates to withhold their credentials, but Lucretia insisted that the responsibility for rejection must rest with the convention. Wendell Phillips opened the fight on the convention floor by proposing that all persons with credentials be seated. He pointed out that the convention's invitation had been addressed to all friends of the slave and Massachusetts had interpreted this to mean men and women. Clergymen at the convention were particularly eloquent in their opposition to seating women. Learned doctors of divinity raced about the convention hall Bible in hand, quoting words of scripture and waving their fists beneath the noses of disputing brethren who did not know woman's place. The reactionaries won. Women were admitted as guests only and seated behind a curtain which screened them from public gaze. Garrison, the greatest figure in the abolitionist world, was scheduled to be the main speaker. On his arrival he climbed the stairs to the women's balcony, sat beside Lucretia behind the curtain, and remained there until the close of the convention. It was on this trip to England that Lucretia met Elizabeth Cady Stanton, a young bride of one of the delegates. It was here that they decided to start a crusade for women's rights on their return to America, although 8 years passed before they were able to carry out their plans and call the Seneca Falls Convention of 1848. This Equal Rights Convention, the first ever held in any country, was the official beginning of the suffrage struggle. The first day of the convention had been advertised as open to women only. When the women arrived at the Unitarian Church they found they were locked out. A young professor climbed through a window and opened the door for them. On the spot, they decided to admit men, which turned out to be a fortunate decision for the suffrage cause. James Mott was chairman of the meeting, as the women were still timid and did not know too much about parliamentary procedure. The Declaration of Sentiments adopted by the convention was signed by 68 women and 32 men. The resolution called for complete equality in marriage, equal rights in property, wages, and custody of children, the right to make contracts, to sue and be sued, to testify in court, and to vote. Elizabeth Cady Stanton introduced the suffrage amendment. It was opposed by Lucretia Mott because she considered it too radical and thought it would arouse public antagonism and ridicule. Frederick Douglass seconded Mrs. Stanton's motion and made one of the most eloquent speeches in history for woman's equality and her right to vote. His speech inspired the women to overcome their hesitation and pass the suffrage resolution. Within a year a National Women's Rights Association was organized and state and national conventions were held regularly. 645. Persecution and abuse. The women's movement was met with a storm of abuse, particularly from the clergy, although a great many men just considered it funny. Within a few years, as it gained momentum, it met more serious opposition. Opponents of suffrage were divided as to whether the population would decrease because women were unsexed or illegitimately increase because of the practice of free love. A typical example of the anti-suffrage point of view appears in a book by Dr. L.P. Brockett, quoted at some length in Hare's biography of Lucretia Mott. It gives a picture of just what would happen if women were allowed to vote and declares it will be a gala day for the prostitutes, as modest refined Christian women would refuse to go to the polls in such company. Hare paraphrases the book. What a lesson of evil would be taught children on that day. Imagine the innocent offspring, clutching its mother as it stands in the presence of poor wretches, bedizened in gaudy finery, with bold, brazen faces, many of them half or wholly drunk and uttering with loud laughter, horrible oaths, and ribald and obscene jests. What an impression the child would receive. And if the mother attempted to tell her daughter that these were bad women, the child might query, "But mother, they are going to vote. If they were so very bad, Would they have the same right to vote that you and other ladies have? Unable to answer so precocious a question, the modest, refined Christian mother would scurry home, leaving the polls to her male representatives and the women of the underworld. To drive home the lesson, says Hare. The book is illustrated with a picture showing the refined woman at the polls completely surrounded by a vicious group of derelicts of both sexes. The picture vividly warns any woman who is on the verge of becoming a follower of Lucretia Mott, the type of men and women with whom she must associate if she votes. It also discloses the unintentional fact that the voting male is the uncouth immigrant, the Bowery healer, and the pimp, the same male hailed by opponents of female rights as woman's natural representative in affairs of government. One glance at the men in the picture convinces the reader that woman's benign influence in the home had gone awry, despite this best-chosen argument of the anti-suffragettes. 646-7. Dr. Brockett also predicts that some disastrous changes will occur in the appearance of women, the blush of innocence, the timid, half-frightened expression which is, to all right-thinking men a higher charm than the most perfect self-conscious beauty, will disappear, and in place of it we shall have hard, self-reliant bold faces, and in which all the loveliness will have faded, and naught remain save the look of power and talent. The suffrage workers encountered additional ridicule at this time due to the introduction of the bloomer costume. It was rather strange in appearance, consisting of trousers partly concealed by a full skirt that fell 6 inches below the knees. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, Lucy Stone, and Susan B. Anthony probably suffered greater martyrdom, because of this costume than for any other phase of their crusade, and after a few years they discontinued wearing it, feeling that it did more harm than good. Nevertheless, the outfit did give much greater freedom of action and was adopted by many farm women of the period and recommended by doctors for use in sanitariums. It was the first step toward the freedom of the modem dress. Mrs. Stanton became one of the most active suffrage leaders, and it was in this period that her lifelong collaboration with Susan B. Anthony began. She was the mother of 5 boys and 2 girls, and whenever her schedule of lectures, conventions, and meetings became too heavy, she would threaten to interrupt it by having another baby. Lucy Stone, now best known as the woman who insisted on keeping her maiden name, also became prominent in the 1850s. Lucy's use of her own name grew out of her original opposition to marriage. When she did marry, the unusual ceremony attracted considerable comment, none of it favorable. She and Henry Blackwell opened the wedding with a statement. While we acknowledge our mutual affection by publicly assuming the relation of man and wife, yet in justice to ourselves and a great principle, we deem it a duty to declare that this act on our part implies no sanction of, nor promise of voluntary obedience to, such of the present laws of marriage as refuse to recognize the wife as an independent, rational being while they confer upon the husband an injurious and unnatural superiority, investing him with legal powers which no honorable man would exercise and no man should possess. We protest especially against the laws which give the husband, 1. The custody of the wife's person. 2. The exclusive control and guardianship of their children. 3. The sole ownership of her personal property and use of her real estate, unless previously settled upon her, or placed in the hands of trustees as in the case of minors, lunatics, and idiots. 4. The absolute right to the product of her industry. 647. They continued with the regular marriage ceremony, omitting the word obey, but there was a popular feeling, especially since Lucy kept her own name, that they were not really married. Many Negro women like Harriet Tubman, the extraordinary leader of the Underground Railway, and Sojourner Truth, also played an active role in the women's rights movement. Tubman is reported to have been an amazingly eloquent speaker, but for reasons of personal safety the speeches were rarely recorded. Not a soft occupation. Even a bare outline of the lives of these early women leaders arouses admiration. Lecturing for women's rights was not exactly a soft occupation. Traveling was pretty rough then, and the reception was likely to be rough, too. These women kept going at a remarkable pace in spite of large families and heavy domestic responsibilities. Mrs. Stanton wrote most of her speeches after midnight while the children were sleeping. I don't know when she slept. Most of the women continued their work without let up even when they were in their 60s and 70s. Lucretia Mott was 83 when she spoke at the 25th anniversary of the Suffrage Association. They were middle-class women, but many of them faced economic hardships. Lucy Stone went to Oberlin College, the first to admit women, and worked her way through, sweeping and washing dishes at 3 cents an hour. Her life as an abolitionist and women's rights speaker was not exactly a cinch either. She lived in a garret in Boston, sleeping 3 in a bed with the landlady's daughters for 6 1/4 cents a night. Constance Burnett in 5 for Freedom describes a fairly typical meeting at which she spoke. She was the outstanding orator of the women's movement, a real spellbinder. Lucy posted her own meetings, hammering her signs on trees with tacks carried in her reticule and stones from the road. The first poster usually drew an army of young hoodlums who followed her up and down streets, taunting, flinging small missiles and pulling down her notices as soon as her back was turned. For her ability to remain unperturbed through hoots, jeers, and murderous assault, she had few equals. It was a common thing for her to face a rain of spitballs as soon as she stepped before an audience. Once a hymn book was flung at her head with such force it almost stunned her. On another night, in midwinter, icy water was trained on her from a hose. 648-7. Thrust through a window. Lucy calmly reached for her shawl, wrapped it around her shoulders and went on talking. At an open-air anti-slavery meeting on Cape Cod, the temper of the crowd seemed so dangerous that all the speakers, one after the other, vanished hastily from the platform. The only two left were Lucy and Abby Kelly's husband, Stephen Foster, a firebrand abolitionist of the same metal from New Hampshire. Before either of them could get to speak, Lucy saw the mob begin its advance. "They're coming, Stephen. You'd better run for it," she warned him hurriedly. Stephen no more than Lucy ever ran from danger. "What about you?" he protested, and with that the surging, yelling mass was upon them. Overpowered, Foster disappeared in the melee, and Lucy, suddenly deserted, looked up into the face of a towering ruffian with a club. "This gentleman will take care of me," she suggested sweetly, taking his arm, and too astonished for words, he complied. Reasoning calmly with him as he steered her out of the violence, she won his reluctant admiration and his consent to let her finish her speech. The platform was demolished by then, but he conducted her to a tree stump, rounded up the rest of the gentlemen and preserved order with raised club until she was through talking. Lucy gave the whole gang a piece of her mind, not neglecting to collect $20 from them to replace Stephen Foster's coat, which in their gentlemanly exuberance they had split in two. The alliance ends. During the Civil War there was little activity in the women's movement. All of the women were devoted to the abolitionist cause and enthusiastically entered into various types of war work. But the end of the war brought the end of the 50-year alliance between the women's cause and the Negro movement. The split took place when Negro men got the vote. The Republican Party and the Negro leaders were both pressing for passage of the 14th and 15th Amendments to the Constitution to enfranchise Negro men. The Republicans were not particularly interested in Negro rights, but they wanted votes. The Democrats, who opposed the Negro vote, now gave lip service to woman suffrage in order to annoy the Republicans and hypocritically charge them with hypocrisy. Negro leaders argued that this was the Negro's hour and it was a matter of practical politics to push through the vote for Negro men while it had a chance. 649. Of ratification. Adding woman suffrage to the amendment would inevitably result in its defeat. Negro and abolitionist leaders insisted that they were devoted to the woman's cause and would continue to fight for universal suffrage after Negro men got the vote. Many of the women were embittered by what they considered a sellout. Elizabeth Cady Stanton, in an argument with Wendell Phillips, said, "May I ask just one question, based on the apparent opposition in which you place the Negro and woman? Do you believe the African race is composed entirely of males?" For 50 years these women had fought for the abolitionist cause and they felt that they had won the right to be included in the suffrage amendment. They would not agree to being left out on grounds of political expediency. They got little support and the 15th Amendment was passed, giving the vote to Negro men only. At the American Equal Rights Association convention in 1869, a formal split occurred, with the majority, the more conservative grouping, supporting the Boston abolitionist wing. Among the majority were Julia Ward Howe and Lucy Stone, who formed the American Woman Suffrage Association. The radical minority, led by Susan B. Anthony and Elizabeth Cady Stanton, organized the National Woman Rights Association. For 20 years these two groups remained separate. As I have indicated, the principal cause of the split was the division of opinion over supporting Negro suffrage while the question of woman suffrage was postponed. I've read some eloquent statements on both sides of this argument. Negro leaders like Frederick Douglass, the first man to speak up for woman suffrage in this country, felt that the Negro cause was jeopardized by the women who selfishly advanced their own demands instead of waiting until it was more practical to advocate suffrage for women, too. Women felt this attitude was a great injustice on the part of the abolitionists, showing ingratitude to the women who had fought so long and so courageously for the Negro cause. In Lucretia Mott's biography there is a description of the centennial anniversary of the Declaration of Independence. The newly enfranchised citizens appreciated what had been done for them, by their sex. Women on the sidewalks watched them carry banner after banner emblazoned with the names of Garrison or Phillips or Douglass. They searched in vain for a tribute to Lucretia Mott, or the author of Uncle Tom's Cabin, or any other woman of the anti-slavery conflict. Both the Negro and the woman's movement were greatly weakened by the split in their ranks and it was another 50 years before women got the vote. 657. In several accounts of this split written by men in sympathy with the Negro side of the argument, the women were held responsible for the delay because extremists in their ranks insisted prematurely on suffrage. Historically there is not much point in speculating about what would have happened if the Negroes and women had stuck together, how long this would have delayed Negro suffrage, if at all, and whether or not woman suffrage would have been won at an earlier date. Most Negro men were enfranchised in name only, and even to this day millions have not been able to exercise their constitutional right to vote. Personally, I can't help sympathizing with the women who felt they had been deserted and betrayed. It's unfortunate that the reform movement was split as a result, but I'm not sure this was entirely the fault of a few women radicals. There were heterogeneous elements in the Equal Rights Association, many of whom felt that their cause, Negro emancipation and enfranchisement, had been won, and it is probable that this conservative element would have broken away in any case. The history of the woman's movement from this point on, divorced from the other reform struggles for which the women originally fought, becomes a bit dull. It is more bourgeois in character, exclusively concerned as it is with the vote. The struggle for the vote. Immediately after the passage of the 15th Amendment, Susan B. Anthony decided to test the new law, which was worded in such a way that it might possibly be construed to include women. In Rochester, NY, she and 12 other women armed with a copy of the Constitution demanded the right to vote. The election inspectors were so startled by this move that the women were allowed to cast ballots. They were promptly arrested for voting illegally. Susan was fined $100. She refused to pay the fine, hoping that she would be imprisoned and the case could be carried to the Supreme Court. But the judge was a shrewd politician and did not order her arrest. The fine has not yet been paid. In the 25 years following the Equal Rights Convention of 1848, women achieved many of their original demands. More and more states passed laws giving married women the right to custody of their children, to disposal of their wages and their property. Curiously enough, the first and most successful advocates of these laws were men whose interests were threatened. In upstate New York, wealthy Dutch fathers-in-law became indignant when their daughter's property was squandered by spendthrift husbands. The Married Women's Property Bill was passed. 651. Largely through their influence. In one of the southern states a similar bill was introduced by a man who wanted to marry a wealthy widow. Heavily in debt himself, he knew her property could be attached to pay his debts if they got married. When the bill passed, she could keep her property and they could both live comfortably on her income. The territory of Wyoming was the first to give women the vote in 1869, Utah followed the next year, Colorado and Idaho a little later. Pioneers in the West, accustomed to women who could load a gun, ride a horse and run a homestead as competently as a man, were more easily persuaded than Eastern men that women are not frail or feeble-minded. 20 years later, when Wyoming applied for statehood, the fact that women voted there became a political issue. Wyoming declared, "We will remain out of the Union 100 years rather than come in without woman suffrage." Susan B. Anthony continued to campaign for another 30 years. Her final speech to a women's rights convention was made in 1904 when she was 86 years old. An incident reported in Five for Freedom gives some idea of her remarkable energy. During this year Susan delivered 171 lectures, besides hundreds of impromptu talks. She traveled ceaselessly. The journey home through the Rockies in January became rugged when her train ran into mountainous drifts. Tracks had been recently laid, breakdowns were frequent and waits interminable. Passengers had nothing to eat but the cold food they had the foresight to bring. Many nights were spent sitting bolt upright. Susan did get back finally, in time for the annual convention of her National Woman Suffrage Association in the capital. "You must be tired," they greeted her in Washington. "Why, what should make me tired?" asked Susan. "I haven't been doing anything for 2 weeks." The restfulness of transcontinental rail trips in the 1870s was not apparent to others. By 1900 the suffrage movement had become more powerful, but so had the opposition. The liquor interests, afraid that women would vote for prohibition, poured millions of dollars into campaigns to defeat woman suffrage. In state after state women lost out when the suffrage question came to a popular vote. The following circular, published in Portland, Oregon, is an example of how the liquor crowd worked. It will take 50,000 votes to defeat woman suffrage. There are 2,000 retailers in Oregon. That means that every retailer must himself bring in 25 votes on election day. 652-7. Every retailer can get 25 votes. Besides his employees, he has his grocer, his butcher, his landlord, his laundryman, and every person he does business with. If every man in the business will do this, we will win. We enclose 25 ballot tickets showing how to vote. We also enclose a postal card addressed to this association. If I will personally take 25 friendly voters to the polls on election day and give each one a ticket showing how to vote, please mail the postal card back to us at once. You need not sign the card. Every card has a number and we will know who sent it in. Let us all pull together and let us all work. Let us each get 25 votes. This was signed by the Brewers and Wholesale Liquor Dealers Association. In this case the liquor interests were successful and woman suffrage was defeated. In spite of such defeats, the suffrage cause won more and more mass support. Jesse Lynch Williams gives a description of a suffrage parade which he watched from the window of a Fifth Avenue club. It was Saturday afternoon and the members had crowded behind the windows to witness the show. They were laughing and exchanging the kind of jokes you would expect. When the head of the procession came opposite them, they burst into laughing and as the procession swept past, laughed long and loud. But the women continued to pour by. The laughter began to weaken, became spasmodic. The parade went on and on. Finally there was only the occasional sound of the clink of ice in the glasses. Hours passed. Then someone broke the silence. "Well boys," he said, "I guess they mean it." In Albany, a representative from New York City said that not 5 women in his district endorsed woman suffrage. He was handed a petition signed by 189 women in his own block. To militant tactics. The split following the Civil War lasted 20 years. In 1890 the two suffrage organizations united as the National American Woman Suffrage Association. But in 1913 the movement split again, this time over the question of militant tactics imported from Great Britain. 653. The British suffragists started later than the American, but once they got going, they really went to town. The militant suffragist movement in England, organized by Emmeline Pankhurst and her daughters in 1905, battled cops and hounded public officials. They chained themselves to posts or iron grillwork of public buildings and went on talking while the police sawed them loose. They climbed on rafters above Parliament and lay there for hours so that they could speak out at any opportune moment. Hundreds were arrested. In jail they continued to battle prison officials, went on hunger strikes, were subjected to forcible feeding. A book written by one of Mrs. Pankhurst's daughters gives a colorful glimpse of the lively character of their protest. A poster, reproduced in the book, reads, "Votes for women, men and women, helped the suffragettes to rush the House of Commons, on Tuesday evening, the 13th of October. In the subsequent trial there was a good deal of debate as to just what the word rush meant. The title of Chapter 20, June and July 1909, is followed by a brief summary, attempt to insist on the constitutional right of petition as secured by the Bill of Rights, arrest of Mrs. Pankhurst and the Hon. Mrs. Haverfield, Miss Wallace Dunlop and the hunger strike, 14 hunger strikers in punishment cells. Mr. Gladstone charges Miss Garnett with having bitten a wardress. Chapter 21 July to September 1909, gives this summary, M. R. Lloyd George at Limehouse, 12 women sent to prison, another strike, hunger strikers at Exeter Jail, Mrs. Lee on the roof at Liverpool, Liverpool hunger strikers, etc. Some of the pictures have captions like Lady Constance Lytton before she threw the stone at Newcastle. Jessie Kenny as she tried to gain admittance to Mr. Asquith's meeting disguised as telegraph boy. Two American women, Alice Paul and Lucy Bums, took part in the English demonstrations, were imprisoned and went on hunger strikes. They returned to this country determined to introduce some new methods into the now rather conventional women's movement. In 1913 Miss Paul organized a suffrage parade in Washington, O.C. Some 8,000 women marched down Pennsylvania Avenue. As the procession approached the White House, it was blocked by hostile crowds. Women were spit upon, slapped in the face, tripped up, pelted with burning cigar stubs, insulted by jeers and obscene language. Troops had to be brought from Fort Myer. Afterwards the suffragists forced a congressional inquiry and the chief of police lost his job. Alice Paul concentrated on passing a federal amendment which the older suffragists had more or less shelved while they fought local battles from state to state. Miss Paul followed the political tactics of the English movement. This was to hold the party in power responsible for the delay in granting woman suffrage. 654-7. And to campaign against all candidates of that party regardless of whether or not they supported suffrage as individuals. By that time women had the vote in a number of states and Miss Paul systematically campaigned against all candidates of the Democratic Party, in power at the time. Conservative elements in the suffrage movement did not accept this tactic and Miss Paul and others were expelled in 1913. They formed a new organization which took the name National Woman's Party in 1916. This organization also followed the British policy of putting a lot of pressure on top officials. It got so that the British Prime Minister and cabinet officials were afraid to speak in public and only appeared at bazaars and social affairs. To get favorable action from Wilson, who saw numerous delegations but kept stalling, a picket line was thrown around the White House in January, 1917. It continued day after day. On Inauguration Day, in a heavy rain, 1,000 pickets circled the White House 4 times. In April, war was declared but the picketing continued. In June patriotic mobs began to tear down their banners and maul the pickets. On June 22 police started arresting the women, who refused to pay their fines. Hundreds were sent to prison, including Lucy Bums and Alice Paul. A history of the National Woman's Party gives some details as to how they were treated. Instantly the room was in havoc. The guards from the male prison fell upon us. I saw Miss Lincoln, a slight young girl, thrown to the floor. Mrs. Nolan, a delicate old lady of 73, was mastered by two men. Whitaker, the superintendent, in the center of the room directed the whole attack, inciting the guards to every brutality. Two men brought in Dorothy Day, twisting her arms above her head. Suddenly they lifted her and brought her body down twice over the back of an iron bench. The bed broke Mrs. Nolan's fall, but Mrs. Kosu hit the wall. They had been there a few minutes when Mrs. Lewis, all doubled over like a sack of flour, was thrown in. Her head struck the iron bed and she fell to the floor senseless. As for Lucy Bums, they handcuffed her wrists and fastened the handcuffs over her head to the cell door. Alice Paul's hunger strike lasted 22 days. The authorities insisted on an examination of her mental condition. The doctor reported, "This is a spirit like Joan of Arc and it's useless to try to change it. She will die but she will never give up." In the meantime, speakers of the National Woman's Party were arousing the whole country against the treatment of the prisoners. Suddenly, on March 3, they were released. They were promised action on the suffrage amendment. 655. But the following June, when Congress continued to stall, they started picketing again. Soon they were back in jail and on their hunger strikes. The Senate finally voted on the amendment. It lost by 2 votes. The women transferred their pickets to the Senate. Alice Paul started a watchfire in in front of the White House. Every time President Wilson made a speech abroad that referred to freedom even in a passing phrase, a copy of the speech was burned in the watchfire. Invariably, police arrested the women who burned the speech. Evidently reports reaching Europe of the watchfire embarrassed the president, for he cabled 2 senators asking them to support the suffrage amendment. In February, 1919, the Senate voted again and the amendment lost by 1 vote. In June it was finally passed. It still had to be ratified by the states and this meant a state-to-state struggle lasting another year. The women of the United States voted in the presidential elections of 1920. I seem to have given most of the credit for final passage of this law to the National Woman's Party. The older suffrage organization continued its work during these 7 years. It had a membership of almost 2 million as compared with the top membership of 50,000 in the National Woman's Party. But it was this militant minority that gave the final push to the suffrage drive. The struggle ahead. Since I have limited myself to the struggle of American women for legal equality, I have not attempted to describe their economic development in this 100-year period, their entry into industries, office work, trades and professions, or their role in the trade union movement. That story would require another article, but its close relationship to the growth of the women's movement is obvious. As women achieved economic independence, their demand for the vote was taken more seriously. Laws change slowly and are generally a reflection of changes that have already occurred on the economic and social level. Almost 35 years have passed since women got the vote. We are in position now to appraise what women achieved when they won the suffrage and what they did not achieve. Many people are disappointed over the results of women's suffrage, for example, all those who believed that politics would be purified by the participation of women. Reactionaries insist that suffrage and the entry of women into industry have actually achieved nothing, that modern women are miserably unhappy, frustrated and hysterical and go insane at a faster rate than ever. 656-7. Before. All this because women are allegedly emotionally passive and have been forced against their true nature into competition with men. The solution, if we are to believe them, seems to be to hurry back to what's left of the home, which is something like going all out for the horse as a means of modem transportation. Modem woman, the lost sex by a woman psychiatrist, Maria Farnham, is a good example of this reactionary trend. Even people who approve of modem woman are disappointed at the results of the woman's rights struggle. Purdy in his biography of Mary Wollstonecraft says, All that has been done for women in the last century and a half has not saved them from the tragedies that afflicted Mary Wollstonecraft, Eliza Bishop, and Fanny Blood. Inherited poverty, brutal or indifferent parents, disease following overwork and neglect, reluctant or faithless lovers, incompatible husbands, the struggle to wring a living from an apathetic world has not been ended by female suffrage or any other abstract benefits women have recently achieved. I can't help wondering just how many problems they thought women's suffrage could solve. The vote was a simple question of democratic rights and not a magic formula that could dissolve all the bitterness and frustrations of women's daily lives. Men have been voting 100 years longer than women and they've still got problems. That doesn't mean they should give up voting. If Negroes suddenly achieved complete equality with whites, they would still face unemployment, the threat of war, reaction, and all the other difficulties that confront every worker, regardless of race or sex. That doesn't mean they should give up the fight for full equality. I don't doubt that women are unhappy. The legal equality and other democratic rights for which they fought so heroically are meaningless as long as their position in economic and family life remains basically unaltered. The economic status of women is undergoing change. This is bringing about the first fundamental difference in women's lives. Women now constitute a net third of the labor force and 25% of all married women are working. This is a revolutionary development that in the long run will mean a great deal more than the vote. But the majority of women still face discrimination in wages and jobs. The average income of women workers is less than half that of men. They are also doubly exploited, as wage earners and as wives. A survey by General Electric revealed that the average work week of employed wives is 79 hours, 40 on the job and 39 at home. 657. This explains why women are not too enthusiastic about their so-called emancipation. Women workers are obviously not emancipated, any more than male workers, Negro workers, or any other section of the working class. The structure of the family is also undergoing change, partly as a result of women's changing economic position. Women are not as restricted in their sex and family relationships as they were when Mary Wollstonecraft first rebelled against marriage. I believe it is significant that the first women who fought for equality and women's rights directed a large part of their protest against bourgeois family relationships. Only at a later date did they center their attention on issues like the vote. It may be that in our re-examination of women's problems we will return to their starting point. In the light of modern psychological and anthropological knowledge, we should study the relations of husbands and wives, parents and children, in a society that is founded upon the institution of private property and where marriage laws and customs reflect this basic concept of private ownership. Both the economic and sex status of women is changing, but these changes are only the first steps toward a revolution in human relationships which will take place in the future. The fight for freedom is indivisible and no basic change can be achieved in a society where men, as well as women, are not free. When women are really emancipated from the economic exploitation and emotional restrictions of our society, men too will be freed from the frustrations and unhappiness which the same system inflicts upon them. This can only be achieved in the cooperative atmosphere of a socialist commonwealth where our personal relationships will not be an expression of the property forms of a competitive society. 658. 10 Feuerbach, Philosopher of Materialism 11. 1956. John G. Wright, Joseph Vansler. 7. Ludwig Andreas Feuerbach, the fourth son of a famous German lawyer, was born at the beginning of the 19th century, July 28, 1804. His family was bourgeois. A native of southern Germany, fiery and passionate by temperament, a born fighter, his natural element was the hurly-burly of public life. He needed the widest possible contact with people, the broadest possible arena. This was denied him by German reaction. The authorities drove him from his university post in 1832, refused to reinstate him in 1836, barred him from the main centers of German intellectual life and kept him penned up, in virtual exile, in a provincial Comer of Bavaria, until his death September 13, 1872. Many know Feuerbach by name, not a few have read about him, mainly in Marxist literature, but nowadays hardly anybody reads his books. His writings are not readily obtainable either in translation or the original German. Yet in the history of human thought he occupies an eminent place. For a whole decade, from 1840 to 1849, he dominated the field of advanced philosophy as only Hegel did before him and Marx and Engels after him. Among the revolutionary-minded generation of his day, Feuerbach, the materialist philosopher and avowed opponent of theology, was naturally a hero. And just as naturally he was hated and hounded by reaction, not in Germany alone. In England, for example, one pillar of the church, William Maccall, publicly called for the physical annihilation of Feuerbach. Annihilate, for this is not a matter in which we pretend to one morsel of tolerance, announced this British reactionary. It is the fate of thinkers like Feuerbach to be maligned and misrepresented long after their death. All the more incumbent is it upon us to restore his true stature and to place his teachings and accomplishments as well as his limitations and failures in their true historical context. Feuerbach started out as a Hegelian. To be sure, he never was a wholly orthodox Hegelian, any more than were Marx and Engels, who likewise started out as Hegelians. But Feuerbach was nonetheless an idealist at the outset. 17 Right 1956. This article has been slightly edited and abridged. 659. His evolution is the conversion of a Hegelian into a materialist. The course of the development of Marx and Engels passes from Hegel through Feuerbach to dialectical materialism. Rosa Luxemburg somewhere says that dialectical materialism, the world outlook of Marxism, was the child of bourgeois philosophy, a child that cost the mother her life. At this birth Feuerbach may be said to have officiated as the midwife. At the age of 20 and, ironically enough, a young theologian, Feuerbach came to Berlin to study under Hegel. After 2 years, he studied natural sciences at Erlangen. Philosophy became his life work. His first book, published anonymously in 1830, Thoughts on Death and Immortality, shows that years before his definitive break with Hegel, he had already come under the influence of Spinoza, whose doctrine is materialist in its essence, despite its idealist modes of expression, as Feuerbach himself was later brilliantly to demonstrate. In 1839, when Feuerbach published his Zur Kritik der Hegelschen Philosophie, a contribution to the critique of Hegelian philosophy, he had broken with idealism. By 1841, when his monumental book The Essence of Christianity appeared, he was a materialist who waged war against idealism as the last refuge of theology and against Hegelianism as the last rational prop of theology. Karl Marx hailed Feuerbach's ideas at the time as world historic in their importance and inaugurating a new epoch. Why? Because they represented a decisive break with idealism and a rallying to materialism. As early as the 18th century, particularly in France, Marx pointed out in The Holy Family, materialism stood for the struggle not only against all metaphysical systems, against religion and theology, but also against the existing political institutions. To put it differently, materialist ideas were revolutionary. If the credit for driving religion out of its last refuge in history belongs to Marxism, then the credit for launching the final struggle to drive theology out of philosophy belongs to Feuerbach. In this he was indisputably the first, although he did not thoroughly purge his own thought of idealist remnants. There was nothing cut and dried about Feuerbach. With an eloquence rare in philosophic writings and with the zeal of a fighter for a correct line in philosophy, an intransigence and eloquence which captured the minds and hearts of revolutionists of his day, Feuerbach demonstrated that nothing exists save nature and mankind, that nature does not owe its existence to any power outside of itself, least of all to the power of an infinite subject, as idealists put it, or that nature is the self-estrangement and other being of the spirit, as Hegel put it. Such claims, Feuerbach explained, are mere translations into philosophic language of the theological doctrine that God created the world. 667. Our philosophers, he wrote, have up to now been nothing else but mediatizing theologians. As for Hegel, the absolute spirit is the departed spirit of theology which wanders like a ghost in and out of Hegelian philosophy. This absolute spirit remains as mysterious and unknowable as the God of the theologians, and Hegel actually tells as little about his absolute as theologians are able to tell about their divinity. Whoever fails to break with Hegelianism simply refuses to break with theology, concluded Feuerbach. German idealism had forged powerful weapons. Feuerbach turned these weapons against idealism itself. Truth is concrete, was the banner raised by German idealism, in the first instance by Hegel. Philosophy is cognizance of whatever is, agreed Feuerbach. The supreme law and task of philosophy is to think about essence, about creatures and things as they really are. He then proceeded to show how idealism violated its own fundamental premise. Anticipating the conquests of natural science, the German philosopher Kant had introduced the doctrine of evolution into philosophy. Hegel was later to extend evolution into history. But evolution is unthinkable outside of time and space. And so Kant recognized time and space as forms of cognizance, that is, as indispensable premises for human reason. With this Feuerbach agreed, only immediately to add that time and space must be much more than that. Are not time and space the necessary forms of existence, as well as the necessary forms of intuition and knowledge, the indispensable premises for the existence of all creatures and things? He asked. Of course they are. Space and time, said Feuerbach, can be forms of cognizance only because I myself happen to be part of whatever exists, only because I myself am a creature living in time and space. Space and time, he wrote, are the necessary forms of existence of all essence, of all creatures and things. A timeless sensation, a timeless will, a timeless thought, a timeless essence, are absurd fictions. Whatever is located outside of time, has by this token no temporal existence and cannot strive either to will or think. According to Feuerbach, being could not possibly mean an existence in thought alone. Such a contention is meaningless. To prove that something exists means to prove that it exists not only in the mind, he insisted. It must exist in the outside world. The starting point of idealism is that mind is prior to matter. Feuerbach concentrated his heaviest fire against this. What divides the opposing schools of human thought is precisely their starting points. Arrayed here against each other in the field of theory, just as in politics and in economic life, stand hostile social forces, class forces representing progress on the one side, retrogression on the opposing side. 661. This historic controversy rages as fiercely today as it did in Feuerbach's day. Take the current crisis in science. Many modern scientists, physicists in particular, find themselves floundering, hopelessly divided over such issues as, is there a real outer world which exists independently of our acts of knowing? Is the real outer world knowable or unknowable? Is there objective lawfulness, objective causality, in nature? These are the very same questions, it will be noted, which we are now discussing in connection with Feuerbach and to which he, as a materialist, gave affirmative answers. Scientists today are divided into two warring camps. On the one side, a group who answers these questions in the affirmative, and on the opposing side, those who deny it. Such denials follow consistently from the idealist standpoint that mind is prior to matter. And on this central issue Feuerbach in his day took the offensive. Whoever maintains that mind is prior to matter is simply a theologian in disguise who seeks to deduce the objective world from some immaterial power, or the idea. To try, said Feuerbach, to deduce the objective world from one's idea is to show that one understands exactly nothing about nature or about the mind. The idealistic starting point is a false one. Das Senjet dem Denken voran. Being comes before thinking. Thinking does not determine being, just the contrary, it is being that determines thinking. Idealists reason like those who upon seeing crowds of people walking on a sunny day, conclude that the sun shines because people are out promenading. The correct conclusion is that people are out because the sun is shining. I do not generate the object from the thought, said Feuerbach, but the thought from the object. I differ, he wrote with justifiable scorn, toto scylla from those philosophers who pluck out their eyes in order that they may see better, for nry thought I require the senses, especially sight. The idealist doctrine of the I, i.e., that the abstract subject is the sole source of reality, is merely another way of saying that mind is prior to matter. It is a false doctrine, argued Feuerbach. He reasoned approximately as follows: I am able to see, but I am not the only one gifted with sight. I am also seen by others. The real I is invariably that I which stands opposed to the you. The real I in tum becomes the you, that is to say, becomes the object for another I. For itself the I is naturally the subject, for others it is, just as naturally, the object. Therefore I constitute simultaneously both a subject and an object, or subject-object. This is not an identity, but a unity. Whoever analyzes conscious 662-7 ness independently of the rest of mankind does so only by ripping apart every single tie between consciousness and the outer world. In Capital, page 61, Kerr edition, Marx develops and deepens the same ideas as follows: since man comes into the world neither with a looking glass in his hand, nor as a Fichtean philosopher to whom I is sufficient, man first sees and recognizes himself in other men. Peter only establishes his own identity as a man by comparing himself with Paul as a being of like kind. And thereby Paul, just as he stands in his Pauline personality, becomes to Peter the type of genus homo. The outer world, said Feuerbach, is the necessary premise for consciousness. Our I is not at all the abstract entity with which idealist philosophers try to operate. I am a real being, a thing of the flesh. If you talk about my essence, please bear in mind that my body, too, belongs to this essence. What is more, it is my body, taken as a whole, that precisely constitutes my essence. It is my body that constitutes my I. The process of thinking does not take place within some abstract being, it takes place exactly within my body, within your body. Before you or I can think, we must exist. Before perceiving, we breathe. We cannot exist without air, food, and drink. Das Senjet dem Denken voran. Being is prior to thinking. Matter is prior to thought. Being determines consciousness, and not the other way around. Feuerbach's motto was, do not think as a thinker, but think as a real, living being, in which capacity you are now swimming in the waters of the world ocean. It is an excellent motto which Marxism has rendered more exact by specifying that individuals do not exist except within specific productive relations in society, i.e., as members of historically developed classes. Opponents of materialism argue that consciousness cannot, after all, be explained by material phenomena. Thought is immaterial, spiritual, whereas material phenomena are just that, material and unspiritual. This argument, annihilating in the eyes of idealists, completely misses the mark. It does not even touch the materialist foundations of Feuerbach's doctrine. It is idealism that tries to do just the reverse, namely, to explain material phenomena by mental phenomena, in fact, to establish an identity between the two. It is wrong to do so, reasoned Feuerbach. The domain of subjective events stands contract opposed to the domain of objective events, and these opposing sides can be understood only as a unity. Not an identity, but a unity. What is for me, or subjectively, a purely spiritual, immaterial, and unsensuous act, is by itself, objectively, a material, sensuous act, explained Feuerbach. The task is to differentiate between them in order then not to sever them asunder, nor falsely to identify them, but to relate them correctly as two sides of one and the same unified whole. 663. He carefully differentiated not only between consciousness and material phenomena but also between things as they really exist and things as they appear to us, things as we understand them. He differentiated in order to relate them correctly. Through our senses we obtain mental images of the objective world. These images are likewise products of nature, but they are distinct from the actual objects of mental representation. In philosophic language, the thing in itself is distinct from the thing for us. The second, that is, the mental image, is only a reaction to the first, that is, it is an image of objective reality, just as man himself is only a fragment of the world of nature which is mirrored in his mind. My taste nerve, explained Feuerbach, is just as much a product of nature as salt is, but from this it does not at all follow that the taste of salt as such would immediately be an objective property of salt. It by no means follows that the salt such as it appears only as an object of sensation would exactly be that in and for itself, that the sensation of salt on the tongue would also be the property of salt, as we think of it without sensation. Sensation or sense perception is the result of the objective action upon our sense organs of a thing in itself which exists independently of us. Such is the materialist theory of Feuerbach, such is the theory of Marxism as well. Sensation is the subjective image of an objective world, a world which is simultaneously in and for itself. Idealists make quite a to-do about the theory of knowledge, gnoseology, or epistemology as academicians call it. Is the thing in itself, that is, the outer world, really knowable? If so, how do we know it? How can we prove it? Many modern scientists profess to be nonplussed by these questions. In doing so they unwittingly follow in the footsteps of theologians who try to reduce logic to a mere instrument of proof. Actually, logic, even formal logic, is much more than that. It is one of the methods of proceeding from the known to the unknown, as was demonstrated by Bacon, the founder of modern materialism, with his method of induction as far back as the beginning of the 17th century. The argument that it is not possible to prove by a priori arguments that things are knowable has little weight in the progress of human knowledge, as all the advances of modern industry and technology have shown. It is a scholastic argument. The whole point is that the capacity of man to know reality can be, and has been, proved by other means. This problem of knowability, declared unsolvable by Kant, was, as a matter of record, resolved by Hegel, who pointed out that as we learn more and more about the qualities of a thing, we get to know more and more about it. In other words, knowledge is derived from observation, from experience, from industry, technology, science, in brief, from 664-7. The practical activity of man. As Marx pointed out, the problem of knowability is not a theoretical question at all, but a practical one. And any scientist who, when he philosophizes, turns his back on such proof demonstrates thereby that his reason is no better than the more or less diluted, more or less rarefied reason of the theologians. We get to know things as we learn about their qualities, Feuerbach agreed with Hegel. It is well worth pausing here to consider briefly how Feuerbach used Hegel's own arguments, against Kant, to demonstrate the inner inconsistency of the Hegelian system. Whatever lacks of qualities, said Feuerbach, has no effect upon me, has no existence for me. To deny all the qualities of a being is tantamount to denying the being itself. But this is precisely what Hegel does with regard to the category of pure being with which his system starts. Pure being, as Hegel defines it in his Science of Logic, is without difference and without any characteristics. It is pure indeterminateness, it is totally empty, otherwise, Hegel insists, its purity would be violated. Pure being is therefore without any real being, concluded Feuerbach. There is no being other than determinate being. What exists in space and time are particular species and individuals, solar bodies, stars, animals, plants, rocks, and so forth. Space and time, said Feuerbach, are not simple forms of phenomena but essential conditions of existence. Hegel's pure being lies outside of time and space, it is without any characteristics, it is indeed, as Hegel himself put it, an empty abstraction. It is a typical theological abstraction. Under the guise of pure being, Hegel simply smuggles in his absolute spirit. Thus there is no evolutionary process in Hegel's logic at all, in reality, his reasoning is circular. He starts with the absolute and ends with the self-same absolute. Feuerbach demonstrated without difficulty that other key categories of Hegel are likewise infinite and absolute in character, as for example the categories of Wesen, or essence, and of Begriff, usually translated as notion. This category figures in Hegel's system now as spirit and now as self-consciousness. Because of this inner inconsistency, Feuerbach discarded the dialectic altogether. He mistook the idealist form of the dialectic for the dialectic generally, a blunder which Marxism alone was able to rectify. In addition, by considering man not as an abstraction transcending society but as a concrete expression of given societies, themselves in evolution, Marx and Engels transcended the idealist vestiges in Feuerbach's philosophy. This brings us to the question of objective causality in nature. As Lenin pointed out, this question is of special importance in determining the philosophic line of any given system of ideas. Feuerbach recognized objective causality in nature which is mirrored only with approximate accuracy by the human. 665. Representations of order, law, and so forth. Human representations of nature are relative, but on the basis of these relative representations mankind gains knowledge of the objective lawfulness in nature. This recognition of objective causality is with Feuerbach inseparably connected with the recognition of the objective existence of the outer world of objects, bodies, and things which human consciousness mirrors. His views on this question, as Lenin pointed out, are thus consistently materialist. Friedrich Engels wrote, "One must himself have experienced the liberating effect of this book, Feuerbach's Essence of Christianity, to get an idea of it." Enthusiasm was general, we all became at once Feuerbachians. What liberated the young Marx and the young Engels? What made them so enthusiastic? They knew, as was said long ago, that without revolutionary theory there cannot be revolutionary practice. Marx and Engels were at the time trying to draw revolutionary conclusions from the Hegelian system and found themselves floundering in the self-contradiction of idealism. Feuerbach, as Engels put it, pulverized this contradiction at one blow and enthroned materialism again in philosophy. This paved the way, as we shall see in our next article, for the elaboration of a correct line in sociology, in politics, and economics. It enabled our great teachers to go beyond Feuerbach and to elaborate the scientific doctrine for socialism. Today, when the fate of mankind sways in the balance, it is clearer than ever before that salvation for the workers lies only in revolutionary practice, in the struggle for socialism. For this, revolutionary theory is indispensable as the guide for action. This struggle proceeds on three fronts: the economic, political, and theoretical. Not three separate arenas, walled off from one another, but three interrelated fronts of one and the same struggle. The correct line is of supreme importance in all three. In the main, Feuerbach laid down the correct line in philosophy. Therein lies his historic achievement. Therein, too, lies our indebtedness to him. 666-7. 11 Intellectuals and Revolution, The Case of C. Wright Mills, Letter to George Novak, 1961. James P. Cannon. Dear George, this is to acknowledge receipt of your letter and Evelyn's lively note of February about your meeting with M. Mills. This is certainly interesting and important news. It is also gratifying to hear that a conversation between us about M. Mills a year or so ago led, in a chain of actions and reactions, to your visit at his home. I think I agree entirely with everything you say in your letter in evaluation of M. Mills. He is different. As you know, I have always had a low, not to say contemptuous, opinion of the contemporary American intelligentsia. And that is not simply a carryover of the anti-intellectualism of my young wobbly days. After I became a communist and recognized that the thinkers and leaders of the Russian Revolution, like their mentors before them, were all intellectuals, I made a serious effort at thought reform on the subject. But I must say that the intellectuals of our time in this country, particularly those who have made pretensions to radicalism, have done their best to keep me from going overboard. Experience and observation over a long time have taught me two things about the American intellectuals in general, and academicians in particular. They lack modesty, which is the precondition for learning things they don't already know, especially about the dark interiors of social problems which have been explored by others but remain an undiscovered country for them. Supplementary to that defect, and holding them back from serious exploration, is the plain and simple fact they have no guts. They want to keep out of trouble. For quite a while I have regarded M. Ills as a maverick on the academic range. His manifest courage and honesty seemed to separate him from the herd. Then his book about Cuba showed another and most attractive side of his character. On one level it is an absorbing and moving exposition of the revolutionary process in Cuba, as the leaders of the revolution see it. And, 2. 18 Canon 1992. This item has been edited and abridged. 667. My mind, reading between the lines of their letters transmitted through M. Ills, they see more, and have studied and thought and reflected more about what they are doing, than they explicitly acknowledge in the letters. They frankly say they are improvising as they go along. Bulletin. The remarkable thing is that they have made the right improvisations almost every time, and keep in step with the revolution as it continues to develop. And this course has been continued since the book was written. Castro's speech at the United Nations on the mainsprings of imperialism was the speech of a man who has picked up Lenin's theory somewhere, maybe from the book itself. Then, in the press reports the other day, Castro was quoted as saying for the first time explicitly, as far as I know, that the socialist system is superior to the capitalistic system, and that in a resumption of normal diplomatic relations the United States would have to take this Cuban position into account. From all of this I got the impression that the Cuban leaders knew more about revolutionary theory than they claimed to know when they were talking with M. Ills, and that they know even more now, and are still learning. On the other level, M. Ills revealed himself as a man more clearly in this book than ever before. I kept saying to myself as I turned the pages from his introduction to his summary, this intellectual really cares about the hungry people of the world. He worries, as he says himself, not about the sweeping revolution, but with it. He is even capable of anger, that holy emotion of rebels and revolutionists, about injustice, oppression, lies, and hypocrisy. What a dangerous wild man to be running loose on the American campus. I would like here to make a brief comment on the important point dealt with inconclusively at the end of your talk with M. Ills. For convenience, I will first quote a paragraph from your letter. If Soviet economy is more productive, is it not then historically superior? I asked. What do you mean by historically superior? He asked. That it can produce more goods, more wealth, in less time with less labor per person. Yes, I think it can be more efficient, but that is not for me the only test of historical superiority. More important is the moral, cultural, and intellectual superiority. The discussion ended when I added that without a superior capacity for material production there couldn't be a superior cultural superstructure. I don't think the apparent disagreement should be left in that stalemate. The question is more subtle, more complicated. And, for my part, I can see merit in both your criterion and that of M. Ills. They should be reconciled, not contrasted. 668-7. It is elementary that a superior capacity for material production is the necessary basis for a superior cultural superstructure. Even the Cuban leaders, who don't profess to be practicing Marxists, know that and are working night and day to improve productive capacities to provide the means for all the other things. But in my opinion, there is also merit in M. Ill's concern for moral, cultural, and intellectual superiority, because it cannot be taken for granted that this will follow automatically from the reorganization of the productive system. This aim must be deliberately stated and consciously fought for all the time. The fullest democracy in the transition period, institutionalized by forms of organization which assure the participation and control of the working people at every stage of development, is an indispensable part of our program. This has to be not merely stated, but emphasized. It distinguishes us from, and puts us in irreconcilable opposition to the economic determinists and the totalitarians. It is the condition for the most efficient and rapid development of the new productive process. And no less important, perhaps even more important, this full and free democratic participation of the working people, in all stages and all phases of the social transformation during the transition period between the old society and the new, is the necessary condition for the preparation of the people for citizenship in a genuinely free society. It is not enough to learn to read and write and produce material things in abundance. That's only the starting point. People have to learn how to live abundantly. That means they have to learn how to be free in body, mind, and spirit. Where else can they learn that but in the school and practice of ever-expanding democracy during the transition period? In view of the way things have turned out in the Soviet Union, Eastern Europe, and China, this part of our Marxist program, Workers' Democracy as the Only Road to Preparation for the Socialist Society of the Free and Equal, must be given particular emphasis in all of our propaganda and all our arguments with people who are dissatisfied with capitalism, but don't want to exchange it for totalitarian slavery. If we fail to emphasize this fundamental feature of our Marxist program, if we omit it or slur over it in our expositions of the superiority of nationalized and planned economy, if we neglect to speak of freedom as the socialist goal, we will never win the American worker and the new generation of intellectuals for the revolutionary fight. And we won't deserve to. History and Theory. William F. Ward, George Novak. 669. The Marxists was the last of C. Wright Mill's books to be published during his lifetime. His death at the age of 46 ended untimely a new beginning in his quest for sociological truth. The Marxists is significant both for its opposition to the dominant trends in American social thought and for its place in the political and intellectual evolution of the author. This irreverent Columbia professor of sociology rejected the credo of his fellow faculty members that liberalism provides an adequate answer to Marxism. Liberalism was once a fighting creed, he observed, but it has come to a dead end and now serves as a rationale and rhetoric for upholding the irresponsible rule of the power elite. It has been conscripted for this function because American conservatism has no philosophy of its own with which to defend the status quo. Repudiation of the principal ideology for justifying the big money brought Mills face to face with Marxism, the foremost doctrine of the anti-capitalist forces. The Marxists records his debate with scientific socialism in order to define his own ideas and positions more precisely. Mills accorded Marxism exceptionally high rank in the field of sociology. Marxism is more valuable for understanding today's social realities than all the abstractions, slogans, and fetishisms of liberalism, he insisted. He wanted to break down the bias against Marxism in the halls of learning and encourage students to assimilate its indispensable contributions to social science. Mills challenged another shibboleth of the professional liberals who, for their own Cold War purposes, accept the claim of Stalinism that it is a continuation of genuine Marxism and Bolshevism, rather than its distortion and negation. He sought to dissociate the ideas of Marx and Engels from the Stalin. 677. Is stigmas and, in line with this, to highlight the twin roles of Lenin and Trotsky who came together to form the Bolshevik pivot in the October 1917 revolution. He contrasts these two with Marx, whom he one-sidedly portrays as a creative thinker but not a man of action, and with Stalin, Mao Zedong, Tito, and Khrushchev whom he rates as purely practical politicians. Lenin and Trotsky were for him embodiments of the unity of theory and practice. Both are thinkers of high quality and both are among the most accomplished politicians of the last 100 years. In protest against the enormous ignorance and systematic distortion of Trotsky's ideas, Mills calls upon the Soviet leaders to publish great editions of Trotsky's complete works and discuss widely and freely both his theoretical contributions and his political roles in their revolution. That will surely be most propitious, he writes, for new beginnings in Soviet Marxism. His recommendation that our countrymen find out what Marxism really teaches, his rejection of liberal complacency, his straightening out of the roles of Lenin, Trotsky, and Stalin in the Marxist tradition will act as antidotes to widespread prejudices in our national thought. Mill's appraisal of Marxism. Apart from selections of writings by socialist thinkers, from the founders of Marxism to the Yugoslav Cardinal J., the Englishman G.D.H. Cole and the Cuban Sikh Che Guevara, the axis of the work is an examination of the merits and demerits of Marxism. What is the substance of his critical appraisal? Scientific socialism gave a theoretical picture of capitalist society which was better than any other in its day. However, classical Marxism is a conceptual reflection of the conditions of 19th-century Western capitalism. The matured, highly industrialized capitalist societies of the mid-20th century and the Soviet types of society require a more complex type of explanation. Marxism is the Model T of sociology, Mills implies. It must be traded in for a higher-powered design which has kept up with the immense changes in the most advanced sectors of the world. Most important among these new phenomena is the enormous scale of the aggregations of economic, political, military, and cultural power with their extreme centralization, bureaucratization and tyranny over helpless masses of ordinary individuals. These trends are most fully incorporated in the two gigantic superstates, the US and the USSR, which so belligerently confront each other. 671. The run of historical events, he writes, has overturned the specific theories and explanations of classical Marxism. On the one hand, capitalism is stronger than ever in the industrialized West where Marx foresaw the workers coming to power. On the other hand, all the major revolutions of our century have occurred in predominantly peasant societies with autocratic governments where capitalism was weak. No proletarian revolution of a Bolshevik type has taken place in a democratic capitalist society, and there are no substantial reasons to anticipate that one ever will. Above all, Marxist theory has been invalidated, Mills argues, because its central proposition that the wage workers would become more and more class-conscious, anti-capitalist, and revolutionary has not been borne out in the developed capitalist countries. To a very considerable extent, they have been incorporated into nationalist capitalism, economically, politically, and psychologically. The discrediting of the labor metaphysics, the keystone of the structure, entails the collapse of the rest of scientific socialism. All that remains of the original Marxism as a lasting legacy to sociology is its method of work, he asserts. Everything else from its dialectical logic to its theory of the state has not stood the test of events and must be modified or discarded. What does Mills propose to put in place of the classic liberalism and Marxism he has swept aside as obsolete? He does not give us much concrete information. In fact, he says he does not have to give any immediate alternative to the ideologies he has presumably demolished. He intended to work out his own theoretical positions and program of action subsequently together with those colleagues of the New Left who shared the view that they had gone beyond the limitations of Marxism to some superior but still indeterminate type of social theory. Science and society. Despite his disclaimer, Mills did have a general method of thought which inspired and directed his entire evaluation of Marxism, and it was hardly new. That method was pragmatism, the predominant mode of thought in American culture. To be sure, he gave a leftward twist to his empirical thinking in the field of sociology. But he stubbornly adhered to its premises and prejudices. This was evident in the footnote where he curtly waved aside the dialectical method, the mainspring of Marxist thought, as mysterious and useless. For us, he wrote, the dialectical method is either a mess of platitudes, a way of double talk, a pretentious obscurantism, or all three. 672-7. Yet the contrast between the shortcomings of his own method and the value of dialectical thinking can be shown in regard to his very first criticism of one of the cardinal principles of Marxist sociology. This is the distinction between the economic conditions constituting the material substratum of society and the cultural superstructure which arises out of it and rests upon it. Exactly what is included and what is not included in economic base is not altogether clear, nor are the forces and relations of production precisely defined and consistently used, he complains. In particular, science seems to float between base and superstructure. How does dialectical materialism approach the problem of the relations of science to the economic base and the cultural superstructure of society? This matter cannot be disposed of in a sweeping declaration, as Mills apparently demands. It is not so simple. The place and function of science in the social structure have not been the same in all historical epochs. They have changed in accord with the development of the forces of production and correlative changes in the mode of production. Although the societies of savagery and barbarism nurtured embryonic elements of scientific knowledge, they contained as yet no science as a deliberate specialized pursuit of men, employing a rational method for investigating the phenomena of nature, society, or the human mind. Science could emerge only when the powers of production had attained a certain height of development and the relations of production were of a special type, the commercial craft relations of slave-holding antiquity. These prerequisites were all brought together for the first time in Ionian Greece, where science was born along with philosophy, materialism, and mathematics. In this first stage of its existence, science, as part of philosophy, was situated exclusively in the cultural superstructure, even though it had been born of economic conditions and needs which set the elementary problems to be solved at that point in its growth. So long as agriculture and craftsmanship remained the pillars of production under a system of slave labor, science could not and did not decisively react upon the social economy out of which it arose. This was further demonstrated by the fact that science continued to be cooped up in the cultural superstructure during feudalism, which likewise had an agricultural artisan basis. Neither in Western Europe, India, or China did science alter agriculture or craftsmanship to any real extent. The great shift in the relations between science and production began with the bourgeois epoch. The economic needs and class interests of the merchants, mine owners, ship owners, manufacturers, and their patron states not only promoted the growth of the sciences, especially in certain branches of physical. 673. Knowledge such as astronomy, mechanics, and optics, but changed the range and prospects of science in the social structure. This change was speeded up by the Industrial Revolution, which became the technological basis of a matured capitalism. For example, the expansive power of steam, which was known in Greco-Roman antiquity but had been used solely for trivial purposes in temples and toys, became the prime motive force in the mechanism of production through applied science. Since then science, through reciprocal action with industry, has grown like a giant. In the 20th century the inventions and applications of science have transformed old branches of industry and even agriculture in the advanced countries. Scientific methods and discoveries have created wholly new, previously unknown industries such as electronics. In this way science is becoming the paramount factor in the progress of social production. Thus we find that science has already passed through three distinct stages in relation to the rest of the social structure. In pre-civilized communities science was too rudimentary and negligible to be counted as a separate social factor or productive force. In the first period of its existence from Greece to the close of the Middle Ages, science was almost entirely confined to the upper reaches of society. It remained the possession of a few learned men aided by ingenious craftsmen, having little effect upon the production of wealth. As capitalism grew, science grew with it in many directions. Breaking through the barriers between itself and the material foundations of social life, science has with the advent of nuclear energy become so revolutionizing a power that it has brought on the greatest crisis in human history. Capitalism, which stimulated science in its progressive days, tends more and more to pervert and stifle its growth. The boundless potential of science can now be realized only through abolishing the outmoded capitalist mode of production and private property restrictions. Socialism means, in essence, the scientific illumination, planning, and direction of all man's social activities from material production to the summits of intellectual creation. This may seem an overlong answer to a single objection. But Mills has not brought up an incidental point. The history of science is bound up with the science of history. When Mills doubts whether Marxism really knows where science belongs in the totality of social development, he is questioning the scientific solidity of its method. If Marxism cannot answer this correctly, Its credentials as a scientific sociology become dubious since science in its workings is the most influential factor in our lives today. 674-7. It is worth noting that, while questioning the capacity of historical materialism to provide a clear solution to the problem of the place of science in social development, Mills offers no answers of his own. He, not the Marxist, is really the one who is floating in empty space on this question. Historical materialism approaches all aspects of social life from the standpoint of their connections with the development of the conditions of production. The evolution of science from primitive days to the present provides a prime example of this objectively conditioned process. Moreover, the reversal in the importance of science in the social order confirms the operation of two of the dialectical laws which Mills so scornfully dismisses, the law of the interpenetration of opposites and the law of the transformation of quantity into quality. Science, once insignificant in production, has, through subsequent expansion of the forces of production, acquired the foremost place in production. Through the ages the relations between science and economy, the foundation of society, have changed into their opposite. Mankind is passing from a society dominated by routine, tradition, blindness and superstition to a society guided and controlled by conscious scientific method. And this qualitative change, to be perfected under socialism, has come about as the climax to the quantitative accumulation of scientific knowledge from savagery to the atomic era. Do not the results of this dialectical and materialistic approach to the problem of social and scientific development offer some advantages over the skeptical empiricism of Mills? The laws of social development. The deficiencies of Mills' method can be seen in his one-sided approach to the laws of social development. Mills praises Marx for using the principle of historical specificity, which means that each epoch must be examined as an independent historical formation in terms of categories suitable to it. Mills, however, overlooked the fact that Marx not only studied the social formations of separate epochs but the entire evolution of society through all its stages. Every distinctive type of society from savagery to socialism was for him an interdependent link in a causal chain of social development which grew out of its predecessor and created the preconditions for its successor. Marx was guided, not only by the principle of historical specificity, but equally by the principle of historical generality. As a dialectical thinker, he understood the organic unity of the particular and the general and combined these two rules of method in all his investigations. 675. This is verified by Marx's preface to the Critique of Political Economy, reprinted in the Marxists, which contains his broadest formulation of the materialist conception of history. There Marx set forth, as the general result of his researches, 15 propositions on the evolution of society. 12 of these are not specific to any one social formation or historical epoch but apply to them all. Only in the last 3 does he refer to definite historical formations, the Asian, ancient, feudal, and bourgeois modes of production and the transition of the latter to socialism. It is understandable why Mills exalts the principle of historical specificity at the expense of the generalized conclusions Marx drew from his study of the successive stages of social development in their continuity and totality. It enabled him to lock Marx in a time cage with other superannuated Victorian thinkers and to deny that his comprehensive laws of social evolution and revolution can be extended to cover the decline and downfall of capitalism while indicating the inescapable road to the next stage of human progress. Mills is especially concerned to disqualify the foundation of the materialist conception of history, which holds that production, and exchange, is the basis of every social organization, and that therefore, according to Engels, the ultimate causes of all social changes and political revolutions are to be sought not in the minds of men, in their increasing insight into eternal truth and justice, but in changes in the mode of production and exchange. They are to be sought not in the philosophy, but in the economics of the epoch concerned. Mills denies there has been any one such central determinant of social movement operative throughout human history. Together with his tutors Weber and Mannheim and other liberal sociologists, he counterpoises the theory of multiple, independent, and parallel causes to the unified Marxist conception of historical causation. According to historical materialism, all the aspects of social activity, from burial rites to witchcraft and from politics to philosophy, exert their own measure of influence upon events, but throughout their reciprocal action economics is the most important and conclusive element. This economic determinism of Marx is too one-sided and dogmatic, he says, to do justice to the complexities of social evolution. Many factors other than economic conditions have been and can be fundamentally decisive in the course of development, not only within pre-capitalist societies but also under capitalism. Whereas, for example, economics may have been preponderant in early capitalism, political, military and other superstructural factors play an autonomous and originative role in its later and contemporary stages. 676-7. The welfare and the warfare state. This thesis that economics is or can be subordinate to political and military forces will be familiar to readers of Mill's previous works, The Power Elite and the Causes of World War III. There he found the ultimate causes for the unprecedented expansion, imperialist policies, and aggressive strategy of US militarism, not in the economic necessities of monopoly capitalism, whose servitors are the decision-makers in Washington, but rather in the military metaphysics which obsesses the statesmen and generals. Thus Mills reverted to the untenable viewpoint of idealism that the ultimate determinant of political events must be found, not in the economic framework within which the men at the top operate and within which they serve class interests, but in their mentality and outlook. From this sociological analysis flows the political conclusion that it is more realistic to try to change the thinking and policies of the people in power than to change the class possessors of power. In the Marxists, Mills goes on to affirm that the welfare state, Siamese twin of the warfare state, is likewise not determined by the mode of economic production, although of course it is made possible by economic developments. The imperialist democracies of monopoly capitalism have supplanted the laissez-faire regimes of competitive capitalism, just as the guided missile has replaced the cannonball. The welfare state, which combines Keynesian credit devices with social legislation, is the result of many interacting factors, from the exigencies of capitalist rulership to the pressures of the trade unions. The serious question is, whose class interests do these policies primarily serve? Roosevelt, the improviser of the New Deal, granted reforms where Hoover did not, because, as he candidly admitted in 1936, liberalism becomes the protection of the far-sighted conservative. By diverting a small fraction of the national revenue from its magnates to some of the more favored segments of the working people, the capitalist government is able to shore up its system. The masses more than pay for these restricted benefits by having to bear the penalties and burdens of continued exploitation and misrule along with misleadership by conservatized union bureaucrats. The welfare provisions of the warfare state can be sustained only by the wealthier capitalist countries, which can afford certain privileges for the labor aristocracy so long as these are offset by super-exploitation of the underdeveloped continents. Whenever international competition tightens and corporation profits decline, the most liberal governments start whittling away at these social gains, as Belgium recently showed. Thus the extent and endurance of these concessions at bottom depend upon the economic resources and prospects of the national capitalism. Despite Mill's contention, the causal Mech 677. Anaism of the welfare state is to be found in the specific necessities of capitalist rule and its mode of production. The longevity of capitalist rule. In accord with his thesis that political and military state of action and decision can override economic laws, Mills maintains, against the Marxists, that contemporary Western capitalism can be readjusted without limit by the policies of the monopolists or by liberal and Labourite reforms. Despite his repugnance to their course, he agrees with its supporters that the capitalist system has enough resiliency to go on indefinitely. This confidence that the political dexterity of the capitalists can control the harmful consequences of their rule does not fit the main facts of the 20th century. The failure of the monopolist policy makers to solve the problems of markets, raw materials, colonies, and world supremacy led to two global wars which prepared and provoked anti-capitalist overturns from Russia to China. Since 1917, one-third of humanity has thrown off the economic and political control of world capitalism. To be sure, the economies of the US and Western Europe have had no grave economic disturbances in the past 2 decades comparable to the crises of the 1993s. We have had the Cold War instead. But the US, mainstay of world capitalism, has passed through 5 recessions since 1945. Each one has lasted a little longer, leaving a larger residue of permanently unemployed and a growing anxiety about their material insecurity among sizable sections of the workers. Moreover, prolonged prosperity in the highly industrialized centers has been attended by chronic impoverishment in the less developed countries. The contrast between the economic levels and living standards of the rich and poor continents has become wider and deeper, and no Point for or Alliance for Progress programs can stem their inevitable consequences. The inability of the imperialist powers to overcome the disparity of rich and poor nations is at the root of the irrepressible surge and spread of the colonial revolution. Meanwhile, the capitalist bloc confronts the workers' states, not only as military, diplomatic, and political adversaries, but as economic rivals. These states have considerable distances to travel before catching up with the older capitalist nations, but, paced by the Soviet Union, they are experiencing a faster rate of economic growth. If Western capitalism were considered by itself since the end of the Second World War, it would be easy to conclude with Mills and others that political maneuvers and measures can immunize it indefinitely from revolutionary con. 678-7. Vulsions. Yet even here, a caveat is in order. If, from 1944 to 1946 the Stalinist and Social Democratic leaderships had not collaborated with Churchill, Roosevelt, and de Gaulle to derail the workers' thrust toward power and to rehabilitate the shattered capitalist structure in Western Europe, history would have taken a different turn. Moreover, the respite did not save world capitalism from losing ground. It looks far less formidable on the world arena than it does from within the Atlantic Alliance. It is true, as Mills emphasizes, that government intervention in the economic life of the capitalist countries has taken place on a massive scale. These measures have succeeded in delaying the advent of severe crises and will probably be stepped up in the years ahead. However, political regulation of the economy is a manifest symptom of the growing infirmity of capitalism which, in its monopolist imperialist phase, can no longer rely upon the automatic operation of its forces for salvation. The plutocrats must utilize all the resources of state power to keep their system on an even keel, maintain their international positions, and forestall economic decline and political disturbances. Such intervention can alleviate the incurable ailments of the economy and attenuate their consequences, but it cannot fend off the recurrence of more and more serious slumps. Now, in this country government intervention is being extended to capital labor negotiations where the Kennedy administration has held down wage increases in the steel industry under the pretext of protecting the national welfare, a pseudonym for corporation profits. This domestic policy is tied up with the worsening position of the US economy on the world market. The persistent deficit in the international balance of payments keeps draining the gold reserve, threatening more inflation and depreciation of the dollar. The permanent overproduction crisis of US agriculture reflects the inability of the strongest capitalist government to counteract the workings of the free enterprise system. Price support measures and new farm programs concocted by successive administrations do not go to the root causes of the problem. They simply relieve the situation for the time being and postpone the final reckoning. The most malignant offshoot of government policy has been the unending arms race. The so billion annual military budget keeps injecting artificial stimulants into our sick economy. But the changeover from planes to guided missiles tends to diminish the effectiveness of this economic stimulant. Equivalent appropriations generate fewer jobs, since it takes fewer workers and less plant space to build missiles than planes. Technological developments in the military domain are only one aspect of the impact of automation and mechanization upon the capitalist economy. 679. These will reduce the industrial workforce as 26 million new young workers enter the job market in the next 10 years. The cumulative consequences of these trends will serve to revive labor militancy, especially among the younger and less favored strata, and pose the issue of socialism versus capitalism more forcefully in bread and butter terms. Mill's faith in the endurance of capitalist sovereignty and his underestimation of the capacity and will of the working class for independent action spring from his acceptance of the predominant economic and political conditions of the past 15 years as fixed and final. He does not expect these to be altered and undermined by counter-tendencies in the capitalist economy or by fresh advances of the anti-capitalist forces which in the coming years will abruptly upset the status quo. The brusque conversion of the Fourth Republic into de Gaulle's personal military regime indicates how rickety democracy can be when a national capitalism gets into difficulties. The most violent convulsions of capitalism lie ahead and are not safely buried in the past. In his assessment of the stability of capitalist rule, Mills for some reason fails to take into consideration the H-bomb crisis which he dealt with at length in other works. The political-military situation called forth by the development of nuclear devices provides striking proof of the Marxist proposition that the crisis of a social system is brought about and its downfall prepared by intensified conflict between new forces of production and outmoded relations of production. In the case of nuclear energy, this new force of production, or destruction, which is one and the same, is pounding against the national boundaries and property forms of monopoly capitalism. The development of this limitless source of power for beneficial social purposes is retarded and straitjacketed, while the major effort is concentrated on increasing its megatons of destruction. This has involved the capitalist statesman in the most excruciating of dilemmas. On one side, they must pile up nuclear arms as the indispensable instrument of their strategy to halt the progress of the workers' states and socialist forces and hold on to their possessions and power. On the other side, the incalculable consequences of dropping the bombs becomes a deterrent to their use. How long can capitalism, and, even more, the people who live under daily threat of annihilation, go on this way? This intolerable balance of terror keeps pressing for solution. It is a major factor in politicalizing and radicalizing the most sensitive segments of the population, from the youth to the moth. 687. ERS. Sooner or later their opposition to H-bomb diplomacy will extend into the ranks of labor, as it already has in Japan and England. The role of the working class. Mills clashes most profoundly with Marxism over the revolutionary role of the working class. He opposes the Marxist doctrine that the class struggle over the surplus product of the working force has been the prime mover and reshaper of history since the beginnings of civilization and private property. Asserting that class harmony and collaboration is as much a fact of class history as is a struggle, he extends this generalization to the monopoly capitalism of today. Their collaboration between classes will remain predominant. Mills acknowledges that the Marxist law of the capitalist concentration of wealth and power has worked out to the danger point in the US. But the corollary to this process, the deepening of the antagonism between the moneyed magnates and the hosts of labor, has not. Western capitalism may be stratified into classes, but it has become stabilized, he argues. The workers in the affluent countries have neither desire nor need to do away with the existing system. They want nothing more than a larger share of the national income. Since their living standards have been improving wherever capitalist policies have been flexible and wherever democracy and unionism have been strong, they can have no reasons for revolutionary ideas or action. Mills apparently arrived at his conclusion, that the workers are non-evolutionary and will forever be subordinate within Western capitalism, through an objective examination of present facts. But this conviction really rests upon a prior disbelief in the creative and directive capacities of the working people. Otherwise, why should he assume that a handful of monopolists could rule whereas the mass of workers never could? This disqualification of the workers as potential leaders of society is the most flagrant expression of Mill's essential sociological conception that elites of one kind or another have been and will continue to be the principal history makers. He looks to the intellectuals for immediate salvation. He founds his hopes for peace, freedom, and progress, not on the victory of the working masses over the plutocracy, but rather on the benign influence to be exerted by scholars, ministers, scientists, and writers, the peripheral and not the central forces in our society. In downgrading the workers, Mills forgot that ascending social classes do not realize their full potential all at once. Classes undergo a prolonged development in which they are gradually transformed as the result of ceaselessly 681 renewed efforts to satisfy their growing needs. Only after successive stages do they finally arrive at the point of a showdown with the ruling power that oppresses them. And history teaches that progressive forces do not make this challenge simultaneously and all together, but in highly irregular sequence as necessity dictates. In the Marxists, Mills has demonstrated nothing beyond the obvious fact that up to now that part of the world working class which is directly dominated by imperialism and has shared its privileges has not mustered enough energy and clarity of consciousness to dislodge the monopolist masters from power. That is to say, the growth of the workers in the West as a revolutionary force has, for ascertainable reasons, been stunted and retarded. This is very different from the conclusion that their revolutionary qualities are non-prime or exhausted. Two incompatible perspectives. Our argument with Mills does not center primarily on what the workers are today. We can agree that the political passivity, lack of militancy and dulled class consciousness of labor in the advanced countries stand in sharp contrast with the revolutionary ardor in the colonial areas. Our divergences revolve around what the workers can and must become in the further course of economic, political, and cultural development. Ls the present state of affairs and alignment of class forces transitional or permanent. Mills foresees the prolongation of capitalist stabilization and harmony with labor. The revolutionary socialists envisage an erosion of the supports of monopoly capitalism which will lead to social conflicts and labor radicalization. Here two irreconcilable lines of capitalist and anti-capitalist development are projected. Which is right? The social scientist, even more than the political strategist, ought to measure vast social changes on appropriate scales. The contest between organized capital and its labor opposition concerns nothing less than the replacement of one global social regime by another. The direction and ultimate destination of the contending forces cannot be correctly and comprehensively apprehended at a single cross-section of time in a particular area of the world. They must be viewed in the context of their overall evolution on the world arena. Restricting our analysis to the past 40 years, labor in Western Europe and North America does not present a picture of unrelieved stagnation or retrogression. The labor movement from Spain to Poland was crushingly defeated by fascism during the 193's. At that time numerous former radicals asserted 682-7 that European labor was forever pulverized, would never rise again as an independent force, and all its socialist perspectives were obliterated. Yet its economic and political organizations have been rebuilt to the point where Western European labor can again become the challenger of capitalist power. US labor, on the other hand, passed from industrial atomization to union organization in one mighty leap during the 193's, and has been marking time ever since. It now combines an immensely powerful organization and latent strength with an utterly reactionary officialdom and a crusty conservatism in its upper ranks. Our trade unions are politically more backward than the newly emerging unions of Africa. Now that the Canadian unions have launched the new Democratic Party, ours is the only one among the major industrial countries that has not formed a political party of its own. Yet, in view of the recuperative capacities shown and the precedents set by labor in other lands, there is no reason to doubt that labor in this country will under changing conditions also shed its conservatism and resume its forward march. Many skeptics regard socialist propaganda for a labor party as hopeless. They doubt whether the American workers can ever generate enough steam to cut loose from the Democrats and establish themselves as an autonomous political force. In the 1920s, an earlier generation of wiseacres had it figured out that the industrial proletariat was too divided, ignorant, downtrodden and leaderless to beat back big business and unionize the basic industries. It might be added that this was a tougher job to carry through than it would be to set up a national labor party with the resources of the existing unions. Let us grant that US labor has a long way to go in catching up with its more advanced contingents in the rest of the world. Yet over the past 100 years our labor movement has grown into an economic, social, and political power of a magnitude topped only by organized wealth itself. Now the question is posed, should the partisans of the old left, or the new, take as their point of departure the achievements culminating in the militancy of the 193Os, or should they base their estimates of the future upon the passivity of the Cold War period and look back upon the underscore capacities displayed earlier as labor's last burst of creative energy? Which is the virile rising class and which is the senile and reactionary one, capital or labor? Revolutionary socialists deduce from the international and national experiences of the past century, and the antagonistic tendencies of capitalist development, that the wiping out of the open shop in basic industry was not the final upheaval in the struggle between corporate wealth and organized labor. In reality, the industrial class battles in the first half of the century were only the opening chapters in a process of class struggle and social transformation. 683. Which will find its sequel, and very likely its culmination, on the political plane during the second half. Just as the forward leap of the 193Os overcame the stagnation of the 1920s, so the advances of the coming period will erase the apathy of the 195Os and open up broader opportunities for radicalism and Marxism in the US. Mills took his stand on the opposite alternative. He regarded any program depending on the independent action and heightened political consciousness of the workers as metaphysical moonshine. This is the gravest decision a radical can make, for upon it hinges the main line of his political activity. Significance of the Negro struggle. In calculating the status and prospects of American labor, Mills unaccountably failed to reckon with the implications of the Negro struggle for equality, which has the most direct bearing upon the movement for social change in this country. Mills seemed to look upon the Negro movement as something essentially separate from the general labor struggle. To be sure, the fight against Jim Crow has its special roots in American history and has its own characteristics, aims, pace and channels of development. At the same time, it is an integral part of the conflict of American labor against the established order. Almost all Negroes belong to the working class and are the most abused section of it. Color discrimination is the most vicious instrument of class exploitation. That is why the Negroes have taken the lead in combating its consequences. That is not all. Although the Negro movement arises from the disabilities suffered here, it is connected with the uprisings of the disinherited colored peoples in the colonial and semi-colonial countries. The Negro demand for democratic rights is the most forcible and advanced expression to date within our own borders of this worldwide revolutionary process. This is understood, at least in part, by its most active participants who have been uplifted and strengthened by the Asian, African, and Cuban revolutions. The Negro struggle testifies that the rebellious mood which the imperialists fear so much and resist so fiercely is surging up in our very midst. It is far from its final expression. Even at this point it is the major source of instability in our social and political structure. As A. Philip Randolph has reminded the AFL-CIO heads, the white majority of the working class, and especially its leaders, is far from sharing the sentiments or even properly supporting the battles of their black brethren. Their indifference in this respect resembles the attitude of French labor toward the Algerian rebels. 684-7. It cannot be expected that all the potentially dissident elements will react to the same grievances and swing into action simultaneously. The most exploited and oppressed, those with the least to lose and the most to win immediately, move first and fastest both on the world arena and within our own country. Their initiatives serve to unbalance the forces of reaction and unloose effects which can, in time, reanimate the more sluggish sections of labor. It is useful to recall in this connection that not so long ago the Negro minority was even more low-rated as a militant and effective agency for social change than the working class majority is today by Mills and others. If the first prejudice is harder to sustain nowadays, the second is more enduring. But it, too, will be shattered by events to come. The nature of post-capitalist societies. Mills held that Marx's prevision of the birth process of post-capitalist societies was as defective as his forecasts of capitalist development. Marx expected the workers in the most highly industrialized countries of Western Europe to abolish capitalism first and lead the way to socialism. Actually, capitalism has been overthrown only in backward peasant lands with autocratic regimes. According to Mills, this reversal of Marx's anticipated order of revolutionary victory invalidated all claims to the scientific character of his sociology. This argument was first invoked, in the name of Marxism, by the social democratic theoreticians against the legitimacy of the Bolsheviks taking power in October 1917. The opponents of Bolshevism shut their eyes to the real advancement of the revolution because it ran counter to their preconception of its predestined route. But the living Marxism of the 20th century rejected such a scholastic approach, adjusted its outlook to the actual events and, what is more, comprehensively explained them. The unexpected fact that the proletariat first attained supremacy, not in the advanced sectors of Europe, but in one of its most backward countries did indeed go counter to Marx's personal projection. But, far from nullifying the laws of historical materialism, the Russian Revolution extended the range of their application and enriched their content. This is certified by the fact that it was precisely the revolutionary Marxists who foresaw that probability years before it was realized and based their strategy upon it. Such was the political conclusion Trotsky drew from his theory of the permanent revolution applied to Russia as early as 1904 to 1906. After 1917, Lenin explained that the socialist revolution had first triumphed in backward Russia for two main reasons. Under the stresses of imperialist war. 685. The chain of world capitalism had broken at its weakest link and let loose a peasant war of immense proportions and powers to back up the proletarian uprising. The interlocked struggles of these two classes enabled the Russian people to clean out, not only Tsarism and landlordism, but bourgeois property and power and lay the foundations for a workers' republic. The victorious socialist revolutions in Yugoslavia, China, and Cuba after the Second World War have followed the same general pattern. They have taken place not in the richest but in the most backward lands where long-delayed agrarian revolution has meshed with the anti-capitalist and anti-imperialist actions of a rebellious proletariat which has not been held back by its own conservatism. Here we have examples of the operation of the Marxist law of uneven and combined development. This law states that, in order to break out of their misery and catch up with the more progressive sectors, historically backward peoples and classes are often obliged to take over the most up-to-date ideas and achievements, act upon them, and thereby for a time rush ahead of their predecessors. Mills mistakenly maintains that the revolutions in the underdeveloped countries have been primarily anti-feudal. It is true that feudal survivals, because of their extreme oppressiveness, provoke the most violent explosions among the colonial peoples. From this fact it is easy to draw the conclusion, as Mills does, that the colonial revolution is primarily anti-feudal in character. But this is an extremely superficial view. The vestiges of feudalism in backward lands long ago ceased to have any independent character or significance. In extending its sway over the entire globe, capitalism incorporated the survivals of earlier modes of exploitation into its own system. Today they are inextricably intertwined. Hence, while the colonial peoples place great emphasis on the fight against feudalism, this is but a single aspect of their struggles. Fundamentally, and in essence, the colonial revolution is directed against exploitation by foreign and domestic capital which bars the colonial and semi-colonial peoples from the benefits of a modern economy and culture. The only way the Russians, Yugoslavs, Chinese, and Cubans could gain access to these advantages was by knocking down capitalism and taking the road to socialism. That is why the world socialist revolution in this first stage has conquered in the colonial and semi-colonial regions and is progressing from there toward the most advanced capitalist countries of Europe and North America. The fact that the proletariat, at the head of the peasantry, had to take power in the poorer countries, while imperialism retained its grip upon the more productive ones, has created tremendous practical difficulties for the socialist forces and intro. 686-7. Duchate grave distortions into their regimes. But these problems, too, have been illuminated by Marxist theory. What is the sociological character of the regimes that have issued from the great revolutions of our time in Russia, Yugoslavia, China, and most recently in Cuba? Does Soviet society, despite its defects, hold a place in the historical progression of humanity superior to that of the capitalist regimes, whatever their formal democracy? Can its planned economy be more productive and efficient than capitalist economy? From Mill's book we can learn what Lenin, Stalin, Trotsky, Hilferding, Kosky, Mao Zedong and G.D.H. Cole think on these not unimportant matters. But, except for a few remarks on the bureaucratic character of the Soviet superstate, we cannot tell how Mills defines its social historical nature. Mills says that contemporary Marxists face the necessity of elaborating theories to explain the diverse types of Soviet bloc societies. But beyond posing a series of questions about the prospects of de-Stalinization under Khrushchev, he refrains from telling us his views. He evidently had still to work out his solutions to these perplexing sociological problems. Yet contemporary Marxism is not so impoverished or embarrassed in this field as he implies. The movement of the Fourth International has formulated and published views on all these questions, proceeding from Trotsky's analysis of the reasons for the degeneration of the Soviet state under Stalin and indicating the sources of its regeneration through the extension of the International Revolution, the advances of Soviet economy and culture, and the political revitalization of its working masses. But much as he esteemed Trotsky, Mills could not adopt his conclusions. He remained equally resistant to the Marxism of the 19th and of the 20th centuries. Through Mills we can observe the left flank of American liberalism undergoing a process of negation and dissolution. His thinking was a mass of contradictions. Repelled by the decay of liberalism and its apology for capitalist reaction and militarism, he nevertheless adhered to its fundamental pragmatic method of approach to the major social processes of our epoch. He was attracted by socialism but could not accept its scientific doctrine. He was a partisan of the Latin American Revolution who had no faith in a North American Revolution. He opposed the autocracy of the power elite and aspired to a rebirth of democracy in our country. But he despaired of the capacities of the working people to clear the way for its realization. Such an extremely awkward theoretical and political posture could not have been maintained for long. How these inconsistencies would have been resolved and his positions finally crystallized no one can say. But the example of his 687 inquiring mind and courageous stands should inspire others among the new left to go farther and cast off, not only the compromising policies of liberalism, but its false theories and methods in sociology and politics as well. Mills won enduring honor for his impassioned defense of the Cuban Revolution. He saw in the young Cuban rebels a model for the new left of the post-Stalin generation. He was not wrong. But while he was writing off Marxism as obsolete and utopian, the Fidelists were going forward from abstract humanism to Marxism and from bourgeois democratic to explicit proletarian socialist aims. As Che Guevara told K.S. Carroll, "We are not the same men we were when we fought in the Sierra Maestra. I have always been a student of Marx. But now I realize that Marxism is not simply a doctrine, it is a science." New Statesman, May 19, 1961. This postscript, written by the Cuban revolutionists to listen, Yankee, is an ironic refutation of the skepticism about scientific socialism expressed in the Marxists. The Cuban experience will not be confined to Latin America. It prefigures the future on the whole Western Hemisphere. The banner of Marxism and the socialist revolution today flying over Havana will yet be unfurled on the shores of North America.